Issei, give it to me. It was the night of the school trip. Akano, with her hair hanging loose, had cornered me on the bed. I think Yukata clothed her body, but it had fallen into disarray, revealing the tender white skin of her shoulders. Not only that, the area around her breasts hung open invitingly. I couldn't help but swallow down a mouthful of saliva. My gaze was all but nailed to the glorious pink objects peeking out from behind her drooping yukata. Hakuno, her expression incredibly seductive, crawled towards me on all fours. With each careful motion, her wonderful bosom swayed from side to side. The sight was enough to bring tears of joy to my eyes. You're going to leave me behind when you go to Kyoto, aren't you? She said mournfully as she wrapped her arms around my neck and pressed her soft, velvety body against mine. It's only 3 nights. We'll see each other again in 4 days. I answered in a high-pitched voice. To be perfectly honest, I could hardly think. My mind was doing somersaults in response to the sensations of her body touching mine. Her yukata had almost slipped out by now. At this rate, she would be completely naked in no time. I was suffering from an unstoppable nosebleed. Akano's lustrous black hair gave off a wildly sweet scent. Her body felt slightly warmer than usual. Maybe she had just gotten out of the bath? Oh dear. That's 2 full days without you. I might die of loneliness. She muttered tearfully as she laid against my chest. What was going on with her? Ever since our battle against Loki, Akano's habits fawning over me when we were alone had intensified. Whenever we watched TV in the living room, she would rest her head against my shoulder. On one occasion, after she invited me to go shopping with her, I told her I was busy, and she puffed her cheeks out and pouted angrily. Nonetheless, the second I gave in and agreed to join her, her expression transformed into a cute smile, so enthralling that it could have killed me on the spot. People would have guessed that she was younger than me by her voice and attitude. It wasn't uncommon for her adorableness level to even exceed the Prez's. Sure, Akano maintained her usual elegant sister-like attitude while we were at school, but whenever we were alone, the Prez and Akano were becoming masters at killing me with cuteness. And so she placed her hand on mine, placing the fingers to my own. That's why, tonight, I'm going to make up for those last 4 days and 3 nights. Make up for them? All I could do was echo those words. My brain was in a boil. If my adorable Akano were to have her way with me, I could breathe my last today with no regrets. Yes, make up for them. I'll touch you, Issei. Caress your skin, embrace your manly body, and experience what it means to be a woman. Blood continued to gush from my nose at these stimulating words. This was bad. She was supposed to be a respectable demon and my upperclassman. She was so endearing right now that I could have easily mistaken her for a younger girl, but I couldn't afford to forget my place. If I'm not good enough for you as your underclassman, there's no need to be so formal. Akano chided, shaking her head. Her gleaming eyes were all but asking me why I was speaking like that. But you're my upperclassman and... I began when she grabbed a hold of the bed sheets. There's no upper or underclassmen in bed. Only men and women. That's all that matters. Men and women? I swallowed down another mouthful of saliva. Men and women. Those erotic words packed incredible destructive power. I could have moved in, her lips about to press against mine. At moments like these, the probability of certain someone appearing increased dramatically. Akano, just what are you doing in here? Sensing an indescribable demonic presence, I tilted my head to one side in trepidation, only to lay eyes on my crimson-haired Ria's, her aura raging. Yeah, I had known this would happen. Her aura was flaring so much that her hair was fluttering violently behind her. This time, I was dead for sure. Akano laughed with a seductive voice as she began to stroke her own glossy black hair. Oh dear, look at your face. So terrifying. Are you glaring at Issei and me? You must be burning with envy, yes? I step out for a moment to take a bath, only to come back to find you seducing Issei. You've become rather bold, Akano. I've always been, darling. Haven't you noticed? Let me show you. So saying, Akano pressed her deliciously soft body against mine, rubbing her flesh back and forth. Her cheeks, her breasts, her arms, her thighs. Akano's supple feminine assets were so stimulating that I could all but feel my bodily functions grinding to a halt. Why was her body so wonderfully soft and squishy? It was like a perfect fit against mine, wholly drawing me in. Exactly. You're too cunning, Akano. A third voice sounded from out of nowhere. When I came to my senses, I realized someone was holding my head in their arms. Konako? When did you get here? Yeah, it was Konako. How had she managed to get into my room undetected? Her cat ears had popped out of her head, and her tail was snaking out from her thin white robe. My dome was clutched against her petite frame. Her small figure was so smooth and soft, her scent so sweet. I don't want to be left behind while you go either. I'll have to give you several days worth of treatment with my sage magic. With a forlorn expression, Konako pressed her body tightly against my back. Whoa, how could this feel so amazing? Having such a petite girl-like figure hug me from behind. Her fluffy white tail wrapped itself around my waist. Her fur was so nice to touch. Hold on, Konako. I knew you could be audacious when we were alone, but were you always okay with doing this in front of others? Was she taking after Akano because I was going away for a few days on a school trip? Konako too, but Issei is mine. He's my beloved Issei. You're awful, all of you. For some reason, the press was fidgeting from side to side, her body trembling. There was no tears in her eyes as she puffed up her cheeks. Free as... Yeah, that expression of hers was simply adorable. That was the sound of the door opening. It was Asia's turn to enter. When she laid eyes on the sight before her, she cried out at once. This is... This... So it isn't just Riaz I need to worry about, but Akano and Konako too. Why are you all leaving me out? This won't do. Not at all. I need to join in. With that, Ozzy leapt onto the bed. She grabbed my leg, her grip so tight that it felt like she would never let go. I won't let you have him. Issei's sleeping with me tonight. The situation was getting more intense by the minute. Akano, Konako, and even Ozzy were clinging to me. Was this what happiness was supposed to feel like? It shouldn't be. I mean, I was happy, sure, but I had no idea how to react, and everyone was busy bickering. It may have been the greatest of situations, but the atmosphere was so fraught that I could hardly breathe. Unable to stand it any longer, the press cried out, I've had enough of this. Why don't you all listen to me? I'm supposed to be your master, and you're all supposed to be my servants. Despite Riaz's command, the other girls would not relent. He's my Issei, they all said as one. No, he belongs to me. The press's tearful cry echoed throughout the house. With the school trip looming, my bedroom became a place of joy and tribulation. Was I going to come out of this all right? In the future, I'd like to start my own business. Maybe a school teaching Norse magic in the Grimoire territory. A place to train female demons to become new generations of Valkyries. Rosweiss was laying out her vision for the future. As an angel, it's an honor to be able to visit the home of a high-class demon. This must be another one of the Lord's blessings. And the Demon King's too. Irina seemed rather ecstatic. The trip to Kyoto was fast approaching, and we members of the Grimoire Familia, plus Irina, were attending a tea party with Rias' parents in the dining room of her family's main estate. The press had decided to formally introduce us to her parents again, to commemorate her completing her Familia. Everyone was enjoying small talk while elegantly sipping at their tea. Was this how celebrities live their lives? I wasn't used to having all these servants wait on me at a social event like this. I was at a total loss. You do seem very interested in demon society, Rosweiss. As the head of the House of Grimoire, I can't wait to see your contribution. The Prez's father let out a hearty laugh. His refined mannerisms were those of a high-class dandy. The Prez's mother set her cup down as she changed the subject. Incidentally, Issa and the other second-year students are going on their school trip soon. To Kyoto, I believe. Yeah, we'll be there for a few days, I answered. The Prez's mother was so polite that my every interaction with her filled me with anxiety. Ria's brought back some pickled local vegetables from Kyoto last year. So, the Prez's mother ate pickled vegetables? The Prez ate them all the time back home, so that shouldn't have come as too much of a surprise. Still, I just couldn't associate the image of an elegant upper-class lady of the House of Grimoire eating something so common as a pickled vegetable. I'll be sure to bring some back. Oh, that isn't what I meant. Please don't mind me. There's no need to go out of your way. The Prez's mother covered her mouth with a hand, her cheeks turning pink. That reaction was so cute. The social gathering continued at a leisurely pace until a successful end. We were getting ready to go home via Magic Circle after the party when it was announced that Sir Sax had returned to the Grimoire estate. As such, we would have to make sure to greet before leaving. I'll come too. Milikis, looking forward to seeing his father, decided to accompany us. There was a special route set aside for Sir Sax whenever he visited. It was there that we found him, along with a certain black-haired guest. Hold on, that's Cyberorg, and he's dressed in normal raiments. Thank you for your hospitality. You look well, Riaz, Red Dragon Emperor. Even when he wasn't fighting, Cyberorg's body positively oozed power and ambition. His violet eyes roared with the flames of his fighting spirit. You should have told us that you were coming. I hope you're feeling hale as well. Reyes replied before turning to Suzek's. My apologies. Greetings, brother. We heard that you had just come home, and so thought we should offer a welcome. There's no need to make such a fuss, but thank you. Sir Zex lifted Milikis into his arms, flashing a smile. Why had he returned with Cyberorg? This had to have something to do with our upcoming match. As I ruminated over the possibilities, the press asked Sir Zex directly. Brother, if you're here with Cyberorg... Yeah, he's come all this way to deliver some produce from the Bale territory. Fruit, apparently. Our cousin is rather thoughtful, no? We were just saying that you, Riaz, should call the Bale residents to express our gratitude. Sir Zex explained. To Sir Zex, Cyberorg wasn't an enemy, just a maternal cousin. We were also discussing the upcoming match. Cyberorg has no special request other than to forego any overly complicated rules. The usual restrictions that govern the field, notwithstanding, of course. The press looked startled and narrowed her eyes at Sir Zex's announcement. Does that mean that you'll accept any uncertain variables? We might bring Cyberorg. Cyberorg let out a dauntless laugh in the face of the serious question. That's right. Whether it's a vampire who can freeze time, or a red dragon emperor who can destroy girls' clothes or read their minds, I want to allow every one of your stratagems. How could I claim to be the next heir of the House of Baal if I'm not willing to face you at your strongest? Cyberorg's declaration left us all speechless. His spirit and determination were incredible. He wanted to face our full might. Cyberorg's acute gaze focused on the Prez for a second before passing to me. That overpowering aura of his sent a shiver coursing through my flesh. There was no hostility, not a shred of evil intent. Instead, what I sensed was unbridled fighting spirit. Like Volley, Cyberorg was obsessed with battle. But there was nothing about his attitude that struck me as malevolent. I'm scared. He really wants me to use his power on him, Casper whispered, cowering behind my back. You could say that again. This guy was willing to take on a super powerful time-freezing ability directly. And he's cool with my abilities too. Thank you. I felt like I owed Cyberorg my gratitude. As he watched from beside us, Sir Zex commented, Excellent, Cyberorg. Didn't you say you wanted to spar with the Red Dragon Emperor? Indeed, I did say that, and yet... How about a friendly match? Surely, you're eager to taste the power of the Heavenly Dragon. That had come so out of the blue that my mind was total blank. It took me a second to register those words. What? He wanted me to fight Cyberorg? Seriously? No. This was too sudden. Cyberorg paid no heed to my shocked expression, turning to the Prez. What do you say, Riaz? The Prez sank into thought for a moment before settling on her answer. If that's what my brother wants, no. If that's what the Demon King wants, I can't refuse. You'll do it, won't you, Issei? What's she saying? Seriously, I was going to fight him? But if it was an order that came from the Prez, I couldn't refuse. And I couldn't act like a coward in front of Azuya, Akano, and the others either. Alright, I'm fine with it, I declared, stepping forward. Now that it had come to this, I couldn't back down. I'd have to battle Cyberorg, the most powerful up-and-coming demon, sooner or later. We could use what we learned here to develop our strategy for the rating game match. Surely, the others will be able to learn something off the value of watching me fight him. As Cyberorg and I exchanged measured looks, Sir Zex nodded in approval. In that case, let us see the #1 young demon and the Red Dragon Emperor duke it out. This will be a good opportunity. Let me show you the strength of my fists, Cyberorg declared, brimming with determination. There was a vast training hall beneath the Grimoire Castle, large enough that it could have housed the entirety of the athletic track at Kuo Academy. We members of the Grimoire Familia had made our way there together with Cyberorg, while Gravia had taken Milicus elsewhere to wait. Before us, Cyberorg removed his aristocratic clothes until he wore just a set of gray undergarments. Even though he had a vest, I could tell how muscular his body was. His biceps were massive, his fists enormous. The physique of his shoulders and back were literally bulging. On top of that, he just had to be a handsome, pretty boy. I should have expected no less from a relative of the Prez's mother. Let's do this, Drake. Leave it to me. I summoned my gauntlet in my hand and began my balance breaker countdown. So long as I didn't go overboard, I could maintain my armor for a pretty long period. But as soon as I engaged in battle, I would be fighting against the clock. Cyberorg simply waited until my countdown played out, doing nothing. Just how confident was he? Undoubtedly, he wanted to see me at my full power and wouldn't jeopardize my reaching it. Everyone assembled seemed to think so too. I couldn't afford to put on a bad show in front of the other members of the Familia, especially not with the Prez watching. Winning might have been impossible, but I was still resolved to go down, having attempted every technique at my disposal. The countdown reached its end. Welsh Dragon, balance breaker. As that voice sounded from my gauntlet, a flash of red light erupted, enveloping my whole body and solidifying into a set of crimson armor. It was my boosted gear scale mail. I unfurled my dragon wings from my back and ready to go on the offensive. Sire Org, in a precise, flowing motion, adopted a fighting stance of his own. I had watched a recording of Sire Org's match against the tough guy figure from the House of Glaciolebolus a while back, but it had done little to prepare me for how fast he was. Even Kiba would be in a tough contest against Sire Org. I probably wouldn't be able to keep up with him, but now that it came to this, I had no choice. I had to prepare for the worst and take initiative. I let the propulsion unit on my back roll to maximum output and shot forward. My plan was to put everything into a hard right punch, but to my astonishment, Sire Org made no attempt to evade. I was coming straight for him, yet he didn't show the slightest hint that he was trying to dodge. Damn it. Is he so confident that he thinks that he can take my attacks head on? Fine. Let's see how you take this then. My fist slammed hard into Sire Org's face, the strike's impact echoing loudly. He really hadn't dodged it. I scored a 100% clean hit. Yet, the moment I made contact, an indescribable chill swept through my body, forcing me to retreat backwards hastily. Once I had put some distance between us, I resumed my combat stance. Sire Org didn't look hurt in the slightest. Hold on. I put a ton of power into that blow. Sure, I didn't boost it, but he shouldn't have been able to take it without any defensive techniques. Sire Org pointed to the place where I had struck him, flashing me a smile. That was a good punch. Direct and imbued with feeling. Any run-of-the-mill demon would have fallen immediately. However, Sire Org vanished. I'm of another class. His next words came from behind me. What? Sire Org delivered a strike of his own. How did he get back there? Damn it. I crossed my arms trying to defend, but the blow was even heavier than I imagined. I managed to catch the attack, but my gauntlets were shattered. How could a punch manage that? Having lost my sense of balance, I activated my propulsion unit once more and hurried across the field to escape. Sire Org was so quick, my eyes hadn't been able to follow him at all. Seriously, he straight up vanished. And here I thought I was used to swift movements after all my training with Kiba. Had I been careless? Perhaps. But that couldn't have been the only reason for this. More importantly, my arms were numb. My gauntlets hadn't taken all of the impact. Fortunately, I could still move my fingers, meaning I could continue fighting. No bones had been broken. Drake, I need you to regenerate my gauntlets, I thought. Ah, got it. That red aura wrapped around my arms, restoring my broken armor. Judging by his smile, Sire Org looked to be impressed. Oh, so that strike hadn't sent you flying. Well, that was only a greeting. A greeting? A warm-up punch had just torn straight through my armor. What was this? Some kind of joke? That was the first time anyone had ever smashed through my scale armor with just their bare hands. I have 3 weapons, a sturdy body, fast legs, and martial arts. Let's try this again. Again, he outright vanished. Was he coming from my side this time? Yep, he appeared right next to me in a blink of an eye. I spun, trying to dodge his body blow, but that was the sound of Sire Org's fists tearing through the wind. How could they carry that much force? With a dull sound, fissures erupted across my armor, shielding my stomach. A simple graze was enough to fracture it. This was like a bad joke. Damn it! I cursed, lashing out in turn. Once again, Sire Org made no attempt to get away, and let my punch connect with his face. Still, There was no sign of a damage. Sensing an oncoming counter, I activated my booster pack once more and attempted to move back. Sour's kick cleaved through the air, missing the mark. Yet the strength of that attack was enough to send a huge crack, coursing from the center of the arena to the edge of the training hall. If that had hit me, a shiver ran down my spine. My breath was already ragged. Our fight had only been a few strikes thus far, but that was enough to drive home the point. My opponent was strong. He was supposed to be of the same generation as the President Theodore Astaroth. This guy was leagues past Theodore.
This is a surprise. This man from the House of Bale looks to have increased his power to its maximum level. In terms of your rating game types, he's a power type fighter who keeps pushing his attack stat to new heights. Interesting. A man pursuing pure destructive potential. Such extreme measures. Yes, very intriguing.
Drake was actually displaying an interest in someone other than the Demon King or a dragon. I guess that was a testament to how impressive Cyberorg was. He was probably several orders stronger than even the Prez, maybe more than 10 times her strength. A demon born to the princely house, and yet without demonic abilities of his own. All he had was his body, and so the next heir to his family, he trained it to its absolute limits. Like me, he was a demon without any inborn talent. Whatever Cyberorg's training method was, he had taken no half measures. He was part of the same young generation as the Prez. You're going to have a hard time beating this guy, Prez. Cyberorg was unmistakably a significant obstacle barring the way to the Prez's dreams. And to me, that wall was even higher and more distant. You're incredible, I confessed. Our brief exchange had been sufficient to fill me with respect and awe. Is that strength all the result of your training? I asked.
I simply put my faith in my body. That's all.
Cyberorg responded. Yeah, he was amazing, all right. Those words were enough to convey all the challenges he overcome. That was why I had to put everything into this fight, into testing my own limits. I couldn't afford to lose. Maybe it was time to try out that piece of advice Beelzebub had given me. After adjusting my evil piece inside of me, he'd given me some advice about it. I'm promoting to a rook, I declared. Yeah, not a queen, a rook. Power coursed through my body, and my offensive and defensive capabilities skyrocketed.
A rook?
Cyberorg repeated dubiously. No doubt he'd been expecting me to promote to a queen. The next instant, he disappeared once more. He was coming for me. I concentrated my power into my legs, rooting myself into the floor, and entering a defensive stance. Gritting my teeth, I gathered my strength.
Boost, 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 boost.
I focused my boosted dragon power into guarding, and into my right fist too. Cyberorg appeared in front of me, forcing a heavy blow into my stomach. The shock was incredible. The force of that strike pierced all the way through my spine. Excruciating pain swept through my body, along with the feeling as though everything inside of me had just been blasted out. The blow ricocheted through my feet, and I couldn't stop my legs from trembling, but having lowered my center of gravity, I managed to keep myself from toppling over. My consciousness flickered in and out for a moment. However, I was able to hold on. If I hadn't clenched my teeth like that, I would have been knocked out then and there. The armor around my lower body was damaged but still intact. Aiming for the exact instant when Cyborg withdrew his fist, I lashed out with another punch straight for his face. It was like hitting a boulder, but I could sense something breaking. Blood trickled from Cyborg's nose. At that moment, blood also poured out from the part of my helmet closest to my mouth. I was similarly bleeding from the body, and I felt as if I'd vomited. Just how badly had he wounded my abdomen? Were my ribs fractured? Broken? There was a sharp pain with every breath I took. I could endure it though. Me and my armor too. Lately, I felt like I was encountering one opponent after another, capable of breaking through my scale mail. So I thought I'd focus my energy on protection. Maybe that was only natural considering how regularly I was pitted against enemies far beyond my level. Still, this had been an interesting attempt, converting that power to defense. It hurt like hell, but it was proof that using my Sacred Gear's power for guarding could enable me to survive even a superpowered strike. Just as important as withstanding an attack was knowing how to counter. Blood was leaking from Cyborg's nose, proof that I had given him a decent retaliation. Part of me had doubted that this would even work, but promoting to a rook to increase my attack and defense had clearly been worth it. I could do this. I could fight this guy. That realization was enough to rouse a second wind in me. Unfortunately, no matter how you looked at this, I was clearly the more injured one between us. At least I knew it was possible to hurt Cyborg now, though. Even if I was destined to lose, I might be able to break one of his arms if I got lucky. Victory might be beyond me at my current level, but I was going to let this jacked pretty boy have it. Cyborg wiped the blood trickling from his nose with a finger, and let out a truly overjoyed laugh. Promoted to a rook. Seems like it was a good call. I poured a considerable amount of strength into that punch. As a rook, your offensive and defensive capabilities are superb. Perhaps your attributes of a rook are better suited to a power-type fighter like yourself. The advantages to an all-rounder like a queen are quite plain. What is it? You seem to have a question on your mind. Is there something you want to ask, fighting me? I don't know how to put this. Other high-class demons, well, they often look down on me, but you treated me seriously from the start. It came as a surprise is all. I replied. From what I could tell, Cyborg thought highly of me. Given how Rise of Phoenix, Theodora Astaroth, and countless other high-class demons had treated me, Cyborg's demeanor came as a refreshing surprise, enough to have me feeling awkward. At this, Cyborg breathed a sigh. I see. Have other soldier abilities short. Rest easy. I won't underestimate you. Not only have you survived, but you have emerged victorious in battle against the leaders of the old demon regime and the evil Norse god Loki. I can't possibly underrate you. Those words filled me with such joy that my whole body was trembling. Cyborg flashed me a dauntless grin. I enjoy fighting you. You have a strong fist. It's been a while since anyone had given me a bloody nose. Nothing brings me greater joy than finding an opponent of a similar type to myself. You must have trained your punches well, I assume. I can tell from that last strike. Don't hold back. Hit me as hard as you can. That's why we're here, isn't it? I was completely drawn into that valorous smirk of Cyborg's. He had acknowledged my strength. Damn, I had to defeat him. And yet, once this contest was over, I definitely wanted to speak with him. I readied myself for the battle to resume. The armor around my lower body had restored. I take back the plan to break one of his arms. I'm going to break both. I would go all out, pour everything I had into this. Come, Issei Hyoto. Turn your thoughts to defeating me. Show me the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Alright, here it goes. Boost, 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 boost. I unleashed a dragon shot towards Cyborg, who was already racing towards me. With a single horizontal sweep of his fist, he sent the energy speeding into the wall of the training hall. That was no good. Because I hadn't promoted into a bishop, my demonic skills were too weak. Right now, I was a rook. I had no choice but to dedicate myself to a physical battle. That meant the best bet would be another counterblow. I raised my fists. You mean to exchange blows? Interesting. Show me what you got. Cyborg roared. I prepared to leap forward when... Issei! All of a sudden, Asuya called out my name. What was going on? I glanced towards her. You need a power up. You get stronger whenever you touch breasts. Uh-huh. Everyone wore looks of pure astonishment at Ozzy's remark. Zenobia, however, seemed to hit on an idea. Right, Issei's the breast dragon. Touching someone's chest makes his power skyrocket. Prez, we need you to lend Issei what only the Swiss princess can give him. Riaz, I don't mind. Please give Issei the power of your breasts. At this rate, he'll definitely lose. Asuya added, voice trembling. The two girls were both entreating the Prez. Riaz, the one on the receiving end of this plea, looked to be at a complete loss. Asuya, Zenobia, I understand how you feel. You don't want me to lose. Still, you shouldn't talk about breasts so openly. The pair were completely serious. Heck, Asuya's eyes were brimming with tears. That's right. With the president's breasts, Issei becomes superpowered. Now my cute underclassman Gasper was joining in. Yes, sexual desires that would fuse Issei's powers. Era 2. Was everyone that worried about me? Maybe they didn't want to see me fail. I was grateful for their support, but I felt a little conflicted.
So, it's true. Touching breast boosts his strength. I thought that was just a rumor. Oh man, to hear Cyberorg ask that.
It's true.
Chronicle replied point blank. Sorry for being such a pervert, everyone. I really am the Breast Dragon Emperor.
What are you going to do, Riaz?
Akano asked with an amused grin.
Do you want to touch them? If it will make you stronger, I...
The Prez's face had turned bright red. Prez, is it truly okay in front of your own cousin? If you're sure, I'll touch them to my heart's content and revitalize my strength.
Does everyone usually get so excited over this? It must be another custom foreign to Asgard.
Razvice said with a look of astonishment. She'd arrived at a huge misunderstanding. Kiba was wearing an awkward grin, as though he was at loss to how to respond. Cyberorg bellowed, obviously amused. I see. So, Rios' breasts make him stronger. I'll have to remember that. Shall we call it a day, Red Dragon Emperor? So he suggested. I can still fight. Yeah, with the power of breasts and my perverted nature, I could keep going. Cyberorg, however, shook his head. You've proved your spirit. Yeah, I'm sure you can still fight. And so can I. But at this rate, I won't be able to stop myself. I may battle to the last blow, and that would be a waste. After all, you're in the middle of awakening something deep inside you, right? He noticed during our skirmish that I was probing at my own possibilities. Cyberorg retrieved an aristocratic outfit before approaching me and placing a hand on my shoulder. Let's continue this after you found what you were looking for. We shall fight together, both of us in prime condition. That's the duel of the Red Dragon Emperor that I want. We can settle things in our rating game. We will face each other in front of our superiors with an eager audience. That's how we will be measured. You and I both have dreams. I look forward to seeing you there. Riaz, and the members of your familia, let us all carry out our dreams on that stage. Come, I shall vanquish you with all my strength. With those parting words, Cyberorg left. Now that the duel had concluded and the tension was abating, I deactivated my armor. Suzex approached me and asked, "How was he? His attacks?"
Similar. I was surprised. He fights just like me. Sirzek smiled, nodding. Yes, he is just like you. He has desperately trained himself to make up for what he lacks. That's where his power comes from. Everything is direct attack with him. That's pretty usual for a demon. Yeah, his style was really like mine. Idiotically straightforward. That was undoubtedly why we understood each other so well. Attack. That was the only thing we knew. How to defeat an opponent. He had no doubt devoted himself and his training single-mindedly to that purpose. By the way, he had placed heavy seals on his arms and legs during that battle to restrain his power. Sirzek's words left me both shocked and intrigued. No matter how much stronger I became, he would always be one step ahead of me. But it was reinvigorating to have a goal. Rewarding, too. He's already at a level many professional kings in raiding game, Sirzek continued. Moreover, he's fended off attacks by the Chaos Brigade several times now, bringing victory to demonkind. Don't sell yourself short, though, Issei. The fact that you didn't lose your determination in the face of his blows is admirable. There are more than a few cases at Cyborg's opponents losing all will to keep going after only a few rounds with him. Even demons with great power and status have found their spirits broken when realize their abilities are useless against Cyborg. The higher one's rank and pride, the harder it is to recover from such a crushing defeat. I just don't want to lose again. I don't want to lose another raiding game. I've never been able to put up a proper fight in one. My battle with Theodore didn't count. I beat the living daylights out of him, but it hadn't been a formal match. In the raiding games against Riser and Chairwoman Sona, I had ended up being defeated. That's why, this time, in our match against the House of Baal, I wanted to hold on to the very end, at all costs, and snatch victory. I'll defeat you, Cyborg. I'll surpass you. That's a promise. Just hold on until I can catch up. Bearing my frustration with myself, I found a renewed resolve. Are you still going to call Ria's Prez after she finishes high school, Issei? Just before we headed home, the Prez's cute little nephew, Milikis, asked me an unusual question with his head tilted to one side. Well, right. Once she graduates, what should I call her then? Come to think of it, the two great ladies of the Eco Research Club were both third-year students and would be graduating relatively soon. We need a new club president before long, and it would be weird to keep referring to Riaz as the Prez by that point. What was the best way to address her then? Lady Riaz? Maybe Master would be the most appropriate? However, the name I wanted to use was Riaz. She was family. We already lived together, and she was the person whom I loved the most. Even if I could only do it once, I wanted to call her by her name. And so, the day of the school trip was upon us. I was so excited that I hadn't been able to sleep properly. The president noticed how I was feeling and wrapped her arms around me in a warm embrace, trying to help me doze off. Burying my face in her bosom would normally have been enough to make me forget all about the school trip, but this time, it only worked me up more, keeping me wide awake. Truly, there was no beating her breast pillow. And so, after a couple things, we found ourselves at the bullet train platform at Tokyo Station. We had all gathered at the corner of the platform, trying to keep out of public eye as much as possible. Out of all of those staying behind, only the press had come to see us off. Akano, Konako, and Gasper had wanted to come too, but the first and third year students still had regular classes, so the press had come along alone. Because we second years would be away, our upper and lower classmen had to handle our work at the Academy Festival in our absence. In case you are wondering, the exact plans were top secret. Here are your passes, the press said, handing each of us heading to Kyoto a card. We each received one, inspecting them. Are these what I think they are? Kiba inquired. The president nodded. Yes, for a demon exploring Kyoto, a free pass is necessary. Kyoto was renowned for its temples. On top of that, there were an awful lot of power spots in the city, enough to make it difficult for a demon to move around freely. Sacred sites could be deadly to us demons after all. That was where these free passes came in. Whoever was in control of things behind the scenes in Kyoto, maybe a divine or monster of some sorts, issued these cards to demons like us. So long, of course, as we had a legitimate reason for visiting. We used the same type of permits last year. You need to respect the formalities and provide a valid purpose for visiting to receive these. The Grammar Familia, the Citra Familia, and the Mystery of Heaven. I hope you realize how lucky you all are. The press said with a wink. Yup, I replied joyously. Long live the House of Gremory! So, with these, we could go to all the famous temples? Kimomizadera, Kinkakuji, and Genkakuji too, right? Indeed. Remember to keep it in your skirt or your shirt pocket, and you should be fine. Enjoy yourselves. Yes, we responded in unison. I put the card in my back pocket. I was ready to go. Suddenly, Azia's cell phone started ringing. Hello? Kiryu? Yes, I'm here with Zenobia and Irina. What did Kiryu want? Azia finished her call quickly and bowed to the prez. Thank you, Riaz. We'll be back soon. We're off. See ya. Yes, take care. Azia, Zenobia, and Irina all bid their farewell to Riaz before heading off somewhere. Did they have something to check on before we boarded the bullet train? For my part, I remembered to bring some handkerchiefs, tissues, and a change of underwear. Still, a quick double check to ensure I hadn't forgotten anything wasn't a bad idea. In that case, I'll be going too. I'll bring back a souvenir. Kiba bobbed his head as he went to join the others. Now it was only the prez and I. Fix your collar, she scolded, adjusting my shirt. You need to present yourself well. You're a student of Kuo Academy, remember? Right. Having straightened my shirt, Riaz then leaned her head against my shoulder. Prez? I'm trying to be strong, but I'm no different from Akano. I'll be lonely without you. Perhaps I've gotten a bit better, though. Last semester, I would have been completely hopeless without you, but now I should be able to hold out for a few days. Prez. Maybe it was because she doted on me like a pet cat, but it was clear that she didn't want me to go. Lately, it felt like Riaz had treated me like a genuine family member. Every now and then, she behaved in a way that she wouldn't normally in front of others or wore a particular familiar expression. I gripped the prez's hand in my own, flashing her a smile. You're exaggerating. Even if I'm not here, you still have Konako and Gasper. I know, but you don't realize your own charms. Still, I love that part of you. So saying, the prez forced a smile as her face approached mine. Before I knew it, our lips had connected. My brain went haywire, and then my face flushed. I was rooted to the spot, unable to move. I mean, this was a kiss. Perez. Riaz fixed me with a cute grin before sticking out her tongue. That was a goodbye kiss. Why are you acting so surprised? How many times have you kissed now? At this point, you should be kissing me. Still, you caught me off guard. At this response, the prez's smile turned slightly disappointed. That's enough for me, but I can hold out. Enjoy yourself, Issei. Yup, I'll be back soon. A kiss from the prez. This was awesome. She really did spoil me. This was a good omen. The next few days was gonna be a blast. My school trip was already off with a bang. Almost 10 minutes had passed since the bullet train departed Tokyo Station when...
This is actually my first time taking a bullet train.
Matsuda muttered from his seat beside me, his expression full of excitement. I recalled reading it once before. Admittedly, I had been pretty young at the time, so my memories weren't particularly clear. I was sitting at the back of the train car, alone in the final row. The spot beside me was empty. Matsuda and Monohama were just in front of me, and Zenobia and Irina were across the aisle. The scenery outside the window changed from one minute to the next, because the train was moving so incredibly fast. Zenobia and Irina were chattering away as they stared out the window. Riding the bullet train was refreshing, but after the special locomotive would take into the underworld, it felt a bit underwhelming. I'd watched as we entered another dimension during that ride after all. Abruptly, Zenobia came to sit beside me. Then she said, "Issei, I want to tell you something." "What is it, Zenobia?" "I don't have the Rondel on me right now. I'm unarmed." Huh? That was an unexpected confession. Seriously? "You didn't bring it? Why not?" I asked. "Yeah, so some alchemist over at the Orthodox Church seemed to have found a way to suppress its destructive aura. I used some of my connections in heaven to send it over to them." The Orthodox Church? If I remember correctly, that was one of the several factions that comprised the Christian Church. From what I remembered, they hadn't helped all that much when the Excaliburs had been stolen. Zenobia grinned wryly. "I'm sure the Seraphim, under Micah's leadership, had something to do with why the Orthodox Church had decided to pitch in. But I thought if these alchemists could reforge the Rondel, I couldn't afford to let this opportunity slide." It sounded like the number of conflicts and disputes among the various Christian sects might have been reduced thanks to the new alliance between the three great powers. "Suppressing the Holy Sword's destructive aura without diminishing its abilities. I was really intrigued by that idea," Zenobia continued. "Honestly, it's pretty pathetic that I, as its user, can't even control it properly. I don't deserve to call myself a knight. Maybe I'd be better off dead. Oh, Lord." And just like that, she started into some self-deprecation. Seriously, she was too quick to lay into herself. "Got it. How about I lend you Ascalon if anything happens?" "Yeah, sorry about this. I'm always using your sword." "It's fine. I need it too sometimes, but given the situation, it would be more useful in your hands." "You'd ought to polish up your swordsmanship, Issei. It would be a shame to waste your gifts." "I am. I've been training with you and Kiba, remember? I've learned a fair bit." "True." After that brief exchange, Zenobia returned to her seat. I peered out the window for a while, watching the scenery, when I heard a chorus of light wails from the front of the carriage. Glancing around, I found Kiba heading my way from his seat up front. "Huh? He's going to see Hyodo?" "Impossible. Kiba's entering the realm of perversion." "So, Hyodo Kiba is true." The girls let out one mournful moan after another. Did they consider me tainted or something? Damn it. Was it that bad for me to be friends with a pretty boy? I'd carried a grudge against Kiba for a while because of how the girls at school treated him, but now I consider him a close friend. That said, I still had a reason to hate him. I couldn't forgive him for being a pretty boy. "Do you mind if I sit next to you?" he asked before doing so without letting me answer. "What's up?" I inquired, my eyes half closed as I rested my cheek against the window. "I wanted to ask you what your plans were once we arrive, in case of any emergencies." "Ah, right. We're in different classes, so we'll probably split up. What are you doing tomorrow again?" "We'll be going to Sanju Sagan Do Temple, and you?" "We'll be starting at Kiyomizu-dera Temple, I think. After that, it's Jinkakuji and Kinkakuji. They're all a bit far from one another, but if we try to see the most famous sites over the first 2 days, We should be able to spend the third one relaxing and visiting Tenryuji. Tenryuji? The Temple of the Heavenly Dragon? My group will be visiting there on the third day too. If we have time, maybe we can meet up somewhere near Togetsu Kyo Bridge. What about the final day? We'll just hang around Kyoto Station and buy souvenirs. Irina mentioned that she wanted to see the top of the Kyoto Tower as well. I said. Each group had been asked to decide the schedules beforehand, to submit to the teachers for approval. So we all had our own itineraries. Once Kiba and I were clear of our plans, we moved on to another topic. I heard you met the Dragon Kings, Issei. Yeah, I think I got a new perspective on the underworld now. Recently, I participated in some mysterious Grummery family ritual with the president of the underworld. There had been a party afterward. Rias' parents had been ecstatic, and they'd lavished me with praise. On top of that, there had been a huge banner hanging in the banquet hall that read, "Congratulations, young mistress, young master." Frankly, I didn't quite get it. Well, whatever it was, it didn't seem like a situation had ended up too bad for me, so I wasn't particularly worried. Actually, Beelzebub gave me some personal advice, I admitted. Advice? Kiba repeated. Yeah, about the affinity between my pawn attributes and my Right Dragon Emperor abilities. I haven't been able to make full use of my queen promotions when drawing on the Red Dragon Emperor's powers. While promoting to a queen certainly increased my strength, when I did that while using my Red Dragon Emperor abilities, I apparently exceeded my current capacity, which kept me from making good use of my dragon power. In short, there was so much more that I need to manage when I promoted to a queen. I kind of lost out because I couldn't handle it all. Cyborg must have realized that after our duel, there was no denying the truth behind this idea. When I used the promotion, my power, my speed, and the strength of my Dragon Shot ability all increased. However, it was too much for me to keep track of. I hadn't mastered the skills of a Knighted Bishop either, let alone those of a Rook. Even if I bolstered my speed or demonic powers, I still tended to charge forward in the heat of the moment, which could end up leading to tragedy. Nonetheless, the strongest asset of any pawn was their promotion ability, so I had to master it. He told me that if I bring out my abilities of the Red Dragon Emperor fully, I would first have to perfect the skills of the Knight and Rook. The best way to learn those unique qualities of the Red Dragon Emperor is to focus on pouring them into strength and speed, apparently. I see. Is that why you went for a Rook when you battled Sire Org? Yeah. And it was a lot easier to control than a Queen. I can feel the difference when I concentrate purely on offense and defense. So I think I'll focus on each of the various pieces and try to master them with my Red Dragon Emperor abilities individually. Kiba let out a chuckle. That does sound like you. Trying out a new idea in the middle of a fight with Sire Org. It looks like you're going to get even stronger. You sure are dedicated when it comes to exploring your own strength. I might have great power, but I won't be able to win against Sire Org or Volley unless I know what to do with it. So, what was your impressions of the duel? I asked. Kiba rested his chin on his hand. To be honest, I saw him as a considerable threat. He's of the same generation as the president, yet he was able to withstand you in a contest of pure strength, with his bare hands no less. He's probably the only demon youth, no, the only high-class demon who could break through your armor with fists alone. Frankly, my own defenses would be paper thin against that. And he was so fast on his feet. That clearly wasn't his top speed either. If I or any of the other Familia members were to take a hit from him head on, it could be fatal. Kiba gave me his honest appraisal. That was why I put my trust in him. Once we get back from this trip, I'm going to redouble my training to fight him again. That sounds like a good idea. By the way, would you call me when you go souvenir shopping? Why? It'll spoil the fun if I told you. Alright. Well, I'll give you a heads up on the last day. With that settled, Kiba stood and returned to his class in the other train car. Now that I've finished talking to Zenobia and Kiba, I had some time to myself. Ozzy and the others were happily chatting. As for Matsuda and Motohama, they were both sound asleep. After a good stretch, I also closed my eyes. There was still time before we arrived in Kyoto. Maybe I could try delving into my sacred gear. How many times have I attempted that now? I lost count. It had become part of my routine to try it before going to bed. After finishing my demo work and taking a bath, I gave it a couple shots on the weekend too. I had one goal, to get through to my predecessors, the Red Dragon Emperors of the past. I closed my eyes and trusted my consciousness to Drake as I delved into my sacred gear. I emerged from the darkness into a vast white space. My predecessors, the previous vessels of the Red Dragon Emperor, were seated around the table. Their heads were downcast and their expressions vacant. Hi, it's me again. No matter how amicably I tried to greet them, I knew they wouldn't reply. I cowed to one of the figures, a person who was around my own age, but it proved to be a worthless gesture. Drake's voice echoed down from above.
Out of all of the past Red Dragon Emperors, he is the nearest in years to you. He was gifted, quick to awaken his Juggernaut drive. Unfortunately, he drowned in his own power, and when he let down his guard, he was slaughtered by another Longinus user.
Not the White Dragon Emperor?
When drunk on power, he went berserk even without the White Dragon Emperor's intervention. There have been others like him in the past. A Juggernaut drive can turn one into a tyrant, but no matter the era, a despot's reign doesn't last long. That's the way of the world.
Drake sounded like he was talking about himself there. He lost himself to power once too, long ago. Still, he must have something important to him, right? My predecessor hadn't spoken a word, but I was sure of it. Everyone had something precious. I'd sought endless power after I thought an important person had been taken away from me. That was how I activated my Juggernaut drive. As the heavenly dragon who usurped God's hegemony.
Partner,
I'm not going to recite all of it. I'm too scared. There's something I don't understand, though. What is all that about infinite? And the illusion? Scorning and laminating them? Those words popped up in the cursed incantation I heard upon activating my Juggernaut drive. The infinite is Elphis. The illusion refers to the Great Red. Maybe we scorn Elphis and lament the Great Red. Nobody knows who came up with it. God himself, perhaps? A third voice. I spun around and came face to face with a young woman. She was a real beauty, with a slender body, long wavy blonde hair, and dressed with a slit down the side. Most astonishingly of all, she was showing emotion. She was clearly different from my other predecessors. She stared my way with a smile.
Elsha?
Yes, Drake, it's been so long. The woman greeted casually.
Partner, this is Elsha, one of your predecessors. She was one of the two strongest of Red Dragon Emperors. Certainly the strongest woman.
The strongest female Red Dragon Emperor? I had no idea I even had a predecessor like that. But I had never seen her before. Where had she been? You look surprised. Are you wondering about me? There are two exceptions to all these lingering regrets. I'm one of them. Well, I'm buried quite deep within the sacred gear, so I don't normally surface.
I never expected to see you or Belzard again.
Don't say that, Drake. Belzard and I have both been cheering you on from in here. We used to be partners after all. Regrettably, Belzard's consciousness is already fading. The woman wore a forlorn expression. He seems to have taken an interest in current Red Dragon Emperor, so he sent me here in his place. Who's Belzard, by the way? I asked. Drake was the one who answered.
He ranks up there with the Elsha as the strongest of Red Dragon Emperor of all time. The strongest male Red Dragon Emperor. He really is formidable. He defeated the White Dragon Emperor twice.
Twice? Whoa! I had no idea that was even possible. To beat him 2 times in one life. Anyway, I was told to give you this. Elsha stated. She placed a box marked with a keyhole in my hands. Beelzebub already gave you the key, right? Yeah. All of a sudden, a flash of light enveloped in my hands. A small key appearing in my palm without me even having consciously summoned it. So, this was what Beelzebub had given me. Elsha smiled. I didn't mean a literal key. The box and key are really just figures of speech. Tools to make this easier to understand. This box contains all the delicate possibilities of the Red Dragon Emperor. Normally, there are parts that you wouldn't be able to open or tamper with. But Belzard thinks that you might be able to access them. Of course, that's only because of the evil piece that you have received. All of a sudden, Elsha chuckled lightly. Belzard and I had watched that Red Dragon show together. That was the first time we both laughed since finding ourselves here. She was laughing uncontrollably now. This was mortifying. Our predecessors had seen all that. There's no need to feel embarrassed, he say. And don't feel glum, Drake. Enjoy yourselves. There's never been a Red Dragon Emperor as fun as you before. Belzard and I are so happy to see that you overcome that ominous Juggernaut Drive incantation with your Press Dragon song. Especially because neither he nor I met with a decent end. Elsha paused there, placing the box into my hands. We're both putting our faith in you. I accepted the box and inserted the key into the lock. It was a perfect fit, just as I had known it would be. You and the White Dragon Emperor are both different this time, despite seeking each other out. You have different goals. I wonder what they are exactly. We are all so thoughtlessly serious. Please open it. But remember that once you do, it would be your responsibility to see it through to the end. Half measures won't do here. Whatever happens, be accepting and keep moving forward. As per Elsha's instructions, I inserted the key, and the box snapped over with a click. Immediately, a dazzling light enveloped me. When I opened my eyes, I was back aboard of the bullet train. What was that dream, Drake?
No. You took the box from Elsha and opened it.
Right. What was inside it then?
Beats me.
Hey. Huh? I didn't feel any different. Maybe it was the sacred gear that had changed.
Nothing new here either. But I did notice something pop out in this box.
What? I glanced around frantically, but I couldn't spot anything. Seriously? Had all those possibilities just disappeared into the ether? This wasn't something to joke about. I failed Elsha. And I definitely wouldn't be able to show my face to Azazel or Beelzebub again. And they all worked to give me such a rare opportunity.
Don't panic. It's yours. It will come back. Fate has a way of seeing that.
That was easy enough to say, but how can I be for sure? I breathed out a resigned sigh when... Whoa, boobs! Matsuna, what's going on? It's me. What's so fun about a guy's chest? Matsuda and Motohama were messing around on the seat in front of me. What's so interesting about a guy's breast? Cut it out, you two. Huh? What am I got this sudden urge for breast, and then... Matsuna, you definitely got breast deficiency syndrome. Okay, let's have an erotic DVD night at our hotel later. I've got all the equipment in our luggage. Matsuda said. Seriously? I exclaimed, leaning forward in my seat. Awesome. So we could spend all night watching erotic videos. That's the spirit, Issei. I bought these especially for this trip. We got a view of a massive rose-colored bazungas. Ginkakuji and a chance of skin-colored knockers, Ginkakuji. Whoa! Matsuda and I burst out in excitement at Motohama's revelation. Well, whatever was in that box would find its way back to me. Then there would be no harm in enjoying a few tits in the meantime, right? Giant perverted trio. Gross, we're on a train. I turned a deaf ear to the shocked voices of my female classmates. Right around when I finished my kombu rice balls Ozzy had prepared, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. We will soon make a brief stop at Kyoto. It was time. After the bullet train had came to a halt before the platform, we picked up our luggage and disembarked. Kyoto! My first step in the old capital of Japan. How I waited for this moment. As Kiryu guided us to the ticket gates, my eyes were captivated by the sights of this unfamiliar train station. Whoa, it's huge. The ceiling formed in a massive atrium, and there were more escalators than I could have possibly imagined. The station was seriously immense. Tokyo's didn't outshine it at all. That made sense though. As a major tourist destination, Kyoto needed a grand train station. There were so many people coming and going. Look, Asia, that's the East Town department store. Yes, it is, Zenobia. East Town. The two of them were bursting with excitement, pointing from one side to the next. It was clear that they were enjoying themselves. I wish we had such a wonderful station in heaven. Irina was evidently keenly interested in the building for a slightly different reason. The meeting place is on the ground floor of the hotel. Hey boys, and you too, Asia, Zenobia, and Irina. It's all well and good to enjoy the station, but if we don't hurry, we won't have any free time left this afternoon. Kiryu, our group leader, was calling out to us all. Once we were gathered, she pulled out our itinerary and confirmed our locations of all the spots. The hotel should be around the station area. We need to leave through the west entrance. Go past the bus stop and turn to the right.
Look, let's just find a way outside to start with. We can't hang around the station forever,
Matsuda suggested. Kiryu stared back at him, a chilling gleam on her glasses. It won't do to get lost in a strange environment, Matsuda. One person's careless mishap could be a catalyst of immeasurable casualties.
Is this a war zone or something?
She's right, Matsuda. It's important to work as a team. Kiryu is our boss, so we should follow her lead. Kyoto might conceal hidden dangers. Faced with Zenobia's persuasive follow-through, Masaru could do little else but nod in resignation.
I understand.
Groper! A woman's scream cut through the din of the station. A man who had been in the act of trying to touch women was being restrained by a group of passerby. His hand still flexed lecherously. I guess Kyoto isn't such a peaceful place after all, Motohama remarked. Indeed. Apparently, there were perverts to be found everywhere you went. Alright, I think I know where we are now. Let's be off. With Kiryu as a vanguard, we departed Kyoto Station and began to stroll the streets of the old capital.
Oh, it's Kyoto Tower,
Matsuda called. We all turned our eyes in the direction he pointed. Whoa, it was right across from the station building. So that was Kyoto Tower. Our plan was to go to the observation platform on our last day here. That bastard Matsuda had already taken down his camera, snapping one photo after another. Our hotel was only a few minutes away by foot. It had been easy enough to locate. All we had to do was follow the crowd of students all wearing Kuho Academy winter uniforms. The huge luxury resort was named the Kyoto Sursex Hotel. It sounded like our Demon King was an influential figure, even here in the old capital. Incidentally, the Kyoto Serifal Hotel was situated only a short distance away. Just how much prime real estate did the Demon Kings have around Kyoto Station? It turned out that the House of Grumman managed this resort behind the scenes. That was why we had been able to secure accommodation at a bargain price. We showed our student cards at the bellboy standing in the entrance, and were politely ushered inside. Matsuda, Morohama, and Kiryu stood in all of the extravagantly decorated lobby.
Awesome. Is it really okay for a bunch of high school students to stay here? I mean, it must cost a fortune.
Matsuda's opinion was sensible, but he didn't know the power and reach of the House of Grimmery. Zenobia had a somewhat muted reaction, however. Sure, it's fancy and all, but it's a bit lacking compared to the president's house. That was certainly true. The Prez lived in a bona fide castle. The only reason why the lavish hotel didn't completely floor me was that I already stayed at the Prez's mansion. High-class demons really were something. Past the entrance hall was the lobby, where we found many other Kuo Academy students waiting. When it was time to take attendance, the teachers did a roll call for each group, taking notes on those who hadn't arrived yet. We all sat on the floor, listening to various announcements from the teachers. Azazel and Rosvice looked to be in deep conversation about something, but then Rosvice stood up and faced the students. What was she going to announce? There is a 100-yen shop in the underground shopping mall at Kyoto Station. Please go there if you've forgotten to bring anything. You can't afford to be careless when it comes to how you spend your money. If you begin a life of big spending during your impressionable student days, you'll have no chance to ever becoming a responsible adult. Currency is what makes the world go round, and if you waste everything so frivolously, you'll soon run out. That's why you should go to the 100-yen stores. They're truly one of Japan's many treasures. Rosvice was telling us about the 100-yen shops, and so passionately at that. She had even researched the locations ahead of time. Rosvice, I get that you found a lot of what you needed at the 100-yen stores, but you're so completely addicted to them. It sounded like there were a great many things capable of winning the heart of the former Valkyrie. Still, I had to admit, they were convenient. Azazel was holding his head in exasperation. Having to discuss things with Rosvice couldn't have been easy. The former Valkyrie, having finished her announcement, passed the baton to the other teacher, who started going through all the final announcements. From her first day at Kuo Academy, Rosvice had proven to be especially popular among the students. She was beautiful and serious, but also possessed a few quirks, which made her an instant hit with everyone. On top of that, she was close and warm with all her pupils. Because of how close she was to us in age, we'd taken to addressing her informally by name.
Please remember everything I just said. Once you put your luggage away in your rooms, you're free to do whatever you want this afternoon. However, please don't wander too far. Try to stick to the area around Kyoto Station. And remember, be back in your rooms by 5:30. So announced the teacher in the front of the room as he wrapped up the explanation. Okay, the entire group of second-year students answered. And with that, the roll call, along with the other reminders and precautions about being on our best behavior, was complete. Carrying my suitcase behind me, I went to receive the key to my room from the staff member by the entrance hall. We were staying in Western-style double rooms, if I remember correctly. Since I was the odd one out, I had an entire room to myself. Truthfully, I was pretty pleased about that. You see, a teenage boy out exploring a new city tended to accumulate a lot of energy over the course of a day. A space to let off some steam was perfect. With that thought in my mind, I held my hand out to clean my key. This one's yours, Issei. To my surprise, it wasn't a hotel staffer that gave it to me, but Azazel. I could see something was wrong as he flashed me a broad grin, and it didn't take long to figure out why.
The accommodations reserved for the students were all large Western-style double rooms, each fitted with a pair of sizable beds and a view of the area around Kyoto Station. Awesome! Matsuda cheered loudly. I'm so glad I decided to enroll at Kuo, Morohama said in a much more subdued tone. This was their room. Mine was actually on a different floor. I had a bad feeling about this. I found my accommodation nestled in the corner of the hall, 2 stories above. It was obviously different from the rest, and even had a Japanese-style sliding door. When I opened it, this is my room? I blinked in disbelief as my eyes beheld the space that was only 8 tatami mats in size. It was furnished with an ancient television and a round table, but that was pretty much it. There was no way this met the minimum standards of a hotel, and why was everything so old? Matsuda burst into laughter. Seriously? A Japanese-style room, and 8 mats in size. It's perfect for you, Issei. No bed either. Only a futon. Just big enough for one. I see. I guess the organizers have had to save money somewhere, huh? Morohama commented on the situation with calm amusement. Damn it. Why was I the only one who had to put up with this? Was this punishment for thinking this place was less extravagant than the princess' home? At least it still had a toilet and a bathroom, but they were nowhere near as grand as those in the pleasant Western-style accommodations. Tears were forming in my eyes. At that moment, there came a knock at my door. Issei, are you in here? It was Frostvice. She was wearing a tracksuit. When had she found the time to change? Hurrying to her, I whispered in her ear. Frostvice, why was I the only one to get a room like this? Please try to put up with it. Ria selected this one just in case we needed a space to hold discussions. Discussions? Here? You mean about demon stuff? Yes, that's right. We needed to set aside a place to talk in case anything occurs while we're in Kyoto. Because you were the only one with the room to yourself, we had to take yours. A place set aside for us demons to chat, if necessary, while we were in Kyoto. This isolated Japanese-style room had been selected for that purpose. But did it have to be this one in particular? Wouldn't a luxurious Western-style room have been much better? With luck, there'd been no reason to hold a meeting anyways. I didn't want something spoiling our trip. Please try to keep up with the Issei. Frostvice quietly repeated, patting me on the shoulder. Then she raised her voice. I need to attend a meeting with the other teachers, so I'll leave you 3 to it. You've got the afternoon free, but don't go overboard. We don't want to cause a bother for the people in Kyoto, do we now? No, my 2 perverted friends and I replied. Alright, I better find Azazel. That man managed to slip away after all the announcements. I knew I couldn't trust the governor of the Grigori. Frostvice departed while muttering about her colleague. Azazel had managed to disappear, had he? Before we'd come here, I overheard him say to himself, first up is the apprentice geisha, then I'll have my fill of Kyoto cuisine. My guess was that he hoped to indulge in some sort of adult pleasures. As though trying to live up to his reputation, he'd already taken off. Damn it. I wanted to see the apprentice geisha. My regret and vexation notwithstanding, Motohama pulled out a map of Kyoto, turning to me. Hey Issei, seeing as we got this afternoon free, why don't we go to the Fushimi Inari Tashi shrine? Fushimi Inari? You mean that place with the long paths to torii gates? I recall seeing all those red torii gates on TV. Right. It's only a stop from Kyoto Station. I asked one of the teachers before, and they said it was okay. Well, if we got permission, we might as well. I agreed. Matsuda wiped his camera lenses as he responded.
If you don't view the sights you want to see while you can, then you aren't properly touring the city, right?
How about we invite Ozzy and the others to come too then? I suggested.
Yeah.
The two of them rejoiced in kind. Thus, we decided to spend the afternoon exploring the Fushimi Inari Shrine, the first main stop of our Kyoto excursion. After a couple minutes of getting jostled around on the train, we got off at the Fushimi station and set off on the path leading up to the shrine. Whoa, you see that, Azia Irna? See all those things on sale in the stores here? Wow, they're filled with cute foxes. Do you think that we have enough money to buy a few souvenirs? No sooner had we arrived than our church maiden trio immediately partook in the Kyoto atmosphere. When the three chatted like this, they looked no different from regular high school students.
The beauty trio against the backdrop of Kyoto scenery. Let's snap a picture.
Beside me, Matsuda was taking advantage of this opportunity to take photographs of Ozzy and the other girls. Hold on. Why aren't you taking any of me? Kiryu demanded, eyes narrowing in displeasure. After passing beneath the first torii, a huge gate appeared before us, framed on either side by a pair of guardian dog-like fox sculptures. Those statues are supposed to ward off evil. Normally, their presence would prevent a demon from entering, but these free passes mean that we can move past them without an issue. Zenobia explained as she eyed the stone foxes. Are we really being watched? I asked. I had felt somewhat uneasy since stepping off of the train, as though someone was monitoring my every move. Of course. We're a group of demons and an angel. As far as the beings who control the shrine are concerned, we're foreign entities. We let them know beforehand that we wanted to visit, but I guess they still feel the need to keep an eye out. I suppose that made sense. From what I understood, Kyoto was essentially the spirit capital of Japan's supernatural beings, and to them, we were outsiders. But in spite of my apprehension, we passed through the gate without issue and proceeded up the main shrine. Further along, we arrived at the stairs leading to Mount Inari. Taking pictures along the way, we made the climb up the steps, passing beneath 1,000 torii gates that lined the route up to the peak. We had been walking for maybe 10 or 20 minutes. Hold on. How are you all able to keep going? Motohama was out of breath. Matsuda let out a sigh from a few steps ahead.
Hey, that's pathetic, Motohama. Ozzy and the others aren't tired, see?
Matsuda hadn't even broken a sweat, thanks to his athletic build. To be fair, most of us were demons, which meant our physical abilities and stamina were greater than humans. We had also all engaged in significant amounts of training, so this wasn't difficult for us in the slightest. After the exercises I had gone through last summer in the underworld wilderness, I wasn't even winded. Guess I gotta say thank you that I could climb up this mountain so effortlessly, Tanin. I sent some mental gratitude to the former Dragon King. We paused at the rest stop store partway up the mountain before resuming the trek. Poor Motohama was gasping for air. What a great view. It's amazing. How about we snap some photos then? By the way, I think people at the local schools use these mountains as running course. It doesn't look like there's anyone here today though. Sonovia and Azu were deeply moved by the mountain scenery, while Kiryu was taking copious shots with her camera as she demonstrated her knowledge of the area. Seriously though, no matter how far we kept going, there was no end to these red torii gates. The names of businesses were written on the pillars that supported the arches. Those companies must have donated to the shrine for the gates. For some reason, whenever I saw a mountain, I found myself wanting to climb to the summit. Nothing beat a view from up there. See, everyone? I'm gonna go on ahead. I want to see the peak, I declared before taking off up the stairs at a dash. Had I still been human, this hike would have killed me. However, I was a demon who had undergone lots of training, so it was easier than easy. Doing my best not to disturb the other tourists, I made my way up the mountain until I reached the top. All that awaited me was an old, worn-out shrine. Was this really the mountaintop? Truth be told, the path had branched at a few points along the way, and I hadn't paid much attention to the proper course. Maybe there was other sightseeing spots nearby? The dense trees kept out most of the sunlight. Leaves rustled in the wind. I was alone up here. What was I supposed to do now? I decided to give a prayer before descending. The others were probably still working on climbing the steps. I clamped my hands in front of the shrine and thought a shameless, yet honest wish. Please give me breasts to ogle and touch. Help me get a girlfriend. Help me get up to some erotic fun with the present Akano. No sooner had I turned to leave than... You aren't from Kyoto, are you? A voice sounded from out of nowhere. I could sense presences gathered around me. Uh-oh. Was I surrounded? Whoever had spoken, they clearly weren't human. They didn't seem particularly strong individually, but they were so many in number. I had no idea that I hold my senses this well. Then again, I hadn't noticed them until after they surrounded me. I adopted a defensive stance just as a figure, a girl, short in stature and dressed like a shrine maiden, appeared in front of me. Uh-huh. She had glittering blonde hair and a pair of radiant golden eyes. Judging by her appearance, she could have been in her early years of elementary school. But the second I laid eyes on the things sticking out from her head, I knew she wasn't a person. She had animal ears sticking through her hair, just like Konako did. And was that a fluffy tail jutting out from behind her legs? Is she a dog spirit? No, this is Fushimi Inari's shrine. So, maybe a fox? Why would a fox spirit confront me? I had to assume that it was because I was a demon, but didn't my past grant me permission to wander around? That feeling of being watched, had it been these creatures? Was this the result of my praying for breasts? As these thoughts coursed through my mind, the girl with the fox ears glared furiously my way before angrily crying, "Outsider! How dare you! Sick him!" At her command, a swarm of what looked like Yamabushi mountain hermits, with black wings and bird heads and people wearing Shinto robes and fox masks lunged for me. Whoa, what's this? Karasu Tengu and foxes? I had never encountered anything like this before. The young girl leveled an accusatory finger at me and proclaimed, "Give me my mother back." The Tengu and fox priests began to attack all at once. I wasted no time in activating my gauntlet as I dodged their strikes. Surely, I can handle this much, right? Your mother? I don't know what you're talking about. I shouted back. I was seriously in the dark here. I mean, I had only just arrived in Kyoto. I didn't know anything about her parents. The girl wasn't having any of it, though. Liar. You can't fool me. I know what I saw. I wasn't trying to trick her. Seriously. I had only recently arrived in the city. Where was this coming from? Right now, I needed to find an escape route. Unfortunately, a Tengu lunged towards me with his staff. Was I about to get clobbered? I braced myself when something met the Tengu staff before it connected with me. What's going on, Issei? What are all these spirits? Zenobia and Irina were on the scene. The pair were brandishing wooden swords that they must have purchased from the souvenir stand. As I rushed to join them a moment later, the girl and her spirit companions, startled at the sight of the four of us together, grew even angrier. So, you're the ones who... My mother... I won't forgive you, filthy demons. defiling this holy place. I'll never forgive you. She wasn't willing to hear us out one little bit. It was pretty unpleasant not being able to get a word in edgewise. Now that I had devolved into battle, there was only one thing to do. Azia, do you still have the thing the prez gave you? I asked. Yes. Azia responded, retrieving the card engraved with the House of Grummery sigil from her jacket. The prez had given Azia that little item before we left. It allowed Azia to give me permission to use a promotion in the prez's absence. Rias had entrusted it to her for the duration of the school trip, her reasoning being that she would be the one most often by my side during our stay. It certainly was true that we were in each other's company. Here goes. Queen. That was the one I wanted to go with, but I had to familiarize myself with the other pieces in actual combat. On top of that, Fushimi Inari's shrine was famous. I couldn't go around blowing it up. The president warned me about that before we had left. Do you hear me, Issei? Don't destroy Kyoto, alright? It won't do to anger the other factions, and it would cause a major headache for the demon industry too. And above all, you had better not damage the city because I like it, okay? I couldn't afford to lay waste to the president's favorite place. Alright, I'll promote tonight then. Power coursed through my flesh, leaving my body feeling lighter. If I use this increased speed to evade instead of fighting back, we could keep the damage to a minimum. Just in case, I also charged my boosted gear for the past 30 seconds too.
Explosion!
I activated my sacred gear. Now I was ready. Zenobia and Aaron had readied their wooden swords. Although their blades weren't metal, those two could still wreak major havoc. I'd have to caution them against it. Zenobia, Irina, I don't really know what's going on here, but this is Kyoto. I'm sure it'll be tough, but we can't afford to hurt these guys. Let's try to drive them away. The girls nodded in agreement. Then they lashed out together. Zenobia and Irina used their wooden swords to parry the onslaught of oncoming enemies, destroying their weapons with overwhelming force. I stood guard before Azia, blasting away any of the opponents who tried to attack. Alright, together, Zenobia, Irina, and I were better than this group of assailants. This was making for a good training session. My movements were clearly swifter than my opponents. Plus, this was fantastic practice for moving as a knight. It made for excellent training. The attackers, having lost the upper hand, began to fall back. The fox girl glared balefully at us as she raised her fists. Withdraw. We can't beat them at our current level, vile demons. You're going to give me my mother back, you hear? With those parting words, the girl and her followers disappeared behind a powerful surge of wind. Seriously, what was all that about? We relaxed our senses, baffled by this unreasonable turn of events. Kyoto. I had an uneasy premonition that something bad was going to happen during our stay here. Next part. We had just finished eating dinner at our hotel on the first night of the school trip. It had been a luxurious feast of Kyoto cuisine. The boiled tofu was seriously delicious, and the yuba tofu skin had been so soft and delicate. On top of that, the Kyoto vegetables were unexpectedly flavorful. After the attack, we had rejoined Matsuda and the others, and completed the sightseeing tour of Fushimi Inari Shrine, on guard all the while. Those not in the know had been suspicious of our sudden caution. Once we returned to the hotel, we made sure to report the incident to Azazel and Rossweiss, who both listened with obvious consternation. Why were they attacked here in Kyoto? Naturally, the spirits who governed the old capital had been informed of our visit. Azazel promised to double-check everything was in order. I pondered whether to report the day's events to the prez, but Azazel urged me to hold off for now. We still don't know what happened, so we're better off not worrying her unnecessarily, he explained. It was true that we didn't have enough information to file a proper report, and there still was a chance that this was all my fault for rushing up to that old shrine. At least I could tell Azazel about my misgivings. If they're after you, it'll be best just to wait. Just be patient and enjoy your trip. Heck, If you're really worried, I'll ask my subordinates to snoop around and see if they could find anything like you described. There was definitely something going on, and it seemed to have begun right after we arrived. At that moment, there was nothing to do but leave it to my superiors, though. After eating dinner and discussing the plans for tomorrow with my two perverted friends and the girls, I went to hang out with Matsuda and Motohama in their room. After that, I returned to my own shabby lodgings and lay down on the futon for maybe 10 minutes. It was time. I stood up gently and nudged the door open, scanning my surroundings. There was no one to be seen. Good. I stealthily departed from my room and opened the door to the fire escape. At this time of night, the public baths ought to be full of lovely maidens. Nothing could stop me from catching a peep. All those girls in my class always looked down on me. Now it was my turn to look down on them, literally, and smack my sights on the side of their naked flesh. My mouth twisted into a grin as my raging sexual impulses propelled me down to the stairs. At that moment, a figure stepped out on the platform that linked the fire escape and the women's public bath. It was Rosvice. She was standing guard, dressed in a sports tracksuit. My lecherous grin turned wry. Yeah, she had seen through my plan. I knew from the very beginning that you would come down here, she said, readying herself. As a member of the teaching staff, I will defend the privacy of my students. Rosvice, I began, my voice calm and composed as I continued slowly down the stairwell. I know we're allies, but I can't compromise on this. I'm going to peep on them. We continued to glare at each other as I entered attack range. Rosvice and I began to do battle right there on the fire escape. Seeing as we were staying at a hotel, we couldn't fire off any flashy attacks. Thus, we struck with constant barrages of small-scale magic blasts and powerful blows. There was no beating Rosvice without my balance breaker, but the former Valkyrie was unable to utilize their strongest magic here, so it helped me even things. I activated my gauntlet and fired a volley of miniature dragon shots to overcome her ice spells. She couldn't afford to try to fire explosive techniques here. Even when she managed to push past the dragon shots, I could have used my fire breath to melt her frozen projectiles in a flash. I was a dragon after all, so fiery abilities were right up my alley. Your attacks are even more honed than usual. To think that your libido is capable of increasing your skills to such a degree. This is insane. If it helps feast my eyes on the naked bodies of my female classmates, I'll gladly take you on. What a lecherous mindset. Isn't it enough for you to worship Rias and Akuno's bodies? To touch them with your heart's content practically on a daily basis? That's an entirely separate matter. There's no hope for this dragon Lothario. Was I really a Lothario? At home, I've always felt the girls were the ones playing around with me, not the other way around. Just so you know, if you manage to get by me, the second-year girls from the Citri Familiar are watching you too. As a last resort, they're willing to let Saji awaken his Dragon King to stop you. No matter what, we won't let you spy on the students. What? They already enacted a defensive plan. The student council had known from the very beginning that I would try to spy on the public baths. Maybe I should have expected no less from the Rosvice and the Citra Familia. Hold on. They were willing to let Saji reawaken the Dragon King that lay dormant inside him to bar my way? Just how dangerous did they think I was? Was it really worth calling Veritura? Give me a break. This is why you've never been able to get a boyfriend. I cried back. Rosvice flew into a sudden panic at my remark. That's got nothing to do with anything. But besides, I was a battle maiden, which meant that I had to be a virgin. Do you think that I don't want to get up in all kinds of erotic actions with a handsome boyfriend? With a tremendous wail, Rosvice hurled more magic my way. Whoa. Her last attack had been powerful enough to make the emergency stairwell sway from side to side. This was bad. My thoughtless comment had caused her to stop holding back. At least a little. I must have overstepped my bounds. as Frostfly's eyes were brimming with tears. At this rate, the whole stairwell would be destroyed, and I would be killed. If this is what it came to, I would have to use that technique to stop her. I'll never forgive you, she cried while hurling lightning that roared down the emergency stairwell. I dodged the electric attack, somehow managed to get in close. Frostvice's bolt made the hairs on my skin stand taut, but I had to endure. Pouring all my demonic energy into my brain, I pushed my imagination as far as it would go. Alright, I now had the perfect mental image of my latest illusion. The only thing that remained was to release the power gathered in my sacred gear.
Explosion!
My preparations were complete. I tore off my tracksuit jacket, throwing it forward. I had to obscure Rossvice's vision for a brief second, so she wouldn't see what was coming. Is that all you got? She shouted, using her magic to blast away my diversion. The action wasn't for nothing, however, as it gave me the exact opening I required. Don't ever mock my lustful nature. Frostvice had fallen for my feint, and I pushed past her defenses until I managed to lay a hand on her clothes. Take this! Dress break! I sent my demonic energy flowing into her outfit and blew it apart into countless shreds. Dress break complete! The first obstacle keeping me from peeping had fallen. Whoa, what wonderful proportions. This was my first time ever seeing Frostvice naked. What glorious breasts. Awesome. The breasts were undeniably superb, but Frostvice's were exhilarating to look at too. Everything from their overall shape to their plucky tips. Her beautiful legs that led up to her narrow waist, making her figure look like a work of art. Frostvice began to weep. Had I gone too far? Yeah, I think I did. I'm sorry. I tried to apologize. I wasn't thinking. And how does that help me? That tracksuit cost me 980 yen. I bought it on sale. It's probably more than triple the price by now. I even waited for the price drops before buying my bra and panties. Hold on. That's why she's pissed? Her clothes were more important than her modesty. This former faculty was really stingy. No, I can never get married now. She screamed, covering herself with her hands, as though she had only just recognized that she was naked. That should have come before laminating your tracksuit, Frostvice. Dumbfounded, I said, You only noticed that now? What's that supposed to mean? Do you realize how wasteful it is to destroy a good set of clothes? Your dress break is 100% environmentally unfriendly, and your sex drive knows no bounds. Just think of all the tissues you must use. As your teacher, I can never forgive this. Where's your respect for the world's natural resources? Undoubtedly, this was the first time I ever been lectured about respecting the objects impacted by my dress break technique, and she was even cautioning me about my libido and my tissue usage. Look, I couldn't deny that, as a youthful high schooler, I did go through a lot of tissues quite quickly. Frostvice truly was cheap, or rather, she genuinely cared about the environment. Part of me didn't want to disappoint this Valkyrie lady with her addiction to the 100 yen stores. No one's ever lectured me about that before. I'm sorry. I apologize. After all this hassle, I didn't want to peek in the girl's public bath anymore. At that moment, a shadow approached. Sorry to interrupt. It was Azazel. He was scratching the side of his face as he watched on, his eyes filled with obvious amusement. Azazel? What are you doing here? Frostvice questioned, understandably flustered. We've been summoned. We're supposed to go to a restaurant nearby. Summoned? About what? And why to a restaurant? By who? I asked. The corners of his lips twisted in mirth. A Demon King girl. We members of the Grummer Familia and Irina left the hotel in the dark of the night and followed Azazel to a Japanese-style eatery on the nearby street corner. A place called Dairaku. Is Leviathan here? Evidently, Seraph Leviathan had decided to pay a visit to Kyoto. She had invited us all to join her. We made our way through the traditional Japanese atmosphere of the establishment as we headed for the private room. Upon opening the door, we found Seraph dressed in a kimono, waiting for us quietly. Hiya, Red Dragon Emperor and the other servants at Riaz. I haven't seen you all in so long. Her grinning carried her usual characteristic buoyant personality. That kimono looked really good on her, and she had done her long hair to match her outfit. Ah, it's Hyoto and the others. Saji and the second-year girls from the Seacher Familiar were here as well. I guess they arrived ahead of us. Yo, Saji, how are you finding Kyoto? Where did you go this afternoon, by the way? All the student council's been doing is helping the teachers. He responded with a sigh. That sounded unfortunate, although probably unavoidable given his position. However, with the Knight Meguri, the Rook Yura, and the Bishops Hanakai and Kuzuka, there were a lot of gorgeous second-year demon girls in the student council. As the only male member, Saji's position was a pretty enviable one. The food here is delicious, especially the chicken. It's exquisite. Eat up, Red Dragon Emperor and Saji. We had barely taken our seats before Leviathan ordered dishes one after another. Unfortunately, we actually ate before coming here. But the second I lifted the food to my mouth, I was so struck by its exquisite flavor that my appetite suddenly returned. It looked like the same could be said for everyone else as well. So, what brings you here, Leviathan? I inquired. I'm working with spirits of Kyoto, she replied, making a peace sign with her fingers. Right, she was in charge of the foreign exchange affairs and diplomacy. That meant that she was on duty. Leviathan abruptly placed her chopsticks down on the table, her face clouding over. But there's been a bit of a problem. A problem? I repeated. According to the reports I've heard from the other spirits here in Kyoto, a nine-tailed fox spirit went missing the other day. Immediately, that remark called up a scene from earlier. Give me my mother back. I heard that young girl's words as clearly as if she was standing beside me. A nine-tailed fox. I was familiar with that kind of spirit. They popped up in manga every now and then. Does that mean... Leviathan nodded, undoubtedly comprehended what I was getting at. I heard what happened from Azazel. This explains it. Azazel drank down his cup of sake. So, the local spirit boss has been kidnapped. I'm guessing by... the Chaos Brigade, most likely. Leviathan finished in a serious tone of voice. So, the terrorist organization had come to Kyoto, and they had abducted the mother of that girl with the fox ears. She must have mistaken us for kidnappers, hence her aggression. What have you stuck your noses in this time? Saji asked, worry written all over his face. I'm sorry. It seems like my familia is always getting caught up in these things. Damn. Looking after a bunch of kids during the school trip is tiring enough. And now terrorists too? Azazel exhaled with clear vexation. Did a guy who had planned on having fun with apprentice geishas really have the time to whine? Leviathan refilled Azazel's sake cup before continuing. In any event, we can't disclose this information yet. We have to find a way to settle this ourselves. I'll keep working to convince the Locust spirits to cooperate. Got it. I'll look into this myself. Damn those Chaos Brigade jokers. Following us here to Kyoto. Talk about a pain in the ass. Azazel cursed as he downed another cup. Evidently, there'd be no apprentice geishas for him. It was still only the first day on a school trip, and so much had occurred. What were we supposed to do? To be honest, this wasn't a holiday anymore. Our high school trip was something to be treasured, an important milestone in our lives. We had to do our best to stick to sightseeing plan and enjoy ourselves as much as possible. However, because we were all members of the Grumir Familia and demons too, we would probably have to take some sort of action in response to all this. What do you want us to do? I questioned nervously. Azazel breathed out a sigh before flashing us a smile.
For now, have fun.
Uh-huh. But what about... He stopped me there, patting me on the head.
I'll let you know if anything happens. But this trip is important to you guys, right? Let us adults shoulder the responsibility. Enjoy Kyoto.
Teach. Azazel's words moved my heart. He was a smooth talker, all right. He liked to act all lazy and carefree, but he still knew what to say in this kind of situation. That's right, Red Dragon Emperor, and you members of Seacher's Familia too. Enjoy your stay in Kyoto. That's what I'm going to do, stated Leviathan. To my surprise, it looked like out of all of us, she was the most intent on having a good time. Seeing as we didn't want to cause Azazel and Leviathan any worry, we decided to continue our tour of Kyoto. I couldn't relay this all to the Prez yet, but if worst came to worst, I would take action. I would do my best to protect her beloved Kyoto. Alright, next. Okay. The sky was just beginning to line up with the dawn of the second day of our school trip. Ozzy and I were busy training on the roof of the hotel. Basically, we were practicing our movements. Ozzy would dash towards me, trying to use her magical healing powers at close range to develop her reflexes. Similarly, I was training by evading her. We would continue these sessions right up into the day of our raiding game. This was vital preparation after all. I needed to find some way to close the gap between myself and strong guys like Cyroorg and Volley. I had to get stronger. Even if it was only one step at a time, I wanted to improve. And the only way to do that was practice. Sorry for making you help me with this during our school trip, Azia, I said between deep breaths. She shook her head. I don't mind. I'm enjoying our morning in Kyoto, Issei. She gave me a radiant smile, as though to reassure me. She really was a wonderful person. I was so proud of her, my precious Azia. You can train better with a sparring partner, right? That was Kiba's voice. I glanced around, spotting both him and Zenobia. I bought these wooden swords, so why don't we use these? Our match against the princely house is coming up soon. We'd better make sure not to destroy the hotel, though. Zenobia. I could see she was enjoying herself, but did she really mean to haul those wooden swords around with her while sightseeing? Then again, that might be the only way to respond to an enemy attack without wreaking absolute havoc. Just as I thought as much, Kiba created a sword in one hand. Zenobia, use this to fight if you need to. A holy sword. I should be able to keep this in my school bag, thanks. Zenobia accepted the weapon, twirling it around in her hands. Kiba's balance breaker allowed him to create demon swords and holy ones, of a certain caliber anyway. They might have not been at the same level as holy swords of legend, but they were still powerful. Hold on. Enemy attacks. Just thinking about that completely ruined my mood. A battle could break out here. Was that the power of the dragon within me, drawing potential enemies to my presence? I didn't want to think about it. I slapped myself on the face, trying to pull myself together. Okay, let's keep practicing until it's time for roll call. And so, we resumed our morning training session. Come on, you losers, let's go! Kiryu said, her glasses glinting as she pointed to a nearby bus stop. Okay, we boys cried back in unison. The first day of our trip had been an unfortunate hiccup, but that wasn't going to keep us from following Azazel's advice. and making the most of our time. From what I heard, Saji and his group were doing the same. Our second day began with a bus ride from Kyoto Station to Kiyomizu-dera. We had each bought bus passes at the station and were lining up with the other students. Once we were on board, the vehicle began its journey towards the temple, leaving us time to enjoy the unfamiliar urban scenery. Upon arriving, we explored the surrounding area before starting to climb the slope leading to Kiyomizu-dera proper. Elegant Japanese-style houses lined the road on either side. They call this place Senenzaka, 3-year hill. Apparently, if you trip, you'll be dead within 3 years, Kiryu explained. So, be careful, got it? How scary. Azuya seemed genuinely terrified, hugging my arm tightly. It was only a legend, but seeing how clumsy Azuya could be, it was probably best that she took precaution. She was safe in my company. At that moment, Zenobia grabbed a hold of my other arm. What's wrong, Zenobia? I asked uncertainly. That's a real scary magic technique to cast on a slope. She responded with a slight waver in her voice. Her expression was stiff. She actually believed that story? Zenobia, you sure had a habit of arriving at massive misunderstandings. There was no denying that this side of her was cute, however. And so I climbed the scope with the beauty hanging from either arm. I could feel the enmity of my 2 negative influencers watching from behind. It sure felt good to be the object of their envy. A huge gate stood at the top of the hill. Did it mark the start of Kiyomizu-dera? We passed through the gate, flanked on both sides by wrathful guardian statues, and entered the temple grounds. See that, Azuya? This shrine has only the best of pagan culture. Yes, you can feel the history. 3 cheers to paganism. In their excitement, the church treater was making some pretty rude comments. Come on, you 3. There are gods and Buddhas here. Can't you feel them watching? Be mindful of what you say, alright? The famed side of the temple that jutted over the hillside came into sight. I recognized it from TV. One glance over the side was enough to understand how high it was, but in my current state, I thought I might be able to survive the plunge. Oh, hold on. Why did my mind keep leaping to combat? Apparently, there are a lot of cases of people surviving the fall to the ground, Kiryu explained. So even regular humans could endure it. Wait, people seriously fell from here? Within the temple grounds, there was also a small separate shrine where people could pray for health, good grades, and a chance for romance. I figured I might as well throw some coins in the offer box and make a wish. Seeing as I was a demon, I had no way of knowing whether the Buddhas would heed my prayer. Still, I did hope to enter university one day. Hiono, why don't you and Azuya check your fortunes and see how compatible you 2 are? At Kiryu's urging, we both drew lots offered at the temple, Kiryu peeking all the while. It says we got an excellent future ahead. Looks like we're a good match, Azuya, I said. Only then did I realize her cheek had turned scarlet in clear joy. Yes, I'm so happy. Oh, this is wonderful. She hugged a piece of paper in her arms, crying happy tears. Seeing her so thrilled was making me feel a bit bashful too. I had to thank the Buddhas for endorsing our relationship. Thank you. I clapped my hands together in prayer. I'm glad. Yep, me too. This is a bit of a relief, really. Beside us, Zenobia, Irina, and Kiryu were nodding their heads in approval. Cut it out. Now I'm really embarrassed. I guess we've been left out in the cold, huh? Don't cry, Matsuda. We'll just be Issei to a pulp once we get back to the hotel. My 2 lovelorn friends were sulking gloomily in the corner. We explored the temple area, bought a few souvenirs, and then started back down towards the bus stop. Kiryu led the way, checking her watch frequently. Next up is Genkakuji, the Temple of Silver Pavilion. We'll run out of time if we don't hurry. Kiryu, still checking her watch, led the way. She was right. It was already past 10 o'clock. If we were going to visit the other two destinations, we couldn't afford to dawdle. Kinkakuji. As I pictured our next destination, we boarded the bus and left Kiyomizudera behind. It isn't really silver? Those were Zenovia's first words upon setting eyes on the famed temple. She wasn't wrong, I guess. It technically wasn't silver. Still, Zenovia's level of shock was incredible. Her mouth was hanging agape. Zenovia was really looking forward to it. I even heard her repeating to herself that Kinkakuji is made of silver, while Kinkakuji is made of gold. She was expecting them to glimmer in the light. Her eyes were sparkling with excitement. As explained as she hugged her friend's trembling shoulders. I guess I wasn't the only one prone to fantasies, although Zenovia's were quite different. There are a lot of theories, Kiryu stated. Some claim that they gave up on covering it in silver foil when Yoshihisa Ashikaga died because of the shogunate's finances ran dry. Seriously, had this bespectacled girl researched out our destinations ahead of time? She seemed to know a great deal about them. I was struck by a familiar impression to what I felt at Fushimi Inari yesterday. The autumn scenery here in Kyoto, the mountains and trees, it was all beautiful. Perhaps it would give off an altogether different impression in winter too. After visiting Ginkakuji, we purchased more souvenirs and ate lunch at a nearby restaurant. Then, it was time to make for Kinkakuji. It's gold. This one's really gold. Zenovia was clearly much more pleased this time. It's gold, she cried out, her face beaming with joy as she stretched out her arms to the heavens. I had seen this building before on TV, but even so, I was overwhelmed by its brilliance. Here and there, I sighted other students. Everyone was taking photographs. Matsuda in particular was going crazy with his camera. I figured I would take a few myself as a memento, sending them via my phone to the club members back at Kuo Academy. After looking around, we picked up more souvenirs and decided to take a break at the tea house. Enjoy, said a young lady as she brought us our cups of freshly brewed matcha tea and some Japanese sweets. I raised my tea to my lips and found that it wasn't bitter, as I expected. In fact, with the Japanese sweets, its flavor was just right. Not bad. Irina seemed to like it as well. It's a little bitter, though. Evidently, Azu was having a bit of difficulty with the flavor. She continued to drink it slowly, though, so she couldn't have hated it. That gold was so shiny, Zenovia muttered like a person in a dream. Kinkakuji had obviously left a huge impression on her. Her eyes were positively dazzling. She hadn't even touched her tea. It was interesting to see that side of her today she didn't often show. It occurred to me with some surprise that she might actually be the one enjoying our student lives the most. Zenovia, let's pray to commemorate this visit, Irina suggested. Nodding in agreement, Zenovia replied, Good idea. I'll pray too, Isaiah chimed in. The church trio began, sending their thoughts up to the heavens. What kind of commemoration was this? Before I knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We had been moving from side to side at a rapid pace, but time was still slipping far too quickly. Well, technically, we had all lined up to the sound of the bell at Kinkakuji, and that had taken an unexpectedly long time. Gah, groper, pervert! That was a woman's voice. I rushed out of the tea house to find a man being restrained by the staff. Breasts, let me touch them. Seriously? There were molesters at Kinkakuji now? What a way to ruin a mood. Groper, Masuda said as he returned from the rest area. They said something about that on the TV news this morning. There was one in Gion too. And the guy we saw at the station seems like a lot, huh? Motohama pushed his glasses further up his nose before responding. What are you talking about, Matsuna? You're the one who assaulted me on that bullet train yesterday. Right. That. Nah, how do I put this? I was sleeping, so I really wasn't there, but all I could think about was touching boobs. I wonder what came over me. Matsuda tilted his head to one side, evidently puzzled. To me, it seemed entirely natural for a guy our age to have urges like that. That's youth for you, Morohama concluded. Matsuda nodded. The sins of adolescence. Sure, but you had better quit trying to touch a man's chest. I was about to agree with him, but I was interrupted by my cell phone ringing. Oh dear, it was Akano. Why would she be calling me now? Hello? Is everything alright, Akano? Hello, Issei. No, it's nothing too important, but, well, something has been bothering Konako, you see. What do you mean? You sent some photographs just now, yes? Yeah, of King Kakuji. Is something wrong? I asked, perplexed. It seems you captured something in those pictures, too. I did? Yes. There seems to be some spirits in the background. Fox spirits. Is something happening over there? Fox spirits aren't uncommon in Kyoto, but even so... Akano's voice sounded somewhat worried. I felt a chill course across my skin. No, everything's okay here. It looks like Ozzy is calling me. We'll have to talk later. Do contact us if anything happens, okay? Sure thing. I hung up. That had been a lie about Ozzy calling me. I double-checked the photographs that I had taken earlier. They all look like typical images of King Kakuji. I couldn't see anything else. Was this the kind of thing that was only visible to those who were attuned? There were certain phenomena that only Nekomato like Kodako could detect. In any event, Ozzy and the others needed to hear about this. Looking back inside of the tea house, I found Matsuda, Morohama, and Kiryu sound asleep. That didn't seem to be the result of typical exhaustion. There was no way that they could have passed out in that short of a time while I was on the phone. Ozzy and the others were still awake. Sonovi was glaring menacingly at the female employee of the tea house. Bewildered, I shifted my gaze to our server. So that's why Sonovi is on guard. A pair of animal ears were sticking out from the employee's head. She had a tail too. It was clear that she wasn't human. Now that I had time to take a careful look, I realized the figures surrounding us all had similar bestial ears. All of the regular tourists were sound asleep right where they had been sitting. I had been naive to assume they wouldn't attack us so long as we kept to the famous sightseeing spots. Was King Kakuji part of the territory too? Zenobia retrieved her short holy sword from her bag, urging Izzy to move behind her. I similarly stretched out my left arm and activated my gauntlet. Wait! Came a familiar voice. It was Rosvice. What are you doing here? I asked. Azazel told me to come find you, she hurriedly explained between breaths. He did? What's going on? I questioned while keeping an eye on my surroundings. Come to think of it, these spirits weren't exuding the same hostility that I felt yesterday. It's a ceasefire. Or rather, we've cleared up a misunderstanding. The daughter of the matriarch, the nine-tailed fox who runs things here, wants to apologize to you all, Rosvice said. A truce. So that mix up been resolved. Did that mean we didn't need to worry about the foxes attacking? Despite my doubts, a young girl with fox ears approached me and bowed her head. I am a spirit in the service as our honored leader. We would like to offer our apologies for the incident yesterday. We've asked the princess to make amends as well. So, we would greatly appreciate if you would join us. She wanted us to follow them? Where? Before I could ask, the fox woman went on. Please come to the secret capital where the spirits dwell. The Demon King and the Fallen Angel Governor has already joined us. Apparently, while we have been sightseeing, Seraphol and Azazel have been working to smooth out the incident from yesterday. We set foot onto what I can only describe as another world. The streets looked like something out of the Edo period, lined with old-style houses from which the faces of strange creatures loomed from seemingly every door and window. We passed under a secluded torii gate in a corner of Kinkakuji, and were instantly transported to this place. It was a somewhat dim plane of existence, with a unique atmosphere. The residents of the old houses emerged to welcome us. A one-eyed spirit with a massive face, another with a plate on its head, probably a kappa, followed by what looked like tanuki standing upright on two legs. Each of them stared at us with plain curiosity. We followed the fox lady to what must have been the princess's residence. We moved along the dark path with only lantern for light.
Whoa, shaw.
Whoa, I'd been taken aback there. Out of nowhere, the lantern spouted eyes and a mouth and started laughing. It was a Kanchan Obaki, a lantern monster. My apologies. The spirits and the creatures here do love to cause mischief. They shouldn't cause you any harm, though, the fox lady assured us as she led us to our destination. Is this your realm? I asked. It was clear that whatever this place was, it was connected to Kyoto. Yes, the fox lady answered. This is where most of the spirits of Kyoto choose to reside. I believe demons like yourself make use of spatial fields in your raiding games. This area was created using similar means. It goes by a number of names. Some of us call it the underside of Kyoto, others the inner capital. Naturally, just like in your demon society, there are spirits who prefer to live in the main side of the city too. The underside of Kyoto. It did seem curiously similar to the fields used for raiding games.
Humans.
No, demons, apparently.
Demons, eh? That's a rare sight.
Is that pretty foreigner girl a demon too?
That's a dragon as well. I could sense it. Demons and dragons.
I could hear the voices of many spirits gossiping around us. It seemed that demons were pretty rare around here. Well, that made sense since it was a spirit territory. After passing through the residential area and crossing over a small river, we arrived at a small grove. Inside, there was a torii gate. Beyond it stood a huge mansion, its appearance one of ancient dignity. Zazel and Leviathan were waiting for us beyond the torii gate.
Good, you're here.
Yoo-hoo, everyone! Even in the world of spirits, those two acted no different from usual. Standing between them was a blonde-haired girl, the one who had led the attack on us yesterday. Maybe I should call her Ninetails? Rather than a shrine maiden outfit, the girl was dressed now in a gorgeous kimono, like something from the Sengoku period. Trust me when I say she was a genuine petite princess. I brought them, Lady Kuno, the foxwoman from the tea house reported. Then she abruptly vanished with a burst of flame. Huh? Was that what they called a kitsunbai, a firefox? The princess stepped forward. My name is Kuno. I'm the daughter of Yasuka. She's the one who governs the spirits of all Kyoto, both inner and outer. Having introduced herself, she bowed her head deeply. I'm sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have attacked you without knowing the situation. I ask for your forgiveness. She said in an apology. I scratched my cheek in embarrassment. It's fine, I guess, Sonovia replied. So long as we cleared up that misunderstanding. After our long journey, I'd be happy so long as we can enjoy the rest of our trip. We don't wish to cause any trouble. She didn't want to get into any unnecessary fights while we were here either. That's right, Irina continued. An angel needs to have the capacity to forgive, but I don't bear any grudges. Azia smiled. Yes, there's nothing more important than peace. I had no reason to dispute anything the three of them said. However, I felt a touch of shame as a man, being the last to speak up here. Yeah, I'm fine with things too. Please, there's no need to keep hanging your head like that. But... Evidently, the incident yesterday was worrying this girl more than it had us. I I knelt down beside the princess and tried to meet her gaze. Can I call you Kuno? You're worried about your mother, aren't you? Of course. I get why you jumped to conclusions yesterday. Things could have gotten out of hand, but we worked it out, and you apologized because you realized that you were mistaken, right? Yes, that's right. I placed my hand on Kuno's shoulder and grinned. In that case, we won't hold it against you. Kuno's face turned bright red. Thank you, she muttered. All right, everything was okay. No more misunderstandings. Azazel poked me in the back.
That's our breast dragon. You sure have a way with kids, eh?
Don't joke about that. I'm doing my best here. No, that was amazing, breast dragon. Yes, I'm moved. You really are great with kids. All I could do was blush in response to Zenobia, Azia's, and Irina's compliments. Seriously, you guys, you're embarrassing me here. Honestly, you showed a surprising amount of maturity. As your teacher, I'm proud of you, Osvice admitted. Had her opinion of me improved? Just how low did I rank with her right now? Maybe if I tried to start a conversation about 100 yen shops, I'd go up in her eyes? I won't lose. The breast dragon is out recruiting converts, but my own TV show, Miracle Leviathan, won't come up second best. Why was Leviathan burning with competitive ambition? Seriously, Demon Society wasn't at war. There was no need for dangerous passion. I'm sorry about what I did, Kuno said, clearly embarrassed. But please, I need you to help save my mother. The leader of the spirits who controlled Kyoto, the nine-tailed fox Yasuka, apparently left her mansion residence a few days ago to meet with a messenger of Sakura from Mount Miru. Unfortunately, Yasuka never arrived at the meeting site. When her fellow spirits investigated, they found one of her Karasu Tengu bodyguards near death. Before breathing his last, the Karasu Tengu revealed that they had been attacked, with their assailants kidnapping Yasuka. And so, the spirits of Kyoto began to investigate any suspicious new arrivals to the city. That was how they ended up attacking us. After that, Azazel and Leviathan met with Kuno and the other spirits to clarify that the underworld had no involvement with what happened, and at the same time, explained that the most likely culprits were the Chaos Brigade. It looks like the situation is getting serious, I stated after hearing all the details. We have been invited to Yasuka's mansion residence, sitting in the hall with Kuno occupying the highest seat.
Ever since the three great powers decided to join hands in an alliance, this kind of thing has been happening non-stop. Last time, it was Loki coming after Odin, right? This time, we're dealing with terrorists.
Azazel explained sullenly. Azazel hoped to live a peaceful life, so there was no way he would forgive the actions of the Chaos Brigade. He was probably simmering with rage. Kuno was flanked by an elder fox lady and a long-nosed, elderly mountain ascetic. The old man was a leader of the Tengu and had enjoyed good relations with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for a long time. He seemed to be worried about Yasuka's safety too, just as their daughter was. Lord Governor, Lady Demon King, is there anything you could do to help rescue Princess Yasuka? We shall lend you any assistance you require, he said. The old Tengu showed us a painting of a beautiful blonde woman in a shrine maiden outfit, and she had animal ears sticking out from her head. It couldn't be. This is the portrait of our Princess Yasuka. Seriously? Her breasts were massive! They were even peeking from the top of her shrine maiden outfit. Just what would those terrorists plan to do with the big bosom fox lady? If it was something indecent, I would never forgive them. At least we could be certain that the kidnappers are still in Kyoto, Azazel remarked. What makes you say that? I questioned. Because the flow of energy around the city hasn't been disturbed, Azazel replied with a nod of his head. Nine-tailed foxes play a role in maintaining the balance between different forces of nature in any given territory. If she were to leave Kyoto, or if she had been killed, you can bet there would be some major calamity coming on. Since there was no sign of that, it's most likely that she's alright, and that her kidnappers are still nearby. I hadn't realized Kyoto was like that. This trip was full of surprises. Still, if Yasuko was safe, there was a good chance that we could help rescue her. Turning to Leviathan, Azazel inquired, Seraphal, how is the investigation going on the demon side? I've ordered our people to look into every detail. I mobilized all of our staff familiar with Kyoto too. Next, Azazel's gaze fell upon us. Looks like we're short on manpower, so we'll likely need your help as well. Given your history of fighting superpowered opponents, we might have you pitch in against those wannabe heroes of the Chaos Brigade. Sorry about this, but we better plan for the worst. Seeing as they aren't with us, I'll fill in Kiba into the Sea Familia. Until then, make the most out of the trip, but remember that we'll be counting on you in case of an emergency. Okay, we responded in unison. In the end, our Kyoto holiday was no longer a mere school trip. Maybe getting all the famous sites out of the way quickly had been the right call. Kuno put her hands together and bowed her head, with the fox lady and the old Tengu beside her following suit. I beg you all, please help save my mother. I beg of you. The child's voice trembled with evident grief. She may have had the elegant mannerisms of a princess, but she was still at the age where she was dependent on her mother. Fury began to rise within me. I didn't know what they were playing at, but if I saw those Chaos Brigade guys, I would catch every last one of them. Who did they think they were, kidnapping a lady like that? Plus, Yasuko might grant me a special reward for saving her. Oh ho ho, are you the Red Dragon Emperor? I hear that you're the one who rescued me. Just what manner of reward should I grant you, I wonder? Oh, I see that you're staring at my body. Is that what you desire? Oh ho ho, very well. Shall I teach you the pleasures of Kyoto? The erotic fantasy had just given me a nosebleed. That enthralling kimono-clad nine-tailed fox lady had possessed my brain. Her breasts. Issei, are you thinking of something dirty? Azia asked. Look at my way with keen displeasure. She sure had a powerful intuition when it came to my imaginations. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. This wouldn't do. I had to take the young princess's plea seriously. With a newfound sense of resolution, I prepared myself for battle as we continued on our screw trip. Where could those new possibilities of mine have disappeared to? I sure could use something like that right about now. There was no sign of them returning. However, were they even in Kyoto? There was no explaining how, yet I felt that they weren't too far away. There was so much to choose from. Night had fallen, and I was lying on the futon in my room. I had taken a bath after dinner. Yeah, there was no beating an all-you-can-eat buffet, and everything had been so exquisite and classy. After visiting the spirit world, we returned to Kinkakuji, woke up Matsuda and the others, still sound asleep, and continued with our sightseeing. We explored the area around the temple grounds, and purchased more souvenirs until it was time to return. Back at the hotel, we met with Kiba and the Sea Familia to discuss our next moves. We would continue to follow the sightseeing plans tomorrow. However, everyone made sure to carry emergency magic transportation circles to jump back to the hotel at a moment's notice. If word came out from Azazel, we had to leap into action. To be honest, all this tension really dampened the fun. We were planning to visit the Arashiyama area tomorrow, where we would meet up with Kuno. It seemed she hoped to get us around as an apology. I tried to turn her down, seeing as no one was upset with her, but she insisted. Actually, it was Azazel who urged us to accept. He said something about this being the first step on a road to a greater collaborations between the Underworld and Spirit Society. On top of that, Kuno was basically a VIP, the daughter of one of the biggest names in Kyoto. Was it truly alright to leave someone that important to us? I needed to take care not to make a rude remark. I wonder what the Prez was up to right now. And Akuno too. And Konako. Heck, even Gasper. My thoughts drifted to the other club members who had been left behind at Kuo Academy. They had no idea what we were embroiled in. After all, this whole affair was top secret. Oh, how I miss the Prez's breasts. When I get home, I would have to make sure to bury my face in them. How was I to will away the remaining hours of the day? Matsuda and Morohama had gone to peep at the women's bathing area, but I decided to pass the night. Then again, the idea of breaking past Rosvice and the Citri Familia's defenses sounded fun. What was I to do? I found myself torn whether to try to sneak a glimpse of the women's bathing area. Knock knock came a sound on my door. Yeah? I answered. Issei, it's me. That was Asia's voice. Had something happened? Come in. She stepped inside, dressed in her nightgown. What's up, Asia? I thought we could have some fun. Zenobia and Ina will be coming later too. Kiryu said that she was busy discussing Kyoto with some of the other girls from the class, so she won't be joining though. Seriously? 3 beautiful girls are gonna come into my room for a bit of fun? What if we do? We could try out that game based on rock, paper, scissors, where the loser had to remove a piece of clothing. That kind of activity was perfect. While I was formulating my latest perverted scheme, Issei, he might have already found it. Matsuda and Monohama's voices sounded down the corridor. Were they planning on barging into my room? Asia, this way. Issei. Something inside me didn't want my 2 buddies stumbling on us together, so I rushed to the closet with a bewildered Asia. I closed the sliding closet door from within and raised a finger to my lips, urging my hiding party to remain silent. Before long, the 2 sets of footprints entered my room, opening the main door. He isn't here. Don't tell me he already knows where the peeking spot into the women's bathroom area is. What? This is bad. Is he trying to get a head start on us? Going to wish the female bodies alone? That has to be it. Let's go, Matsuda. Right. The steps faded off, suggesting they left. Hold up. There's a peeping spot into the women's bathing area? I hadn't known. Damn it. I was maturely intrigued. What was I supposed to do now? As I racked my brain, the words of my comrades and lecherousness echoed in my mind. Asia took a hold of my hand. When I met her gaze, I recognized the determination in it. She looked resolved to do something. Issei, when you were with Riaz on the platform at Kyoto Station, you kissed her, didn't you? Had she spotted us? Perhaps Asia had come back and happened upon us by accident. Regardless of what occurred, she had witnessed it. It was a goodbye kiss. I see. You were so intimate. I was right. You and Riaz, Issei. But I also want to. Asia stared straight at me. Something about her expression was spellbinding. Won't you kiss me too? She moved her face near mine. A second kiss. Our lips overlapped so naturally. It didn't feel perverted in any way. There was no sense of lust. It was the joining of 2 people that treasured each other. The moment we connected, I nearly jumped at the sense of the loving affection that fell over me. I was acutely aware of how dear this person was to me. Asia. My Asia. I would stick by her side for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years. We would be together forever. That was a promise. As I immersed myself into that romantic atmosphere, the closet door slid open with a bang. Whoa! Hey, Zenobia, take a look! Irina, garbed in her sleepwear and with her hair hanging loose, was staring right at us. What is it, Irina? Asia's precious kiss scene. So this was what you meant when you said that you wanted to have some fun. I'm impressed, Azia. Zenobia was similarly dressed in nighttime attire. Azia and I had smooched right in front of them. How could this happen? Why? What allowed them to sneak in without a sound? Sure, Azia did say that they would be coming by soon, but still, I had let down my guard. The mood had swept me away, and these two had struck during that opening. They had seen us. These two had borne witness to Ozzy and me kissing. Naturally, we hurried to pull our lips apart. Damn it, a string of saliva connected to us both. We had been about to use our tongues too. Looks to me like this isn't their first time. Ozzy is always getting one up on me. She's so daring and quick to strike. Zinovia and Irina were discussing their discovery with obvious interest, so much so that their cheeks had changed color. That sound, it was like an explosion. Ozzy's face had turned scarlet. Ozzy was so flustered that her eyes started swirling around. A moment later, she fainted on the spot. Ozzy, hey, Ozzy, hang in there. I'm embarrassed too. I get that there's no one during this, but don't go passing out on me. Sorry for the intrusion, but I'll be joining. Yeah, me too. As I tended to Azia, Zenobia and Irina made the baffling decision to join us in the closet. Not only that, they slid the door shut behind them so quietly. Sorry, we came by here to enjoy ourselves a little, but it looked like you weren't in, so I opened the closet. Zenobia explained plainly without the slightest hint of remorse. My room was only supposed to be used in case of emergency. However, this was rapidly becoming an urgent situation in its own way. Zenobia approached me from one side. What is it? I asked uncertainly. It's my turn after Azia, she answered nonchalantly. You can kiss me or do something sexual, and then Irina can have a turn. What? How exactly did it come to this? Uh-huh? Me? No way. Irina's eyes all but popped out of their sockets. This is your chance to discover what it's like being with a guy, Irina. It looked like the angel had been caught in a situation that she hadn't anticipated. I knew the feeling. You realize I'll become a fallen angel, right? Just throw yourself all in and go with the flow. Who knows? You might not fall. But throw myself all in? Yes, with the right spirit. But if I were to get involved with something like that, as Lord Michael's ace, Irina continued mumbling to herself, as though in the middle of a mental struggle. Issei's a steal. Zenobia pressed her advantage. He's a good guy, and he's the Red Dragon Emperor. Think about it. If you were able to have a kid with the Red Dragon Emperor, wouldn't that be a huge asset as far as Heaven's fighting potential is concerned? A child with Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor, Heaven's fighting potential. Irina was seriously considering the suggestion. This was swiftly becoming a pretty significant chance for me. Alright, how about this? We've got 3 girls and 1 guy in close quarters. What happens next is only natural. Hey, Zenobia, what about the teachers outside? Right, contact between boys and girls were expressly prohibited. After all, there was no telling what might happen if they were to spend the night in the same room together. The boys' and girls' rooms were on separate floors, and the teachers were keeping a close eye on all the comings and goings. Even the hours we had freed before bedtime, they were checking on everyone from room to room. We would be in trouble if someone walked in on us. You mean the male teachers? We've already used our angel and demonic powers to construct a barrier. They won't notice anything, so don't worry. We could be as loud as we want and no one would hear. I don't know how all of it works, but this room is filled with sacred and demonic magic. Zenobia and Irina were both giving me a thumbs up. How could they be so reckless? How could this churchman and duo be so insanely strong, yet so utterly out of their minds? I had no idea what to do, but Zenobia sure did. She crawled right for me.
Alright, how about we start with a kiss?
For some reason, her lips seemed particularly sensual today. Maybe that was because I had just been kissing Azia, and my heart was still racing.
Huh? You're going to kiss him already, Zenobia?
Irina looked as though she still hadn't made up her mind about this.
Yep. This is practice for making a baby with him. Didn't Kiryu mention something about that? About making the most of our school trip?
Kiryu, that perverted craftswoman. Didn't I tell her not to fill everyone's head with weird ideas? Still, I owed her big time. If things kept moving along like this, I might actually be able to have some real naughty fun with Zenobia.
Right. This is an important event. But I'm an angel and a servant of Michael. And a Christian too. I'm not supposed to... Just watch then. I'll make a baby while an angel watches over me. It kind of feels like making a kid chosen by heaven, don't you think? Irina, stand guard while I'm making an important demon baby. I'd appreciate a holy blessing as well if you can.
With that, Zenobia began to strip naked. I could see more of her beautiful skin with each piece of clothing removed. I couldn't resist those perfectly toned curves. Demons like us could see in the dark, so nothing was left to the imagination. Irina, for her part, unfurled her angelic wings as a halo appeared above her head. The strength of the light further intensified the heated atmosphere. The heavenly ability of hers sure was convenient.
Leave it to me. I've always wanted to witness the mystery of life's creation, just as Lord Gabriel did. This is a crucial moment for the three great powers, for heaven, and for our faith in the Lord himself.
An angel was praying while two demons were about to get it on. What kind of sex scene was this? Zenobia unhooked her bra. Blood gushed from my nose. Damn, if they weren't incredible to behold. Zenobia took no notice to Azia, who was still stunned, as she embraced me in her arms. The tactile sensation of those breasts coursed through my body. Their incredible softness paralyzed my brain.
This is our chance. Once Azia wakes up, hug her like this too. It would be her first time as well, so she probably wouldn't know what to do. You can learn the ropes with me, okay? Then, put that knowledge to use with Azia. That's the best way to look out for her. Zenobia, what a wonderful spirit of self-sacrifice,
Irina remarked. What fresh madness was this? The next thing I knew, Zenobia began to remove my clothes. Her fingers crawling all over my body. An electrifying chill shot through me. By its own accord, my hand was approaching her thighs. That even supple sensation made my thoughts run wild. A lustrous stream of words soon spilled off from Zenobia's lips.
Yeah, it feels so good. A man's skin, your skin. Just touching it makes me feel like a woman.
My nosebleed wouldn't stop. This girl could kill a guy with comments like that alone. Now that we come this far, I probably had no choice but to let it happen, right? Was I about to get up to something phenomenal in a closet with Zenobia and Azia? I swallowed deeply, did my best to calm my breathing, and then stretched out my arms to embrace Zenobia when...
What am I...
Azia woke up. She slowly sat upright, just as Zenobia and I were about to lie in each other's arms. Her eyes met mine, shooting wide.
Oh, Azia, you're awake. I was about to receive Issei's genes.
Zenobia stated far too casually. My genes. What a way to put it.
Genes?
Azia's voice turned shrill as she came to grips with the predicament.
I'm just borrowing him for a short while. Don't worry, I won't keep him to myself. I don't think making a baby will require too many attempts.
Zenobia, please. Can't you speak more like a girl your age should? That's a weird way of describing this.
No, Issei's... No, you can't.
Azia puffed up her cheeks and her eyes went wet. Zenobia frowned, obviously frustrated.
Just a little one hurt, right?
They launched into a full-on argument.
That isn't the problem. If you want his genes, it means doing that with him. You can't. Sounds like you already know a lot about it, Azia. I'm guessing you realize that it isn't stores that deliver babies. Don't make fun of me. I understand how it works. If you're willing to go this far, then I'm going to be honest with what I want as well.
Azia wrapped her arms around me and loudly declared,
I'll have Issei's child.
Zenobia, Ira, and I were left stunned by this dramatic proclamation. Azia had even begun to take off her nightgown, revealing her snow-white skin. My nosebleed intensified in response. And why wouldn't it? Hearing Azia say that she wanted to have a child with me, I could feel my face redding to realms beyond the possible.
Wow, a contest between two women over a man's genes. Amazing.
Irina was watching this all unfold with enthusiasm. Cut it out. You're supposed to be an angel, aren't you?
Issei, we're going to be together forever, so isn't it natural to want a child?
Zia asked me. I didn't know what to think anymore. All I could manage was, I guess so. I suppose that's right.
Did you hear that, Zenobia? I'm going to have Issei's babies. Lots and lots of babies.
Zenobia took hold of my arm, hugging it to her breast.
No, you gotta give me at least one round of genes. I want a child too. I'm a woman and I want a baby. I want to raise a child of my own.
Oh man, things were really straying into the unexpected territory. Sure, I liked the situation just fine, but it felt curiously suffocating. This closet was stifling, and I could hardly breathe. It was almost like how the Prez, Asia, Akano, and Konako had fought over me in the room the night before the school trip. I couldn't understand these girls. Zenobia and Asia glared at each other. I managed to wriggle free from their embrace. Unfortunately, I also bashed my head against the shelf above as I made my escape. Ow. I tried to adjust my position after bumping my dome. However, the closet was too cramped and I quickly lost my balance. My hand pressed against a wonderfully soft sensation.
Issei?
I watched as Irina's face turned scarlet. She had toppled over and I was leaning right on top of her. To any outside observer, it would appear that I pushed her down. What's more, her nightgown had slipped open, revealing her glorious round white breasts. They were so huge, incredible. So these were the tits of an angel, and her nipples were so tender and plump. Hold on, my hand was already following one of them entirely on its own accord. This had all been an accident caused by how narrow the closet space was. Irina's breast was simultaneously supple and firm. My hand seemed to sink naturally into it. It was breathtakingly elastic, like freshly cooked rice cake. Damn, this squishy, seductive sensation routed even Akano's. Irina... Her angel wings were flickering between white and dark again. Was she on the verge of falling from heaven?
This is my first time. I don't know what to do, Issei. You want me to become a fallen angel, right?
Irina's expression was one of uncharacteristic feminine charm. This wouldn't do. When the usually innocent and pure Irina looked at me like this, the Power Ranger within me would run rampant. And with their hair hanging loose, the destructive potential of her eroticism soared to new heights. Sorry. While removing my hand, I tried to apologize. And that's when I struck my head on the shelf once more. Ow. The impact sent me falling back down again. Naturally, Irina's breasts were waiting for me, my face pressed up against this sublime feeling of elasticity, and they were so large, soft and spongy. Was this what an angel's embrace was supposed to feel like? My vision was growing blurry, and I felt my consciousness slipping. I must have taken one too many to the skull, or maybe it was the blood loss through my nose.
Issei, are you okay? Issei! Hey, you can't let yourself get knocked out the first time you hold Irina. I am going to fall. Oh, Lord, please forgive my sins.
The voices of the three girls faded into the distance. When the church trio worked as a team, there was no withstanding them. The next morning, our group left the hotel and made our way to Kyoto Station. Ah, what a night. I felt like I was still dreaming. Last night had been one erotic experience after another with a church trio in my closet. I had been suffocating, and at the same time, I had been so ecstatic that I could have died. After passing out from so much blood loss and hitting my head more times than I should have, I woke on my futon in my room this morning. Apparently, Rosvice had come to check on us shortly after all that and sent the others back to their rooms while she took care of me. I owed her one. Man, Azia's sudden declaration last night genuinely astonished me. I was glad to hear that she wanted to have a child with me. Honestly, I was totally moved. Yet, my feelings remained a bit complicated. Every time something like that happened, when the crucial moment was at hand, I always found myself lacking. I was fully aware of this problem. Unfortunately, I still couldn't propel myself forward. Maybe the shackles of a broken heart was holding me back. Whenever I considered advancing to the next stage, I grew afraid that the girls would end up hating me, and I faltered. My life was at an all-time high right now, and I didn't want to do anything that might jeopardize it. But if things persisted as they were, I would never become the harem king. Truly, this was an incredible dilemma. At this rate, my relationship with the Prez would forever remain out of reach. Maybe that was fine. After all, I was her. Then again, I wanted the courage to make a move if the chance to embark on the next step presented itself. And that's when I remembered our upcoming match. If I could beat Syra Org, maybe the Prez and I could...
Hey, Issei, what's with the glum face?
Matsuda asked, peering into my eyes. It's nothing. Anyway, what's with your face? And Motohama's too.
Well, about that.
Wounds of honor.
They were both bruised and battered, and covered in bandages to boot. Apparently, they made their way to the fabled peeking spot, looking into the women's bathroom area. However, the student council, the Citri Familia, had been waiting there for them. Matsuda and Motohama had tried to force their way in anyhow, though hence their injuries. They didn't stand a chance against the girls from the Citri Familia. Actually, the student council had been suspicious of me as well. Fortunately, since Rosvice checked on me in my room, I had a strong alibi. Still, Rosvice had summoned the three members of our church trio, and me this morning for stern lecturing. She was like a dependable elder sister to us all, enough so that I regretted having cost her all of this trouble. Why did I have to fall under suspicion because those two idiot friends of mine acted on their own? Perhaps that was only natural. We were known as the perverted trio, after all. Given my usual obsession with all things lewd and obscene, it was understandable that no one trusted me. Anyway, that's enough of that topic. Our plan today was to keep sightseeing. Our mission was to conquer Arashiyama. First step, Tenryuji, the Temple of the Heavenly Dragon. How far away is Tenryuji? I asked. Kiryu looked over our schedule before responding.
We'll take the train to Arashiyama and get off at the nearest station. From there, we'll go the rest of the way on foot.
Got it. So we're heading to Kyoto Station. I guess the Prez was right. We really do have to take buses and trains to get everywhere.
Isn't that what it means to be a tourist?
Matsuda replied. He had a point. At Kyoto Station, we boarded the train bound for Arashiyama and began our journey to today's destination. This must be it. Alighting from the train, we continued towards Tenryuji on foot. There were plenty of signs, so there was no chance of getting lost. After a while, we arrived at the elegant traditional gate. So, this is the Temple of the Heavenly Dragon. Does this name have any special meaning?
Beats me. Maybe we did battle in Kyoto in the past. I can't really remember.
Drake's memory seemed a little fuzzy on the details. If he had fought here, it must have taken place ages ago. This place definitely looked very different, so I couldn't fault him for not recalling it perfectly. Our tour group passed through the towering gate and paid the entrance fee at the booth.
Ah, you arrived,
Came a familiar young voice. I glanced around, spotting a blonde-haired girl in a shrine maiding outfit. Kuno?
Yes, I'm here to show you around Irashiyama, as promised.
She had elected to conceal her beast ears and tail today, seeing as we were intermingling with normal people. Matsuda and Motohama were astonished by the sight of this small, blonde-haired girl calling us out. Whoa, look how cute she is. Hey, Issei, what's the deal? You hitting on kids now? Curse that rude, bald-headed buddy of mine. He had no idea what we had gone through yesterday. Motohama, on the other hand, so petite, so adorable. He was suddenly huffing and puffing. Ah, I forgot. This guy really loved petite figures. Seriously, Kuno ticked all of Motohama's boxes. His glasses were glimmering dangerously. However, another person threw him to one side, embracing Kuno. It was Kiryu.
Wow, she's adorable. Hiono, where did you meet this girl?
Kiryu was rubbing her cheek against Kuno's. Did she have a special fondness for kids?
Let go of me. Stop acting so familiar, you lowly slip.
Kuno clearly wasn't enjoying this, but that didn't dampen Kiryu's spirits.
She even talks like an annoyed little princess. How wonderful. What a perfect character act.
The glasses-wearing high schooler was hopeless. Letting out a sigh, I pulled Kiryu away and began to explain. This is Kuno. We met the other day.
Yes, my name is Kuno. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The fox spirit conducted herself with her usual dignity, as befitted of a real-life princess. Yet, at the same time, she came across as standoffish.
Ah, is she a friend of Ria's Grimory? I did hear something about that hotel that we were staying at being connected to Ria's parents' business.
Right, something like that. Kiryu's habit of jumping to hasty conclusions was working perfectly in our favor for once. I wouldn't have to try to justify too much. With Kuno's introduction out of the way, I decided to push on to the next matter. Well then, Kuno, if you're going to be our tour guide, where should we go first? I asked. Kuno puffed her chest out, answering confidently.
I'll accompany you to all the famous sites.
Huh? I suppose I should be grateful. In a way, it was kind of a cultural exchange after all. Would you show us around Tenryuji then?
Of course.
Kuno responded with a buoyant and glowing smile. And so, Kuno led us through the Temple of the Heavenly Dragon, confidently and charmingly relating all the stories and knowledge that she had been taught. It was heartwarming to see her working so hard to introduce Kyoto to us. The Japanese-style garden behind the abbot's quarters was a sight to behold. It was laid out in a enthralling fall pattern and set against the backdrop of the autumn-colored mountains. The carp swimming in the pond were the final touch, perfectly completing the scene.
The scenery here is beautiful. It's a wonderful heritage site after all,
Kuno stated. A World Heritage Site. Awesome. So that's why it's so inspiring. I have to take some pictures. After viewing the garden, we headed into the temple hall. I glanced up at the ceiling and saw a painting of an overwhelmingly powerful dragon staring down at me in its formidable gaze. It was an eastern dragon with a long, slender body.
That painting is called Unryuju, the cloud dragon. No matter where you stand, it would look like it's staring right at you.
Kuno was right. We moved here and there, but the dragon's eyes seemed locked onto us. It really was amazing. Hey, Drake, are all Eastern dragons like this?
Indeed. For the most part, it reminds me of Yulong, one of the Dragon Kings.
So Yulong was similar. Unlike Western dragons, Eastern ones gave off a more sacred vibe than a scary one. The word Ryujin, dragon god, was certainly appropriate here, but it seemed like it was more to it than that. Unfortunately, we weren't allowed to take photos of the painting. After finishing our exploration of the temple grounds, it was time to move on. Alright, Kuno, where to next? I inquired. The fox girl looked excited as she pointed in one direction, then another.
Nisanin Temple, the Bamboo Path, Jojakoji Temple. I'll show you around all of them.
When filled with such Giselle, she acted like a typical girl her age. And so, this young princess leading the way, we continued to explore the sights Arashiyama had to offer.
We've been to so many places.
Matsuda said, breathing a deep sigh. Per Kuno's suggestion, we were enjoying lunch at a boiled tofu restaurant. After visiting Tenryuji, Kuno had taken all of us around Arashiyama. We had seen the statues of Buddhas, Shakyamuni, and Amitabha at Nisanin Temple, and taken a rickshaw ride through the bamboo groves. The sound of the winds blowing through the groves of bamboo had been nothing short of refreshing. This had been my first time riding in a rickshaw, and it was fun. The man pulling it explained the various tourist sites as we journeyed through the autumn scenery of Arashiyama. I was glad that we came here during fall.
See? The boiled tofu here is exquisite.
Kuno scooped one piece from the pot in the center of the table and dropped it into her bowl. She was clearly enjoying herself. This was likely her genuine smile, the sort that she showed every day, which made it all the more heartbreaking that she had been reduced to begging us for help to save her mother. I wish there was something that we could do to bring Yasuka back sooner. I tried the boiled tofu Kuno handed me. What a delicious Kyoto specialty. This tofu was even better than what we had eaten at the hotel. I heard that the fresh tofu here was the best, so it probably hadn't been long since they had been prepared.
It's a very Japanese taste. Not bad. Yes, it's different from the usual tofu, fresher and more flavorful. Tofu here is delicious.
Zenobia, Ozzy, and Aaron all looked satisfied too. By accident, Erin's gaze met mine. She was blushing. Every time I glanced her way today, she ended up like this. It must have been because of what happened last night. That made sense. It must have been a major incident for an angel and a faithful adherent of the church. She likely felt defiled after I touched her pure breasts. My hands could still feel the lingering sensations. They had been so supple and elastic, all but sticking to my fingers as they sunk in. The one word that came to mind to describe that chest was angelic. Angelic breasts. It sounded like a brand name.
Oh, hey, Issei.
A voice called out to me abruptly. Uh-huh. Kiba. Right. You guys plan on coming to Arashiyama today too, huh? Kiba and his group was eating lunch at the table beside ours. Yeah. Did you go to Tenryuji? Sure did. The pictures of the dragons there was really something. We're headed over there later, after seeing Togetsukiyo Bridge. I'm looking forward to it. Togetsukiyo Bridge. That was where we were going after lunch. While I spoke with Kiba, another familiar voice entered the discussion. Autumn in Arashiyama. It lives up to its idyllic reputation. Have you all been enjoying your fill of the place? It was Azazel. He had been sipping sake, even though it was only still noon. Teach, I didn't know that you were coming here. And should you be drinking in the middle of the day? I was thinking the same thing, replied Rossweiss, sitting across from Azazel. No matter how many times I tell him, he won't stop drinking. I've explained repeatedly that this kind of behavior isn't appropriate in front of the students. Rossweiss was so angry that I could literally see her veins on her forehead throbbing. Come on, don't say that. I'm just taking a break after investigating Arashiyama area. Did that mean he'd been looking into the Chaos Brigade's activities? Honestly, Rossweiss, you gotta learn to loosen up a bit. This is why you can't get a boyfriend, you know. In response to Azazel's remark, Rossweiss slammed her face, which was now bright red, into the table. Whether or not I have a boyfriend has nothing to do with this. Stop treating me like a fool. If you're allowed to drink, then I will too. Whoa, she snatched away Azazel's cup and began to gulp it down. She drained the whole glass without even pausing.
Yeah, just so you know, you've always got this attitude. You're
Is she drunk? That quickly? She's already slurring her words. You're tipsy from one glass? Azazel questioned, obviously astonished. Rosvice poured herself another cup, emptying it in an instant. Then, fixing Azazel within her sights, she began to lay into him. I'm not drunk, you. Do you know how many times I had to join that old dotard Odin when he went out for drinks? Huh? Hey, that reminds me. I put all the effort into trying to take care of him, and what do I have to show for it, huh? He's always talking up the ladies or going out for more booze. Completely shameless. And he calls himself a god. Bah. And all the other Valkyries in Valhalla kept calling me his nursemaid. Why do I have to take care of him like that? Why? And for that salary? Give me a break. It's all his fault. It's his fault I don't have a boyfriend. His. She broke down into tears. Not even Azazel knew how to respond. Azazel scratched his cheek before eventually saying, I get it. Just let it all out, alright? I'll listen. At this, Rosvice's face lit up. Really? I had no idea. Maybe there is something good in you. Hey, we need another bottle of sake over here. She could still drink? This wasn't good. I had no idea Rosvice had such a bad drinking habit. Hey, you guys, get out of here as soon as you're finished. I'll take care of this. And Zazel instructed with a resigned exhale. I exchanged glances with the other second-year students, and we all agreed to do as he advised. We rushed to finish our meals and filed out of the restaurant. Yep, there's no beating 100 yen shops. Rosvice's drunken cackle sounded out of bags as we left. The shop let out rain in front of Tagetsukiyo Bridge. I wasn't expecting that from Rosvice. Yeah, who would have guessed that she would have ended up like that after having a bit to drink? Matsuda and Motohama were clearly taken aback. Given Rosvice's popularity with their students, boys and girls alike, it must have been astonishing for them to see her like that. Heck, I was shocked too. Rosvice might be young, but I'm guessing that she had a hard life. I'm not surprised she wants to vent, considering she's stuck with him, Kiryu said, nodding with obvious sympathy. Azazel wasn't the only person stressing over poor Rosvice, though. Her former employer had a perverted old lecher. Plus, it sounded as though she had been treated poorly since becoming Odin's attendant. That woman had endured quite a bit. Is life always difficult in your master's familia? Kuno asked me. Little, was all I could manage to response. There was a lot of good people in Ria's Grammy's familia, but we all had strong quirks and peculiarities. That was enough about worrying about Rosvice. Our next stop was to get to Kyo Bridge. Having left the restaurant, we strolled through the tourist area for a few minutes until reaching Katsura River. So that long traditional wooden bridge that exudes historical significance is to Getsukiyo? The mountain scenery behind it was superb. The slopes were covered in red, yellows, and greens, a perfect autumn display. People say that you shouldn't glance over your shoulder while crossing to Getsukiyo, Kiryu commented. Oh, why is that? Azia asked. Well, Azia, if you do, heaven will reclaim all the wisdom and intelligence it bestowed upon you. If that were to happen to our perverted trio, everything would be over for them. They would be nothing but a bunch of genuine idiots. Shut up! Matsuda, Motohama, and I responded in unison. Kiryu went on, unbothered by our interjection. Oh, and one more thing. Another legend claims that you'll be separated from your lover if you turn around. It sounds like a childish jinx, though, so... I won't look back. I won't. Azia exclaimed, tearfully grabbing hold of my arm. It's alright, Azia. It's only a story, I assured her. My words had little effect, however, as Azia shook her head and gripped me tight. I won't look back. She's so cute, my adorable Azia. Ah, this is bliss. And so, we stepped foot onto Getsukiyo, spotted Kiba's group up ahead. All the while, Azia stubbornly kept her gaze fixed straight forward. Damn,
Would you look at that? Issei and Ozzy are a pair of lovers.
It's a real shame, but look at them. They've turned into blind, lovey-dovey fools.
Matsuda and Motohama were gossiping about us behind our backs, calling us lovey-dovey fools. I wanted to punch it too, but I restrained myself. If I turned around, I would make Azio cry.
I don't think that you have to worry about it. That story about breaking up with a lover is just a rumor,
Kuno said. Be that as it may, Ozzy intended to take these things to heart. We safely made it to the other side, and Ozzy let out a deep sigh, obviously relieved. Hadn't she realized that we'd have to cross it again to go back? Her ordeal wasn't over yet. Now then, how were we going to tackle this side of the river? Just as I began to take in the scenery around me, a warm, slithery sensation washed over my body from seemingly nowhere. What was that just now? I glanced around, suspicious, and realized that the only people standing around me were Azia, Zenobia, Irina, and Kuno. Kiba was there too, a short distance away. Matsuda, Motohama, Kiryu, and all the other tourists have vanished. What was going on here? The others were just as shocked as me at this bizarre development, and they readied themselves. We surveyed our surroundings with wary gaze, yet there was no sign of suspicious entities. After a while, a fog-like substance began to rise around our feet.
This mist.
Azia tensed when she saw the vapor.
There's no mistaking this feeling. When Diodora kidnapped me, the device he chained me to in that temple gave off a fog like this.
Dimension lost, Kiba said as he approached. One of the god-killing Longinuses. Zazel and Diodora mentioned it, right? This is likely the Dimension Lost is doing again. So saying, he knelt down, reaching out to touch the mist with one hand. A Longinus, a sacred gear like mine or Volley's. Was this the cause of this weirdness? Are you all okay? Came a voice up in the sky. Glancing upwards, I spied Azazel soaring above, retracting his black wings as he stepped onto the ground. Everything's vanished save for us. We've probably been transported to an alternate dimension of some sort and sealed inside. Judging by all this, it's probably a replica of the area around Togetsukiyo Bridge. Seriously? There have been no indication that we've been transported anywhere. Although I had felt a strange, slightly warm sensation. That must have been it. Is this like some kind of place used in the rainy games? I questioned. Azazel had just suggested as much, but this definitely didn't resemble any kind of alternate dimensions I was accustomed to. Someone must have leaked the special techniques used by the three great powers. This all looks like it was made from the same way as your battlegrounds. So, the power of the mist is capable of transferring people to a trance field, is it? I guess Dimension Lost can move anything its fog touches. Bringing me and Rias' familiar here all in one go. Longinus is a scary stuff, eh? Cecil remarked. This was beginning to make sense. What we saw here was an application of the same technique employed to construct raiding games arenas. The quality of this reproduction was certainly on par with what demons produced. Kuno's voice trembled as she spoke beside me.
I told you that we found my mother's bodyguard here on the verge of death. He was surrounded by mist too.
In that case, this phenomenon and the individuals responsible for creating it was undoubtedly... Evidently, my hunch was right on the mark. I detected several presences approaching from directions of Togetsukiyo Bridge, slowly emerging from the vapor. Greetings, Governor Azazel, and the Red Dragon Emperor too. And the Red Dragon Emperor too, I see. The one addressing us was a black-haired youth, dressed in a piece of traditional Chinese clothing draped over a school uniform. It was a Chinese robe, right? I learned a little about Chinese clothing from my knowledgeable history teacher in middle school. It looked like some kind of national folk attire. The guy held a spear in his hand, and that weapon gave off an uncanny aura. It was clearly no ordinary polearm. He looked young, maybe a year or two older than me, but then it was impossible to really tell from his appearance alone. His companions were similarly garbed in school uniforms. They were all young men and women, likely around the same age as us. The hot sense of pressure radiated from them, an atmosphere different from the sort that demons and dragons gave off. Azazel stepped forward. "You're the guys in charge of the so-called hero faction, I take it?" The guy at the center of the group looked over his shoulder before answering. "I'm known as Cao Cao. I'm descendant of the famed Cao Cao of the Three Kingdoms period, more or less." Cao Cao? Oh, hold on. The Three Kingdoms period? Completely taken aback by this, I turned to Azazel. "Teach, is he..." The Covenant of the Fallen Angels allowed his gaze to drift from our enemies. "Listen up, everyone. Watch out for that guy's spear. That's a true Longinus, the strongest of them all. It's supposedly powerful enough to slay a god. It's been a long time since I last saw it. And in the intervening time, it's apparently falling into the hands of a terrorist." Azazel's words threw us into a panic. We were shocked more by Cao Cao's weapon than the man himself.
So, that's the Holy Spear, feared by the Seraphim of Heaven. Irna was trending tremendously. I learned a lot about it as a kid,
Zenobi remarked in a low voice.
The spear that pierced Jesus, drenched in his blood, the most absolute of weapons, used to kill God.
It was that powerful? The press might have mentioned something about the fabled spear used to stab Jesus once before. Come to think of it, that thing was intrinsically tied to the roots of Irina and Zenobia's religion. From the viewpoint of the church, it probably wasn't an exaggeration to consider that thing a top-tier item.
That's the Holy Spear?
As he stared at the weapon from behind me, mesmerized, as though it was somehow drawing her consciousness to it. Azazel hurried to cover her face with his hands. "Azia, that thing's dangerous to true believers. It may rob you of your sanity if you gaze at it. After all, it's a holy relic, just like the True Cross, the Holy Grail, the Shroud of Turin, and the Holy Nails."
I have something to say to you.
Kuno screamed at Cao Cao.
"Is that right, Your Highness? Please, don't hold back. I'll answer your questions."
Cao Cao's voice might have seemed calm, but it was clear from his tone that he knew something.
"Are you the ones who kidnapped my mother?"
"Indeed," he admitted plainly. So I was right. It was him.
"What are you doing to her?" "We require cooperation for a little experiment of ours." "An experiment? What are you plotting?"
"It's all to fulfill our benefactor's wishes. At least, that's the official stance." Kuno bared her teeth in evident rage. There was tears in her eyes. She was clearly frustrated, yet at the same time at a total loss. Not only had her mother been abducted, but the perpetrators were also planning to use her as some kind of test. "Your sponsor, you mean Ophis? What brought you to Kyoto?" Azazel demanded. "There's no need for us to keep in the shadows anymore, so I thought we might meet in person for a little game. I've waited a long time to meet you, Governor Azazel. I've heard a lot about you too, Red Dragon Emperor." That bastard sure was getting on my nerves. Oh, hold on. Am I really that famous? I guess I had defeated a leader of the old demon regime after triggering my Juggernaut drive. Admittedly, I didn't remember doing it though. Azazel conjured a spear of light in his hands. "Let's keep this simple. Return the Nine-Tailed Fox matriarch. We're trying to forge an alliance with the spirits here." Seeing Azazel brace himself, we all similarly readied ourselves for combat. I activated my gauntlet and started the countdown from my balance breaker. "Zenobia!" I called out, passing her Ascalon.
"Thanks,"
she replied, accepting the weapon and taking a battle stance. It was only then that I noticed Rosvice wasn't with us. Teach, where's Rosvice?" I asked. Azazel sighed. She was transferred into this plane too, but she's still sleeping all that booze off in the restaurant. I placed a pretty sturdy barrier around her, so she should be safe." "Well, she probably wouldn't be able to fight in that state, so perhaps that was for the best. Fortunately, it sounded like Azazel had been thorough when it came to looking out for her. Despite her sight preparing for a fight, our opponents didn't do anything. Or they that confident? Did they have a secret weapon at their disposal? The hero faction was supposed to be composed of humans armed with sacred gears, right? To tell you the truth, I wasn't looking forward to facing them. Sacred gears possessed all sorts of peculiar and unpredictable abilities. Anyone in their right mind would have been apprehensive. I had no intention of giving them an opening to attack, however. Sao turned to a short-statured boy standing beside him. I'll let you handle these demons with your anti-monsters, Leonardo. The boy remained expressionless, only nodding. Following Sao's command, an eerie shadow began to spread beneath Leonardo's feet. A cold, unsettling sensation ran down my back. Somehow, I felt as though some unspeakable horror was contained within that shadow. The darkness stretched out, covering the entirety of Tetsukiyo Bridge. Then it rose from the ground, gradually acquiring shape. Arms, legs, heads, even eyeballs, and gaping jaws all materialized. And there wasn't only one creature, there were tens, no, hundreds of them. The monsters emerged from the shadow with a chorus of ear-rending sounds. Or rather, maybe they had been created from it? The creatures were pitch black and stood upright on two legs, with burly, muscular bodies. Worse yet, they all possessed razor-sharp claws and bared, ferocious fangs. A group of them formed a line, marching towards us. Just what kind of power does this kid have? I gulped despite myself, astonished at what I was beholding. Annihilation Maker, Azazel muttered. Annihilation Maker? Salsa broke into laughter at Azazel's comment. Very good, yes. My friend here possesses another Longinus. Dangerous in a different way from my true Longinus, but incredibly deadly nonetheless. Longinus? So that kid possessed a god-destroying sacred gear too? Come on, this wasn't fair. Since when did this become a Longinus smorgasbord? All I really knew about those weapons was that Volley and I each possessed one. But now they were popping up one after another. It was enough to make my head spin. At that moment, my countdown reached its end, and I activated my balance breaker. Red aura enveloped me, solidifying into a set of armor. Now I would be ready to fight, and yet... Teach, I'm finding this a little difficult to follow, I whispered. That boy has a Longinus just like you. We confirmed an existence of 13 of them so far. We're working with a few of them with the Grigori. Anyway, out of all of them, the properties of those the hero faction has are head and shoulders more fatal than the boosted gear or divine dividing. You mean they're stronger than me? In terms of raw power, you and Volley are leagues beyond. However, in terms of ability, you know how Kiba's Swordbirth can create all those demon swords, right? Yeah? The Annihilation Maker is similar. It manufactures all sorts of monsters. For example, it could form those massive fire-breathing creatures you see in movies. The ones more than 100 meters tall. The power to birth monsters through pure imagination. Can't think of much worse than that, eh? That's what it's capable of. Depending on the user, it can be used to construct those things in mass. I'm talking dozens, even hundreds at a time. It's one of the worst bugs imaginable in a Sacred Gear system, right up there with Dimension Lost. Just so you know, Dimension Lost can also be extremely hazardous, depending on the skills of its wielder. Were its mist to extend across the entire country, it could hurl a nation and all of its people into a void. That was... well, frankly, I didn't know what to think. Those Sacred Gears sound like world-class trouble, I exclaimed. Luckily, none of them have reached that level yet. There have been a few close calls, though. Still, the true Longinus, the Dimension Lost, and the Annihilation Maker. It's unprecedented for 3 of the 4 top-tier Longinuses to be assembled in one place. The vessel of those Sacred Gears should have been under surveillance by either heaven or the underworld from birth. Guess we let our guard down these past few decades. Or perhaps someone deliberately hid them. Locating Longinus users used to be a heck of a lot easier. As you can imagine, they tend to stand out. Azazel's eyes fitted to me during that last sentence. Right. I was another one of those cases. Initially, my sacred gear had been branded dangerous, and I'd been marked for death. After that, the belief was that my power had been misjudged. But then, that was proven wrong when I displayed that I did possess massive strength. Was there a connection here? There must be some kind of casual relationship behind all this, Azazel said quietly. The first Longinuses were said to be errors in the sacred gear system, yet they all undergone incredible development that far exceeded our expectations. This is more than a hope than anything else, but watching you grow, Issei, it makes me think that all Longinuses have become new transformations. It's inexplicable. Are these genuinely bugs, or are they evolutions? Maybe those of us who have been researching and maintaining the system have been too naive. That goes for me just as much as Michael and Suzex. Azazel was practically monologuing to himself now. Still, wasn't a sacred gear capable of producing that many monsters on a whim a little unfair? And it was said to be even more dangerous than my own sacred gear. Plus, if that Leonardo kid was good enough, he could create something on a level of a Dragon King like Tanin, or that monstrous wolf Fenrir. That sacred gear was annihilation, alright? It sounded like it could destroy an entire world. What are their weaknesses, Teach? I inquired. If the boosted gear and divine dividing had shortcomings, these Longinus had to have them too, right? Aim for the vessel's body. The user might be strong too, but they won't be as bad as the sacred gear. The Annihilation Maker's vessel is still developing. The Chaos Brigade would have sent legions of monsters against the three great powers, if he was capable of it. So, now's our chance to defeat him before he reaches that level. Right, aim for the user. Leonardo didn't look particularly strong, so perhaps he was in the midst of honing his sacred gear abilities. Cao, having overheard all of that, scoffed. Dear me. So, you've worked the Annihilation Maker out, have you? Right on all of the counts, Governor. My young friend has yet to completely develop his imagination and potential. However, he does excel in one area, creating anti-monsters. These creatures here are all specially designed to fight demons. He waved a hand towards a horde of creatures and one of them opened its mouth wide. It fired a beam of light. The next instant, a nearby store was engulfed in a tremendous explosion. That light attack! It can't be! Azazel cried out. Cao, you bastard! You sent all those infiltrators and assassins against us just to collect data to complete those anti-monsters. Well, you're half right. There were shadowy companions among those sacred gear users, no? So, that was it. Those fighters that had collapsed in the mist when injured. My young friend created those monsters. We sent them against the angels, fallen angels, demons, dragons, and the gods of various religion pantheons to gather valuable information for my friend's sacred gear. We learned a lot. It really was about collecting data. Our goal was twofold: to increase our stock of balance breaker users and develop these anti-monsters. Our efforts produced soldiers specialized in fighting demons, angels, and dragons. The ones designed to fight demons could wield light comparable to that used by a mid-ranking angel. Then, that attack a while ago had been intended to push more sacred gear users to unlock their balance breakers, while also gathering intelligence required to make these anti-monsters. Was Cao trying to show off how well prepared the Chaos Brigade was? This guy was a real pain. Azazel glared at enemies in contempt, but snorted in laughter. Cao, what you're saying is that you've yet to create any god-killing monsters. Cao said nothing to refute this accusation. How did you figure that out? I asked. If they could slay a god, they would have, Azazel responded with a grin. And then they'd deploy those creatures against us. There's no reason why someone capable of attacking multiple other powers simultaneously wouldn't do so at their first opportunity. There's no telling what effect it would have on the world if they slew the deities of every religion.
I guess it's fortunate they haven't manufactured a monster capable of doing that yet. It might only be a small detail, but it's valuable info.
Oh, I get it. They don't have any anti-god monsters. But that reminds me of something. An image of a massive wolf flashed in the back of my mind. Sao pointed a spear my way. Any gods I want to slay, I could do so with this. Now then, let this battle begin. That was the declaration of war. A horde of those anti-monsters charged towards us, letting out terrible growls. Kiba and Zenobia quickly readied themselves to meet them as our first line of defense. Kiba, sorry, but I need you to make me a holy sword. Got it. You're better off fighting with 2 blades after all. Kiba quickly forged a fresh blade, tossing it to Zenobia, who snatched it in the air, readying herself in a dual-bladed stance with Ascalon, and dived straight into the enemy ranks. She vanished a swath of those anti-monsters all at once, as expected of one of our powerful knights. The force of her offensive strike was unbelievable. Uh-oh. Another one of those anti-monsters opened his mouth, releasing a beam of light Zenobia's way. The radiant bolt surged towards her, until Kiba intercepted it with his holy demon sword, reflecting it to a nearby building, which promptly collapsed into a pile of rubble. Against this level of light, we'll be fine if we don't suffer a direct hit. Our pretty boy Knight explained. Right on. With his breakneck speed, Kiba wouldn't have any problem dodging. We'll just have to take them all down before they can hit us. Zenobia responded as she carved through the horde of anti-monsters with her 2 holy swords. They were both knights, but they fought with distinct fighting styles.
I guess I'll take you down then, So.
Azazel said as he pulled out a gemstone, the one that contained the soul of the dragon Fafnir, and used the artificial sacred ear to produce a set of golden armor. 12 black wings unfurled from Azazel's back as he charged straight for Sao. I'm honored to think that I'm fighting the biblical governor of the fallen angels. Sao had lighted on the shore of the Katsura River, readying his spear with a fearless grin. At that moment, the tip of his spear spread open, releasing a scintillating golden aura, solidifying into a form of a blade. The moment the tip of the spear bloomed, the very air around us began to vibrate. What divine power, I thought. Just laying eyes on it was enough to make me recoil at the immense, suffocating pressure. To think that it could possess such a strong effect on someone with as little faith as me. Violent shockwaves erupted all around as Azazel's spear of light clashed against Sao's holy spear. The impact of the 2 weapons' collision caused the Katsura River to swell, with water rising over the Tagetsu-Kyo bridge and crashing like a violent rainfall. The 2 combatants exchanged blows while moving downstream. We could lead Sao to Azazel, but that meant that we would have to handle the rest. Our first priority was to assemble the defensive wall around Azia. As our healer, she was essential to our team. Normally, the Prez would be in command, with Akuno offering support and suppressing fire. Konoko would engage in a mix of offense and support, while Gasper would scout ahead and back us all up. Unfortunately, we would have to make do without them. Even Rosvice, who's special in magic offense, wasn't here to provide assistance. Azazel and Irina were super powerful offensive fighters, but we were still 5 core members short, leaving our team wholly unbalanced. We would need to think of a new battle plan. On top of that, we had to protect Kuno too. Here in Kyoto, her safety was more important than ours. We would definitely have to keep her close to Azia. Zenobia lunged forward into Vanguard. Think, damn it! This is no time to say I don't know or I can't. I need to act like a king. What would the Prez do? How would she respond to this situation? Think! I racked my brain trying to come up with an idea, and thankfully, I hit upon something. Zenobia, stick close to Azia and Kuno. Protect them. Use your holy aura to take care of any enemies that try to get close. Like that, I started handing out instructions. I know I'm not the Prez, Zenobia, but please hear me out. Got it! Yes, she was quick to respond, retreating to defend Azia. Come to think, what would the Prez do if she were here? We had fallen victim to a surprise attack, and were embroiled in real-life combat. It was up to us second-year students to find a way out of this. I pushed my insufficient smarts to the limit once more. Blood spurted from my nose from pondering so hard. Evidently, erotic thoughts weren't the only thing that could trigger a nosebleed. Our opponents were sending an army of anti-monsters designed to fight demons after us.
We could try to deflect their attacks, but if one managed to connect, it would surely cause tremendous damage. Suddenly, I recalled Kiba's unique abilities. Kiba, you can make light-absorbing demon swords, right? I called. Yes, right. He understood what I was hinting at almost immediately. Way to go, Kiba. Several of the darkness-infused blades he wielded against Freed in our battle against Rainier appeared at his feet. He didn't waste a second before passing them around to the rest of us. In their inactive state, these swords are just hilts. You'll need to channel your demon powers into them to activate the blades. He instructed. Zenobia, if you're in trouble, use that as a shield to absorb any light attacks. Azia, I know you aren't used to fighting this way, but hold on to one of Kiba's swords. It's better than nothing. I hurriedly added. Got it, Issei? Zenobia responded. Okay. Azia added. Zenobia placed one of the inactive hilts in her pocket, ready in case of an emergency. I too received one of those weapons from Kiba. Hey, Dre, can my gauntlet absorb these things' powers?
There's a high chance it will reduce your life force if you try something excessive like that. But in this case, you might be able to pull it off, so long as you keep it brief. But don't overdo it.
That's fine. I'll plug it into my gauntlet where Ascalon is normally kept. So saying, I inserted the handle of the light-absorbing darkness blade into my gauntlet. Immediately, a dark shield emerged from it. Success! This should help me defend. Next up is our angel Irina. Irina! Sorry about this, but I need you to take Zenovia's place in the vanguard with Kiba. Being an angel, you aren't weak against light, are you? It might not be a weakness, but it could still hurt me. However, I suppose I am stronger than a demon here. Alright, I'll do it. I'm Lord Michael's ace after all. With a flap of her white wings, she leapt forward to take Zenovia's position. Summoning a sword of light, Irina plunged through the air, tearing into the line of anti-monsters until she found a gap in the formation and began to lay waste to them. My strategy might have been somewhat crude, but at least I'd given orders to everyone. I haven't spent all that time by the President's side during battle for nothing. I was the only one left, and my place was in the center, between Kiba in the front and Azia in the back. Azia, I need to promote to Bishop, I shouted. Okay. With Azia's permission, I took on the properties of a bishop, and my small reservoir of demonic magic swelled to new heights. I did this to concentrate my powers into volleys of dragon shots. I knew full well what my demonic powers were capable of, and it was time to put them to use. My attacks might have been clumsy and born from pure demonic energy, but in terms of raw power, they were nothing to sneeze at. Take this! Dragon shot! Bracing myself with my darkness shield, I hurled a barrage of medium-sized spheres of demonic power straight into the swarm of heroes and anti-monsters. The heroes were able to dodge, but I succeeded in annihilating a huge swath of anti-monsters. At the same time, my darkness shield absorbed all the enemy attacks coming my way. So far, so good. I similarly deflected a beam of light, arching for Kuno with another dragon shot. Kuno, fall back a little. Sorry. We would have a major issue on our hands if the Kyoto princess got injured. Zenobia loosed tack from behind, using her holy sword to launch destructive waves aimed at the anti-monsters. The shadowy creatures soon began to succumb to the assault coming from me and Zenobia. Nonetheless, the huge shadows stretching beneath the hero kid continued to birth more and more of those things. Damn it! There was no end in sight. Still, we couldn't give up. Producing those creatures en masse must have required considerable concentration and physical strength. He would tire out sooner or later. After all, he was just a kid. Those anti-monsters managed to score a blow every now and then, but Azzy was quick to heal any wounded, so we weren't taking major casualties. She was, quite literally, our lifeline. Azzy was the best. The heroes made no attempt to attack us themselves, merely evading our strikes and setting anti-monsters in. It was unsettling to watch. Were they planning to observe from the sidelines as their minions did all the dirty work? But at that moment, as I unleashed another dragon shot, several figures rushed towards me. They were all uniform-clad girls. Did the hero faction have its own uniform or something? We'll handle the Red Dragon Emperor. They were brandishing spears and swords as they closed in. Stop! Women can't hope to win against the Red Dragon Emperor, cautioned a slender white-haired guy with several swords sheathed at his waist. It was true. No girl could defeat me. I quickly concentrated my demonic energy, focusing it into my brain. This was one of the few techniques I had mastered. Breasts. Unburden yourself, boob lingual. I released my demonic energy towards the group of girls, and a mysterious space unfurled around me. I had activated my ability perfectly. Come, ye breasts. Tell me your secret intentions. The boobs began to respond in voices only Drake and I could hear. We're gonna confuse them with a feint, then attack together. Ah, so they were planning a coordinated attack. I'll take him from the right. So that one will attack from that direction. I'll charge him from the front. And that one was planning to approach me head on. Having heard their thoughts, I opened my eyes. Thank you for letting me read your breasts. I evaded every oncoming blow. Impossible. Did he foresee our movements? One of the girls cried out, clearly bewildered. As if. Our joint attack is supposed to be perfect. I flashed the flustered girls a dauntless grin. Oh, I foresaw them all right. Or rather, I spoke to them. Your breasts. Now take this. Dress break. I shouted. Yes. While dodging their attacks, I made sure to brush my fingers against each of their outfits. Boo-ha-ha! I rejoiced at the glorious sound of the garments being torn to shreds. He cursed our clothes, and now they're gone. The girls shrieked in alarm as they tried to conceal the naked bodies. They must have all been working out, as they all had wonderful proportions. I could feel another nosebleed coming on. They were so embarrassed that they quickly fled to a nearby building. Against women, there was no stopping my fantasies. It felt wonderful to execute my perverted combos so effectively. Used together, my boob lingual and chest break techniques were unstoppable. What a foul technique. I've never seen something so terrible. Kuda was completely taken aback by my fighting style. Hearing a remark like that from the mouth of a child wounded my spirit a little. I thought as much, commented the slender man who'd given a warning earlier. It is nearly unthinkable for a woman to defeat the Red Dragon Emperor. She would need an iron will and the strength to fight without shame. A challenge indeed for any young lady. You are true to your name, Breast Dragon. Now I, too, have been born witness to your famed techniques. However, they are useless against a man. His calm analysis of what I just done was kind of embarrassing. Who would want to use them on a guy? I responded. Seriously, where was the fun in that? The man's lips curled into a smile, and he turned to his fellow heroes. Be careful, everyone. This is the Red Dragon Emperor. He may be the least talented individual to ever bear that title, but he's dangerous nonetheless. Unlike the others, he hasn't succumbed to his immense power. Rather, he's working to conquer it. There's nothing so terrifying as someone graced with power, and yet who doesn't fall to arrogance. Watch yourselves around him. Having to shoulder a compliment like that was pretty awkward. I've never heard that from an enemy before. This was truly a first. I suppose it wasn't praise exactly, more of a warning perhaps. The man tilted his head slightly to one side. Is that so? From my perspective, you're more dangerous than you realize, Red Dragon Emperor. As are your companions. And Volley too. Man, this was so weird. Just what was going on here? Sire Orc had expressed a high opinion of me as well, but hearing the same thing from terrorists, facing opponents who didn't look down on me was surprisingly difficult. Now then, I suppose it's my turn, the man remarked as he stepped forward, unsheathing a blade at his waist. It's a pleasure to meet you all, members of the Grimoire Familia. I'm Sieg, a descendant of the hero Sigurd. My friends call me Siegfried, but you can address me however you please. Zenobia must have seen something in Siegfried's face, for she looked surprised. I thought I recognized you. I guess I was right. Irina also nodded.
Yes, it must be. Looking at all those demon swords he's carrying, there can be no doubt.
What were they talking about? The only person he reminded me of was free because of the white hair. Looking at Zenobia and Irina, I asked, "What's wrong, you two? Do you know this white hair bad guy version of Kiba?"
White hair bad guy version of Kiba? That wasn't called for, Issei.
Responded the real Kiba. It was only an analogy. Zenobia was the one to answer.
He's an exorcist, a former colleague of Irina and mine, and one of the strongest warriors out of all branches of the church. Catholics, Protestants, and Orthodox included. Chaos Edge Sieg. He was trained by the same organization as Freed. That's why they both got white hair. It's probably a side effect from an experiment.
An exorcist? And related to the church? In other words, he was just like Freed. Even thinking about that guy made me ill.
Sieg, have you turned your back on the church? Have you betrayed heaven?
Irina cried out. Siegfried's lips curled into a grin. You could think of it that way, I guess. I belong to the Chaos Brigade now. At this, Irina's temper visibly flared.
How could you? Forsaking the church and joining hands with the evil organization means eternal damnation. That stings.
Zenobia grumbled, scratching her cheek. Although she was capable of wielding Durandal, she had decided to become a demon out of desperation. Siegfried chuckled softly. I don't see it as a problem. With or without me, the church still possesses the strongest of warriors. He alone could make up for my absence in Zenovia's. Still, who would have expected him to be in the running to become a joker in the Brave Saint system? Alright, now that we introduced ourselves, how about we go at it? I'm eager to test myself against the famed Durandal wielding Zenobia, Archangel Michael's ace, Irina Shido, and Yuto Kiba's holy demon swords. Siegfried issued his challenge to our 3 sword fighters, all with connections to the church, while the blade of his hand emanated a powerful aura. That weapon was pulsating with an intimidating quantity of energy. Was it a demon sword? Something about it reminded me of one that Kiba created. Suddenly, Kiba lashed out with a holy demon sword at breakneck speed. Kiba's strike had little effect, however, for it was caught by Siegfried's blade, its ominous aura unwavering. A strike from the holy demon sword is nothing to Garam, the demonic emperor's sword. It's most powerful of all demon swords, Siegfried boasted. Kiba and Siegfried pushed their locked weapons against each other. I couldn't remember when I had ever seen Kiba work to push back an opponent's sword. Both of the men broke their clash, adjusting their stances before engaging in a violent duel, each strike producing sparks. Is he equal with Kiba? No. Kiba was gradually losing ground. His expression was growing more tense by the second. His opponent was matching his incredible speed. Siegfried could keep pace with the movements that were too swift for my eyes to follow. It was unbelievable. Even Kiba's feints to draw his opponent out and create an opening were ineffective. Siegfried met every cut with minimum movement necessary, countering with his own weapon, leaving him incapable of countering. Despite possessing a balance breaker, he was being pushed back by his opponent. I was dumbfounded. One of the enemy heroes began to explain.
They might have different groups, but in our organization, Arthur and his Holy King's sword and Siegfried and his demonic Emperor's sword are practically identical in ability. Yuto Kiba's holy demon swords are no contest.
So, that Arthur guy was strong too? I suppose he had been toying with Fenrir during our climactic battle. But, in that case, could Kiba... I glanced his way in alarm, only to find another companion entering the fray, Zenobia. She charged at Siegfried from the side, trying to assist Kiba.
Zenobia? Kiba, you can't do this by yourself. You might not like it, but I'm gonna help. Thanks.
Kiba had evidently set aside his pride as a swordsman, and he moved into a joint attack with Zenobia.
Me too.
Irina added. That made 3 against 1, with Zenobia grasping a blade in either hand. Kiba wielding a holy demon sword, and Irina, armed with a sword of light, the trio leaped into a simultaneous attack. The fight moved so fast I was unable to see the tips of their swords. Siegfried was now fending off 3 opponents all on his own. Kiba moved swiftly enough as he parried Siegfried's strikes that he appeared to be in several places at once. Zenobia lunged down from above, her holy swords wreathed with an incredible aura. Meanwhile, Irina glided through the air, thrusting her sword towards Siegfried from behind. It was an expertly honed combination assault. I felt certain of victory while I spectated. Yet, with the flick of his hand, Siegfried managed to block Irina's attack without needing to glance her way. At the same time, he drew another blade from its sheath at his hip with his free hand. A silver of argent light carved clean through one of Zenobia's blades as she brought it down. That was the holy sword Kiba had given her. It shattered like glass. Siegfried hadn't broken a sweat. Balmung, a legendary demon sword of North legend. And that was just 1 strike. Another demon sword. However, Kiba was thrusting straight for Siegfried's blind spot. He was trapped now. There could be no evading this. Both of that silver-haired guy's arms was already busy. With a horizontal slash, Kiba lashed out and a metallic noise cut through the air. Kiba's holy sword had been blocked by a fresh blade that Siegfried had drawn from his waist. Nathung, another legendary demon sword. A 3rd one. What was most astonishing of all, however, was that Siegfried was already brandishing 2 other weapons. He shouldn't have been able to use another. Inexplicably, a 3rd arm emerged from his back to grasp the new blade, parrying Kiba's attack. What the heck is that limb? It looked like it was covered in silver scales. There was an eerie similarity to when my arm took on its dragon form, and it was sticking out of Siegfried's back. He grinned to see us taken aback. This arm, it's a twice critical. A pretty standard sacred gear, but mine's a little special. A subtype, if you will. I can form a dragon's arm on my back. A twice critical. I'd heard that term somewhere before. It was the kind of sacred gear that ranked lower than my boosted gear. As I've recalled, it should have taken the shape of a gauntlet, though. Was that whole subtype thing the reason that it came out of his back? Siegfried readied himself with a demon sword in either hand, and a 3rd gripped by his extra limb. A triple-wielding fighting style. Kiba's expression tense at this revelation. We're both sacred gear users, yet, putting even his swords aside, I can't match the abilities of a sacred gear. Just so you know, I haven't activated my balance breaker, Siegfried added. What a brutal announcement. I couldn't afford to forget that after all their experiments, these heroes had undoubtedly unlocked their balance breakers. But he'd fought Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina, the 3 of them fighting together at that, to a standstill in his normal state? Azazel lighted nearby during the battle. Cao Cao, meanwhile, rejoined his hero comrades. Had they circled back to their starting point after a volley of attacks? I quickly glanced downstream, following the course of the river, and saw only destruction and smoldering earth. Whoa. I thought the contest must have been dramatic, given the explosion sounds I heard from a distance, but all of the Arashiyama scenery had been destroyed. Knowing this was an artificial replica of the real thing, Azazel must have gone buck wild with his most powerful spears of light. His armor was broken in a few places, and his black wings were clearly disheveled. Cao Cao's uniform and clothes were similarly torn here and there. I was beyond impressed. He'd held his own against the legendary fallen angel governor. So, this is the power of a hero, or perhaps of a true Longinus. Don't worry, Issei. Neither of us went all out. It was just a little scuffle, Azazel stated. That scuffle had left the whole downstream area utterly devastated. Your familiar makes a fine team, Cao Cao said as he cracked his neck. Perhaps I should have expected as much from the servants of a famous demon youth, Ria's Gremory. I'd assumed this would be easy, but you proved me wrong. If my assumptions were correct, it was your power, Issei Hyodo, that brought all those unusually capable individuals together. You may lack natural talent and demonic potential, but your dragon qualities have attracted some of the best fighters. They do say dragons excel at gathering strength, no? For better or for worse. You clearly excel in that respect. The continuous stream of famous beings seeking to battle you, your encounters with each of the Dragon Kings, and the support of your breast dragon fans are proof enough. Even in the absence of your king, you manage your familia with exceptional calm. It may have been a naive and flawed strategy, but I shudder to think what you might accomplish with more experience. I hadn't even considered those possibilities. Everything that had happened was because of me? Cao Cao narrowed his eyes in an amused expression. That is why we do not intend to make the same mistakes as the old demon regime. I firmly believe you will one day be the most dangerous of all Red Dragon Emperors. The other members of your familia pose similar threats. Thus, by engaging you now, we have hopefully attained the valuable data for analysis. Was that how he saw me? Us? Those heroes definitely regarded us as far more than the old demon regime did. We were in a bind. I wasn't used to dealing with opponents like this. Until now, my foes had always underestimated me, which led to them letting their guards down.
I have a question for you, Azazel stated. What is the hero faction after?
Cao Cao didn't try to disguise the mirth in his eyes.
Lord Governor, this may come as a surprise, but our goals are simple. To know the limits of what it means to be human and to test them. It will be humans who overcome demons, dragons, fallen angels, and every other supernatural force. Yes, it will be humans who prevail.
So, you want to be heroes. I guess you are descended from them.
Cao Cao pointed up at the deep blue sky. This is but a small challenge from a band of frail mortals. We wish to discover the heights of which humans can aspire. That's all. Humans. They wished to learn what humans were truly capable of. That was their goal? No, there had to be some other motive too. Azazel let out a tired sigh.
Issei, don't get careless. This guy's more formidable than Xiaoba, the former leader of the old demon regime. Remember that anyone who seeks you out is going to be pretty damn strong. This guy ranks up there with Volley in terms of the danger he poses.
Cao Cao was as formidable as Volley. If his attitude and bearing were any indication, he might have been even stronger. And to think that he wielded the ultimate sacred gear, the Holy Spear too. Talk about menacing. Now that Azazel had returned, we adjusted our battle formation, and our enemies did the same. More anti-monsters rose from the shadows. There was no end in sight. Moreover, the enemy had, for the most part, been holding back. Now, however, they were truly readying themselves. A second wave, it seemed, would be the genuine battle. By the looks of it, they had more sacred gear users and balance breakers too. Lately, it felt like one crisis after another. Would that goddess of salvation appear to me again this time? I didn't think I could rely on the blessings of some god of press for aid again. My mind was racing when a magic circle and a design I'd never seen before unfolded in the space between our group and that of the heroes.
That's...
Azazel seemed to recognize the pattern. Who was it? A fallen angel? The figure who emerged from the light was that of a cute girl. A foreigner wearing what resembled a wizard's outfit. A girl? I was taken aback. She had a large, wide-brimmed hat and a cape. She truly did look like a mage. Judging by her appearance, she must have been around middle school age. She was quite petite. After turning to face us, she bowed deeply. "Greetings," she said to us with a broad smile. "I'm Lefay Pendragon, a mage from Team Valley. I'm so happy to meet you all." She belongs to Volley's team. Why is someone from his group here?
Pendragon,
Azazel said to Lefay.
Are you related to Arthur?
Yes, he's my older brother. He's always looking out for me.
She was a cruel noble swordsman's sibling? I would have never guessed he had a cute younger sister. Azazel scratched his chin.
Le Fay. I guess you're named after legendary sorceress Morgan Le Fay then. I suppose the legend does say that Morgan was a blood relative to the hero Arthur Pendragon.
LaFay was staring at me, her eyes positively sparkling. She stuck out her hand as she approached.
I'm a huge fan of the Breast Dragon TV show. If you don't mind, can I shake your hand?
I was so dumbfounded that I didn't know how to react. How could she request that in the middle of a battlefield? In any event, I mumbled thanks for her support as I took her hand.
Yippee!
LaFay was truly overjoyed. What was she doing here exactly? Salsa watched on, clearly as stunned as we were. After a moment, he rubbed the back of his head, letting out a sigh.
You're with Volley. What are you doing here?
LaFay answered his question without hesitation, her smile still radiant.
I've brought a message from Valley. I thought I told you not to get in my way. That's it. And now you need to be punished for trying to spy on our team.
The earth shook violently as a tremendous war erupted. What now? An earthquake? It took all my strength to keep standing. Ozzy and Kuno had already tumbled to the ground. That was the sound of something breaking. Looking around, I saw that the land had been split open, and a gigantic figure was emerging. Tearing through the dirt, flinging away masses of soil, was a titanic creature. What is that thing? Was it made out of stone? Boulders? I couldn't tell, but it was definitely inorganic. Its arms and legs were enormous. It had to be at least 10 meters tall. Azazel stared up at the creature. A Gog-Magog. LaFay nodded.
That's right. Gokun is our team's power specialist.
Gokun? How could they have given it such a cute nickname? Teach, what is that stone giant? I asked, frightened to hear the answer. Sorry for asking all these questions today, Teach.
A Gog-Magog. It's a type of golem-like entity abandoned in the dimensional void, in a state of suspended animation. They're mass-produced super weapons some ancient deities created. They should have all ceased functioning by now, though.
A golem? I see. So this is why they seem so unnatural. There are a lot of things like that in the dimensional void. But look at it, it's moving. That isn't suspended animation, I said.
Yeah, this is their first working one I've ever seen. Honestly, I've got a ton of questions about this too. I thought they were all abandoned in the void and non-functional. To see one in working condition, I'm bursting with excitement.
Azazel's eyes were glimmering like those of a young child. He sure had a fondness for old artifacts and weapons created by the divine. Still, he quickly regained his composure, muttering,
I see. So, Volley wasn't just hanging around the dimensional void to spy on the Great Red.
That's right,
LaFay answered.
Valley was searching for Gokun. Ophis mentioned finding a working giant in the dimensional void once, so we went hunting for it.
Hey, so who else exactly is on your team? I questioned. They already had the descendant of Sun Wukong, Fenrir, and a golem, so I was feeling pretty nervous about eventually finding them one day.
Well, there's Volley, Biko, my brother Arthur, Kuroka, little Fenrir, Gokun, and me. 7 in total.
Okay. So they had 7 members. Still, this was too much. It was a band of one big name after another. Teach, I thought the Great Red occupied the dimensional void.
The dimensional void is the final destination for things that are a pain to dispose of any other way. The Great Red just likes swimming around in there. And they don't do him any harm. He's a special being. Basically, he's not among anyone's hit rankings or hit lists. All he wants to do is float around in the void unhindered.
Azazel replied. The Gog-Magog raised his fists over the assembled heroes. before bringing them crashing down. With a tremendous smash, the golem crushed Togetsukiyo Bridge with a single swing. That was one of Arashiyama's famous sights. It was a good thing this one was only a replica of a real thing. The golem's strike eradicated a number of the anti-monsters. The heroes, however, all managed to lead to safety on the other side of the river. Looks like Bali's angry. He must have realized we were keeping tabs on him. Cao Cao laughed, aiming his spear towards the golem. Take this! Longinus's tip extended, piercing the golem's shoulder. The huge golem recoiled from the blow, crashing to the ground. Whoa, the impact felt like another earthquake. That thing had to be impossibly heavy. The entire area was shaking back and forth. Cao Cao's spear had knocked the golem down in one single hit. It certainly had a lot of functions, being able to generate blades of light and lengthen at will. Now that the bridge was destroyed, the only way to cross the river was by flying, right? I pondered our next move. And that was when another figure appeared, swaying uncertainly on the far shore. It was a familiar silver-haired woman, Rosvice. Why are you all making so much damn noise? People are trying to sleep around here. Can't you all just shut up? She's still drunk, and pissed too. The band of heroes glanced at one another, puzzled at the sight of the approaching drunkard. No sooner did they realize that she was a member of our familia than they prepared to attack. This was bad. In her present state, Rosvice was in serious danger. We had to go help her. But before we could race across the river... What's this? You want to go? You betcha. I wasn't that old clogger Odin's bodyguard for nothing. I'll give you all a little taste of this Valkyrie. She cried, and far too many magic circles appeared above her. There must have been hundreds. Norse magic. This'll counter anything, any attribute, any spirit, any damn divine being. Eat this! A tremendous amount of energy erupted from Rosvice's race, spiraling through the air and raining down on the band of heroes. Whoa! I marveled. It was incredible. Fire, light, water, electricity, magic of every type conceivable was ripping through all in its path as it bore down on the heroes. Houses, shops, the road, nothing was spared. Rosvice laid all to devastation. I had known she was an expert magic user, but I never imagined that she could be on the level of an entire town. Perhaps I should have expected as much after how well she had fought during our battle against Loki. The press sure knew how to pick good members. Rosvice would undoubtedly do well in the raiding game. Mist began to enter my field of vision. Just when it looked like the magic assault was about to tear through the band of heroes, a youth wearing a robe over his uniform unleashed a fog from his hand, repelling the barrage. That mist technique. It was capable of defending against Norse magic attacks. More vapor flooded from the mage's hand, shrouding all of the heroes. Perhaps this is getting a little too chaotic, Cao Cao said from within the fog. But it was a splendid appetizer. Governor Azazel. Cao Cao paused for a moment before declaring brightly, "We'll be holding our experiment tonight at Nijo Castle, using Kyoto's unique force field, and your nine-tailed fox, madam. If you mean to stop us, please do attend." The mist thickened. Until a moment ago, it had only been wafting around our feet, but now it had risen to our chests and faces. White vapor shrouded everything. I couldn't see more than a few centimeters ahead. "We're back to normal reality, everyone. Put away your weapons," Azazel called out. Our group was returning to the real Arashiyama. It wouldn't do to be seen like this. I quickly dispelled my armor. In a blink of an eye, the fog cleared, revealing Togetsukiyo Bridge, busy with tourists like nothing was out of the ordinary. The bridge wasn't destroyed, meaning this was reality. "Hey, Issei, you look like you're about to murder someone. What gives?" Matsuda asked, staring my way. Right. We had only just crossed the Katsura River in the real world. "It's nothing," I answered evasively, letting out a deep exhale. My fellow familia members were wearing similarly grave expressions. Relaxing after what we'd all been through wouldn't be easy. The Fae was gone, and the same went for that massive golem. Had they vanished at the same time as the mist? Azazel struck a nearby electricity pole.
Damn punks. An experiment in Kyoto. Who did they think they are, messing around with us?
Whoa, he was seriously ticked off. I didn't see him get this angry in a long time.
Mother, my mother didn't do anything wrong. Why?
Kuno was trembling. All I could do to comfort her was to stroke her head. First Cao Cao's sudden attack, and now this experiment at Nijo Castle. Press. It looks like our school trip is hurtling towards an unexpected climax.
I'm stuffed. An all-you-can-eat buffet with Japanese, Western, and Chinese food. It's good to be a student of Kuo Academy.
You can say that again.
Matsudo Monohama seemed fully satisfied, lounging in the room after a luxurious dinner and a smoke in the public baths. After the fight at Togetsukiyo Bridge, we did some sightseeing around Nijo Castle before returning to the hotel. I was visiting my two buddies in the room. Tomorrow was the final day of our trip. The plan was to explore the area around Kyoto Station and buy some souvenirs. We were currently using the flat-screen TV in Matsudo Monohama's room to review the photographs we had taken thus far.
My pervert friends, feast your eyes on these four beauties fresh from the relaxing bath.
Kiryu announced as she entered the room, dressed in her pajamas. Ozzy and the others were following behind her.
Whoa, I've always wanted to see Ozzy in her pajamas after a wash. All right, let's make this a viewing party.
Matsuda, in high spirits, started playing the slideshow of all the photographs he had taken. The stream of images began on the bullet train, then moved to Kyoto Station, proceeded to the hotel for Shimiyanari Shrine, Kiyomizu Dera, and then featured Kyoto scenery we had viewed over the past few days.
This was when Motohama almost fell down the stairs.
Matsuda, wasn't that when you stuffed your face with sweet rice dumplings at the restaurant and managed to get them all stuck in your throat? You know, I wish you'd quit staring at girls from other schools with those perverted eyes of yours. You didn't have to bring those expressions all the way to Kyoto. It reflects poorly on our academy.
We all burst into laughter as Matsudo, Motohama, and Kiryu shared their thoughts on the adventures this far. Our once-in-a-lifetime school trip. As I enjoyed our little viewing party, I clenched my fist in determination. No matter what happened, I would face tomorrow together with my friends. And then we would all go home to Kuo Academy. Once the viewing party had concluded, with bedtime approaching, the present members of the Grimir Familia, Irina, the Citra Familia, Azazel, and Leviathan gathered for a meeting in my room. We were using my quarters to discuss what was going to happen tonight, the experiment of those no-good heroes intended to enact on Nijo Castle. To be honest, though, my room wasn't large enough for a gathering like this. There was nowhere to sit. But that was what happened when you try to fit more than 10 people into a room, only 8 tatami mats in size. Zenobia and Irina were taking part in the discussion from inside the closet. Did they like it in there or something? Frostbite still looked rather pale from her day drinking, but she was nonetheless attending the gathering. She had apparently taken some medicine to sober up, and she claimed to be back to normal, but she didn't look too well. Azazel cast his gaze on each of us before spreading a map of Kyoto in the center of the room. Let's go over our strategy then. Right now, the area around Nijo Castle and Kyoto Station is on high alert. I have mobilized all those in Kyoto connected in one way or another to demons or fallen angels to keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals or activities. The spirits of Kyoto are helping too. From what I could tell, the hero faction hasn't made a move yet, but we detected several disturbing outflows of energy centered on Nijo Castle. Disturbing outflows of energy? Kiba repeated. Yeah, back when it was first built, Kyoto was laid out based on yin-yang and feng shui principles. Because of that, there's a lot of so-called power spots scattered all over the place. Think the Pentacle at Senmai Shrine, the statue of Jizo of Happiness at Suzu Mushidera Temple, or the Hazimatsu Pine at Fushimi Inari Shrine. There are more places that are filled with mysterious powers than you could count. But now, the outflows of the energies are all out of whack and are concentrated on Nijo Castle.
What's going to happen?
Sachi asks, audibly swallowing. I don't have a clue, but it definitely ain't gonna be good seeing as they're using a nine-tailed fox as a matriarch who governs the mystical side of the city with their experiments. We're gonna have to base our plan around that point. Once everyone nodded at Zazel's explanation, he continued. First, the Secret Familia. You'll be on guard around Kyoto Station. Your job is to defend the hotel. It's already protected by a strong barrier, so we should be able to avoid the worst if anything goes bottom up. Still, if any suspicious characters get near, your task is to deal with them.
Okay.
The members of the Secret Familia answered in unison. Next up, the Grimmer Familia and Irina too. Sorry about always throwing you in the deep end, but you're on the offense. Once you're done here, I want you to head to Nijo Castle. To be honest, your enemy is gonna be an unknown quantity. This could end up being a dangerous gamble, but your first priority is to rescue Princess Yasuka. Get her and escape ASAP. Hopefully, that will be enough to muck up their little plan. There's always a chance that they're lying about the test, but given Cao Cao's attitude, it could be true. Then again, it could have been just a ploy to get us involved. Are we strong enough to face them? I questioned. It was all well and good to put us on the offense, but even with Irina, we were only 5 in total. Considering the strength and the numbers of those heroes, there was no way that would be enough. Zazel nodded. Don't worry. I'm bringing you some professionals to assist. They've been our strongest reinforcements in a bunch of skirmishes with the Chaos Brigade. With them on your side, your odds of success should be a bit better.
Reinforcements? Who exactly?
Kiba pressed. Just think of them as a massive help. Seriously, this is good news. Zazel said, his lips curling in a pleased grin. If he was willing to go that far in his praise, they had to be pretty skilled, right? Still, who were they? He wasn't talking about the present Hakuno, was he? He couldn't possibly mean the Saint Rangers, right? I doubted it. Still, we could really do with their aid right now. Also, I've got some bad news. We only have 3 vials of Phoenix Tears to go around this time.
Only 3? That won't be enough. We're going to be fighting terrorists.
Sachi responded in obvious panic. Yeah, I know, but demand has skyrocketed. What with the Chaos Brigade's attacks all over the world, none of the major powers have been able to secure adequate supply at their key bases. Phoenix Tears were never something that could be mass-produced. On top of that, the House of Phoenix is having a bit of trouble too. Phoenix Tears were always a luxury, but the price of the vials has skyrocketed. There's even a rumor going around that the rules for the rating games are going to be changed when it comes to the tiers. You better keep that in mind for your future matches. Whoa, the situation's that serious? Honestly, it wasn't the most astonishing development. With the Chaos Brigade's attacks on the rise, there were more casualties and an increased need for recovery items. When you looked at it that way, this was an obvious outcome. This is still top secret, but each of the factions is searching frantically for more individuals with Twilight Healing Sacred Gears. Zazel confessed. They're rare, but there is more than the one Azia possesses. Locating them would be a massive advantage, while also denying the Chaos Brigade a critical asset. Letting them get their hands on such a powerful healing skill would be trouble. Also, the current Beelzebub, Ajuka, has been conducting his independent research on healing abilities, but he hasn't yet. Well, there's no need to discuss that now. I've got the Gurgi experimenting with artificial healing type Sacred Gears too. In fact, Ozzy's been providing us with vital help on that front. The results look promising. Ozzy's face turned red at this praise. I had no idea. It sounded like super classified stuff, so it made sense that no one had filled me in, but still. Ozzy was making herself useful behind the scenes in the underworld. She was such a generous and selfless individual. Seriously, I was overflowing with pride. Although she didn't enjoy fighting, Azia kept her training up as well. If the chances presented itself, she might even unlock her balance breaker, right? I couldn't wait to see the effect it would have on her abilities. Alright, that's the general situation. I'll give 2 vials of the tears to the offensive team, the Grummer Familia, and the other one to the supporting team, the Seizure Familia. Use them wisely. Yes, sir. We responded as one. Azazel directed his attention to Saji. I'm gonna need you to join the Grummer Familia during the operation. Pointing to his own face, Saji said, Me? Although an evidently unexpected order, Saji seemed to immediately recognize his role. Because of the Dragon King. Yeah, we're gonna use Viritra, your Dragon King state. Those black flames can keep opponents contained and absorb their powers. You'll support the Grummer Familia like you did in that battle against Loki. Sure, but I'll lose consciousness if I go out of control. That doesn't matter. Issei will bring you back like he did last time. Issei, we're counting on you to get through to him. You're a heavily dragon, so you should be able to rein in a Dragon King. Right. I had successfully done it before. When the time came, I would be there to help Saji. Irina raised her hand. Have each of the factions been informed about this? I was curious about that too. Had they? I've been explicitly instructed not to tell the president about anything. Of course. A whole lot of demons, angels, fallen angels, and Japanese spirits are gathered on the outskirts of the city. They're maintaining a siege, so those bastard heroes won't escape. If we got a chance to bring them down here, we're gonna do our best to take it. Azazel responded. I'll be in charge of coordinating the outer forces, Leviathan added. If those naughty kids try to flee, we'll round them up. Leviathan's tone of voice was buoyant and cheerful as ever, but I knew from experience that if the situation got out of control, she too would start rampaging. I've also contacted Sona at Kuo Academy. It sounds like they're going back. It sounds like they're gonna back us up however they can, Azazel stated. So the chairwoman and vice chairwoman were ready for action too. That left out our Familia's 2 great ladies and my underclassmen. Teach, what about the Prez? I inquired. Azazel frowned at that. Yeah, I try to reach out. Chalk this up to bad timing. But they're visiting the underworld right now. I cocked an eyebrow. Did something happen? Azazel nodded in response. Apparently, there was a riot or something in the urban region of the Grimoire territory. They're busy responding to it from what I hear. A riot? Don't tell me it's the Chaos Brigade's doing. And the president and the others are dealing with it alone. Azazel flashed me a forced grin, trying to calm my panic. Some followers of the old demon regime are behind it. There doesn't seem to be any direct connections to the Chaos Brigade. Still, they're wreaking havoc. So Rias and the others had to get involved. It will be her territory someday after all. Graffia's assisting her as well. And with her in the fray, those rioters are as good as toast. It's hard to trust the veracity of all this, yet, supposedly, Lady Grimoire is out there. Whoever's responsible for the trouble in the underworld will be in for a hell of a deal with 3 Grimoire women. As Hazel said with a shudder. Wow, both Graffia and the Prez's mom had joined in. Just thinking about the Prez, Venelana, and Graffia was reassuring. They were each an encouraging presence. The flaxen-haired Madame of Extinction, the crimson-haired Princess of Annihilation, and the silver-haired Queen of Extermination, all fighting together. Those no-good nicks will be in for a treat. Leviathan listed off those extremely ominous aliases with far too much joy. Extinction, Annihilation, Extermination. Those titles all scream, don't touch me. Grimoire women sure had formidable reputations. I got the impression that neither Rias' father nor her brother Sirsex dared opposing their wives in private. Sounds like you got a rough future ahead of you too. Azazel rested a hand on my shoulder, nodding. What was that supposed to mean? I didn't really follow. However, I wasn't about to take off the press or anything. At least, I didn't intend to do so intentionally. Zazel cleared his throat and turned back to the whole group. That's it for my battle plan. I'm gonna take the skies and try to scout things out. I want you all in position within an hour. If you spot anything unusual, check in immediately. And don't die, you hear me? Until we're back at Kuoro Academy, this is still your school trip. We'll protect Kyoto with our lives, understand? Yes, sir. We responded, and with that, our strategy meeting came to an end. After completing my battle preparations, I went down to the hotel lobby, where I arranged to meet Ozzy and the others. It looked like I was the first in my group to arrive, but I spotted Azazel and Rosvice sitting at the table on the other side of the room. No sooner did he notice me than Azazel raised his hand, calling out,
Issei, good timing.
Yes? What now? I approached it certainly, when Azazel retrieved something from his pocket, an object resembling a shiny red jewel.
So, there was another would-be molester outside the hotel earlier, trying to fondle a woman's breasts. I made sure he didn't, and then this came flying out of his body. It got me thinking.
The monster had dropped a gemstone. Why was Azazel giving it to me? And why have there been so many incidents like this since we arrived here?
The gemstone.
Drake's voice sounded loud so both Azazel and I could hear. What is it, Drake? I asked.
Yep, that's what escaped the box while you were on the bullet train.
What? This gemstone?
I thought as much. I detected your aura when I analyzed it.
Azazel nodded, his suspicions seemed confirmed. Naturally, I told him what happened when I tried delving into my secret gear on the train. Azazel had attempted to use his resources to locate whatever I had lost, but he had been unsuccessful. He handed me the Crimson Jewel. Doesn't seem to be any real change after taking it. What do you think, Drake?
There's no mistaking it. It's pulsing with the same energy as me and you. No. Wait.
All of a sudden, Drake sounded somehow dejected. What is it? I asked.
I started inspecting the data in that gem.
Drake explained, his voice one of low dismay.
Your possibilities. What was in that box? They've been passed around Kyoto from one person to the next by touching people's breasts.
What did he just say? That didn't make any sense. Azazel broke out into a chuckle, as though he had just solved some great puzzle.
I see. So all those Groper incidents throughout Kyoto were caused by your possibilities. This jewel moving around. Basically, anyone, man or woman, who came into contact with this thing would become obsessed with filling up other people's chests.
Seriously? So you're saying all these Groper incidents were because of my potential? Had whatever inside that box developed a love for boobs because I was the press dragon? Matsuda had undoubtedly been the first affected. That would explain why, when he was sitting across from me on the bullet train, he had tried to touch Motohama's chest. From there, it spread around Kyoto until arriving here. I felt like I owed an apology to all the unwitting gropers and their victims. They were all innocents in this. So, Drake, what's the story with this jewel? I asked. Now that I have regained it, had anything changed? Did I gain a new power?
I can't say. Your power has definitely increased, and yet, to think that your abilities could develop by touching the breasts of so many people in the city. Is it really okay to unlock your potential like this?
There was no need to ask that. I had no idea what to do about this either. I hadn't had the faintest clue that the situation would turn out like this. You caused a great deal of trouble to the people of Kyoto. You're going to have to find a way to aid those accused of being perverts, Issei. Rosvice stated solemnly. Obviously, it would be inexcusable to abandon all those who have been arrested unduly. I would have to help them.
I'll figure out a way to handle that, but I wonder whether Issei's potential was trying to collect a certain type of power. Maybe something other than demon or dragon power. Breast power, perhaps. Knowing him, I wouldn't be completely shocked if that was the case.
Azazel tilted his head to one side in consideration. Breast power? Is there really such a thing? Trying to save some people while causing headaches for others. You're incomprehensible, Issei. I feel like throwing up. Frostbite continued to voice her disapproval as she raised her hand to cover her mouth. Azazel let out a sigh.
Are you alright? You got a little wild, got drunk, and wreaked destruction earlier, you know? I heard you vomiting since we got back to the hotel, so it doesn't seem to me like you're one to be criticizing right now.
I don't want to hear that from you. If you hadn't gone drinking in the middle of the day, I'm going to be sick.
I admit I was wrong,
Azazel conceded.
but are you really going to be okay?
I need a restroom. Frostbite went rushing up to the toilet. Was she still recovering?
The vomiting Valkyrie. Anyway, that gemstone belongs to you, so just hold on to it for now, Issei. I haven't got a clue what you're gonna have to do to release its power, though.
Azazel said. Right. That was the best thing to do here. I didn't want to cause any more trouble in Kyoto. But what would I have to do to unlock this power? Drake evidently didn't know either. I guess I would have to hold on to it then. Welcome home, my potential. I'd nearly forgotten that there was something I wanted to ask Azazel before the operation began. Teach?
What now?
What kind of person is Cao Cao? I mean, the one from the Three Kingdom period. I didn't know much about the records of the Three Kingdoms, but if our opponent was a descendant of the historical Cao Cao, it would be best to learn whatever I could.
What do you know?
Azazel asked me right back. I scratched my cheek. He was Liu Bei's rival, right? A bad guy, I think. Cao Cao was the enemy general, constantly interfering with Luo Bei's plans. At least, that was the impression I remember from a manga I read as a kid, and a publisher I recalled watching. Azazel broke out into a grin at this.
Well, you probably got that impression from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The real-life Cao Cao was responsible for a lot of death and destruction, but he played a key role in a bunch of important political developments. However, if you ask me, his biggest strength was in gathering talented individuals around him.
Gathering people?
Yeah, Cao Cao would make use of anyone who showed potential, no matter their background. That was why the state of Wei became so powerful, because of the people he recruited. Ironically, the Heroes faction Cao Cao has also turned his attention to gathering useful followers. He seems to be interested in people in all kinds of talents, but there's an important difference between the two. The current Cao Cao is basically assembling useful resources by kidnapping them, and he isn't interested in angels or demons, only humans. That seems to be the Heroes faction only principle, and their objective when they seem to have one. To see that goal come to fruition, the current Cao Cao is more than happy to resort to terrorist methods, like brainwashing his forced recruits. If you ask me, staging terrorist attacks to increase your number of balance breakers users and develop the Annihilation Maker is crossing a red line.
I may have been a demon, but I was also a former human. Thus, I was surprised to realize that, in spite of our common heritage, I had no reservations about fighting Cao Cao. It was a simple fact that I'd been transformed into a demon. Intrigued by this new way of life, it seemed I dived headfirst into my new reality. Demons had long lifespans, and so painful though it was, I knew I would have to part way with my human friends and family one day. Still, I wouldn't refuse to smack down a bad guy just because they were human. Wait, do these hero guys fight out of some strong sense of justice or necessity to oppose evil? That is what heroes are supposed to do, right? All this was getting too much for me to process. Regardless, terrorism couldn't be permitted. Abducting people and conditioning them to join your cause was nothing short of inhumane. Whatever their purpose, From where I was standing, they were the wicked ones. Azazel craned his neck and stared across at me.
What's the matter?
I was just thinking about what it means to be human, or to be a demon, or a hero for the matter. I know that isn't really like me. The core members of the hero faction are all descended from famous real-life champions, and their abilities rank up there with those of angels and demons, right? But what does it really mean to be a hero? I'm not talking about dictionary definition. I mean, like, to genuinely be one. As ignorant as I was, even I knew that the heroes were supposed to be saviors. I wanted to know what set these members of the so-called hero faction apart from ordinary humans.
Heroes are people with special powers and abilities, in principle. They're supposed to use those talents to defeat evil and carry on great deeds for the benefit of humanity. You could say that some people are born with the ability to become heroes. Honestly, it's really just because they have sacred gears. Those weapons are supposedly gifts bestowed by God to certain humans to help them save others. And yet, suffice to say, not all sacred gear users become champions of the downtrodden. They don't always find happiness either. Merely being born with the ability to become a hero doesn't necessarily mean someone will. There are plenty of folks out there who abuse their talents.
Born with the ability to become heroes. That was incredible. I was seriously jealous of them. Heroes. When I was a human, I always wanted to be one. I was as average as I came, and now I'm going to actually fight a hero. I'm a demon now and a dragon, so I guess I make a good bad guy, huh?
Are you worried about being a demon? About facing a hero? A human? Jeez. Just what do you want to be, Issei? What do you want to do?
Azazel questioned. I want to be a high-class demon and a harem king, I responded without hesitation. But I still want to go all out for the president or Familia as well.
That's good enough, isn't it? Just keep working towards that. You can do it, right?
Azazel replied, breaking out into laughter. At that moment, something clicked inside of me. Huh. I guess you're right. Oh, and one more thing. I'm going to save Kuno's mom. An innocent little girl was suffering because of those hero jerks. I had to help her. Azazel ruffled my hair softly.
Good, good. I'm glad that you worked it out, but you better remember, you might be okay with it, but Ozzy and the others are going to face humans as well, and they might hesitate. Take the lead, and they should stick with you. Just keep doing what you're doing. That'll help everyone else grow.
I guess the spirits of my other Familia members depended on my actions. Got it. I'll charge ahead with my friends at my side, I declared. Before long, my companions began to gather in the lobby. As we left the hotel, we met with the members of the Citra Familia near the entrance. Don't do it. Don't overdo it, Jen. That's right, Jen. We promised to buy souvenirs for the chairwoman tomorrow, remember?
Right. Thanks, Hanakai Kusaka.
Genshiro, show those terrorists what the Citra Familia is made of, alright?
You betcha, Yura.
If you find yourself in danger, fall back to safety.
I've been practicing, Meguri.
Saji's companions offered encouragement for him as we left. I'd heard that he'd grown closer to the other Familia members over summer break. Unfortunately, he didn't appear to have made any progress with the chairwoman. The same could be said for me and the press, though. I let out a tired sigh, and Kiba placed a hand on my shoulder.
In the president's absence, you're a substitute king, Issei.
What? I was taken aback by this sudden vote of confidence. Seriously? I'm our king? Are you really okay with that? I asked, pointing to myself in bewilderment. Kiba frowned doubtfully.
What are you saying? You've always said how much you want to become a king, independent of the president. That being the case, it's only natural for the rest of us to look to you for instruction, don't you think?
I guess that tracks. Still, Was I up to filling Reyes' shoes? Doubt was building in my gut. During the battle earlier today at Tagetsukiyo Bridge, you were the one that told us what to do. Even if we did have our backs to the wall, I can't say whether your strategy was the best one available to us, but we all came out in one piece. So I think you did a fair job, and I believe that you should take charge again tonight. You approved of the amateur orders I issued out of desperation. Zenobia, standing beside me, voiced her support too. That's right. Irina, Ozzy, and I worked together when we were following someone else's commands. You might have taken the leader role on the spur of the moment, but it was thanks to you that we all managed to get back on track without the Prez. Yep. But don't act overly impulsive, alright, Issei? Irina cautioned. Yes, you can't afford to overplay your hand. Ozzy added. I'm a newcomer to this team, so I'll leave this to you, Issei. You're my senior here, after all. Rosvice said, looking as though she might throw up again. Would she really be okay? Everyone was looking out for me, and I thought I had done a fair job. I was reminded just how great it was to be part of a familia. A guy couldn't have asked for better companions. Prez, I'll overcome any challenges as a part of your team. Uh-huh. I couldn't help but notice Zenobia was holding in her hands. It looked like some long object, wrapped in a cloth embroidered with magic symbols. I had a good idea what it might be. Noticing my gaze, Zenobia lifted up the weapon. This? It just arrived back from the church. The new and improved Durandal. So, I was right. I suspected as much after hearing on the bullet train that Zenobia had sent the blade to the church for some modifications. There won't be any time to test it before fighting, but that's par for the course for Durandal and me. I was curious to find out how much it had strengthened. Even in its original state, it possessed enormous destructive force. If it was easier to control now, Zenobia could probably take a more proactive role on the battlefield. Sorry, I got a little carried away talking to everyone. Saji called as he rejoined us, waving his hand in an apology. The other members of the Sea-Tree Familia cheered us on as we parted with them. Good luck taking the offense. Let's catch up tomorrow. Now, it was only the members of the Grumir Familia, Irina, and Saji. Alright, let's get moving. And so, we made for Cao Cao's designated battlefield, Nijo Castle. After departing the hotel, we headed to the bus terminal at Kyoto Station. From there, we'd take the bus to Nijo Castle. For appearance's sake, we were all wearing our winter uniforms. Zenobia and Irina were in their usual church-issued combat outfits underneath. That way, if the fighting got intense, they could remove their uniforms for freer movement. Rosvice covered her mouth with her hands. She was still battling the occasional bout of nausea. Honestly, she still seemed in pretty poor shape. Just how much had she drunk? Over the course of this trip, I'd seen many sides of Rosvice that I hadn't known existed. When we went home, I would have to try to make sure to keep her away from any alcoholic beverages. At that moment, while waiting for the bus at the terminal, something suddenly leaped onto my back. Red Dragon Emperor, I'm going too! It was a young blonde-haired shrine maiden, Kuno. What was with this girl? Wasn't she supposed to be waiting in Kyoto Spirit Realm? Kuno, what are you doing here? Clinging to my back, hanging off my shoulder, she tapped me on the cheek as she responded. I'm going to see my mother. Hey, this is going to be dangerous. Didn't our Demon King girl and Fallen Angel the Governor tell you to leave this to us? I asked. Yeah, but still, I want to. I want to help save my mother. Please, let me go with you, please. Kuno was literally begging. If I were to call Azazel, he'd definitely send someone to pick her up and get her to safety. I understood how Kuno felt, though. Maybe having her along would improve our odds of rescuing the Nine-Tailed Fox matriarch. Alright, I would take responsibility for her. I would do my best to respect her feelings. Before I knew it, a thin fog began to gather at our feet. At that moment, a warm, vaguely slippery sensation washed over my body. It was the same feeling from before. Dimension lost. No sooner did we all realize what was occurring, than the mist engulfed us. Next part, kind of. When I came to my senses, I was staring at a subway station platform. The sign hanging overhead read Kyoto, so we must have been on one of the underground subway platforms. Had we been transported here? We've been doing a lot of teleporting recently. A quick glance around revealed that my friends were gone. Initially, I thought I was alone, but...
Is this a subway platform?
Kuno asked, still hanging from my shoulders. Evidently, she'd been brought here with me. Looks like we've been caught in the same thing that happened earlier, I remarked.
So, is this another copy of Kyoto in an alternate dimension? Those baddies have unbelievable powers.
Kuno was right. It was one thing to catch us in that fog, but to recreate the entire Kyoto station in an artificial battlefield was nothing short of incredible. All of a sudden, my cell phone began to ring. It was Kiba. Had he been dropped nearby? Honestly, I was more stunned that my phone still worked than anything else. Hello? Kiba, where are you? Have you been transported to this weird dimension too?
Yeah, I'm at the Kyoto Imperial Palace. Rospice and Sachi are here with me. Where are you?
I'm with Kuno. We're on the subway platform in Kyoto Station. Oh, hold on. Let me check my map. I set Kuno down from my shoulder and retrieved my map, spreading it out on the ground. We all been provided with these before setting out. Kyoto Imperial Palace is... here. Northeast of Nijo Castle. Wait. Hold on. This battlefield is pretty big, isn't it? I mean, if it stretches out this far from Nijo Castle...
Indeed. They must have recreated the city of Kyoto, with the castle as the epicenter. Raiding game battlefields can be vast, so that isn't particularly unusual. But whoever designed this place must have done a lot of research.
Maybe we could use this as a training opportunity before our next match. At least an area this side would offer us plenty of opportunities to move around. Kiba, how about we assemble like Nijo Castle?
Understood. Have you managed to contact Ozzy and the others? They must have been teleported here as well. I guess those heroes decided to give us a direct invitation.
Right. I'll try calling them. See if you can get in touch with the Teach and the others. Seriously, bringing us all here with no warning whatsoever. I ended the call with Kiba and reached out to Ozzy and the others. Our church-maiden trio was together. It was a relief that Ozzy had Zenobia and Irina by her side. If she were alone, I would have been too worried to think about anything else. I asked them to meet us at Nijo Castle as well. After that, I checked in with Kiba once more. Apparently, he'd been unable to report it to Azazel. Any attempt I made had the same result. This was strange. We could contact one another from within this space, but communication with those from the outside was a no-go. Rospice posited through Kiba's phone that our opponents might have placed a special barrier or some other magic technique over the artificial space. Yet, if they could do that, why were they alright with letting us talk to our teammates within? It really made no sense. Whatever the case, thinking about it wasn't going to get me anywhere. I had to focus on reuniting with the others, and that meant getting to Nijo Castle. We had taken the subway from Nijo Castle to Kyoto Station on the way back from the hotel after checking the place out earlier. That being the case, I could probably make my way there by following the subway line. I started my gauntlet countdown, so I would be able to move quicker. Above all, we were in enemy territory. I had to be ready for anything.
Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker.
A flash of red light enveloped my body, solidifying into a set of armor. Kuno watched with admiration.
I saw you do that earlier today, but your heavenly dragon armor is really beautiful. So, this is the legendary dragon.
She tapped her hand against my scale mail here and there, positively beaming with interest. Her sense of curiosity was no different from the reactions of my younger fans. She may have spoken like a princess, but at heart, she was still a child. How could have someone robbed this girl of her mother? No matter their reasons and motivations, I couldn't forgive those heroes for abducting a woman who had done no wrong. Kuno, I'll save your mom. Don't leave my side, alright? I'll protect you. Kuno's face turned bright red at this declaration. Okay. She was blushing. It was so cute. Unfortunately, I sensed a hostile presence approaching while we spoke. I peered further down the platform, and I spotted a man dressed in the uniform of those heroes walking towards us. Malevolence emanated from him, and it was directed squarely at me. There could be no mistaking it. I was his target. He came to a stop a short distance away, breaking out into a grin.
Good evening, Red Dragon Emperor. Do you remember me?
Nope. I didn't have the faintest clue who he was. I don't have the best memory, I answered. At this, the man's grin soured.
Fine. I suspected as much. I'm probably just a small fry to the likes of you. Why would you remember me? But thanks to the powers I've gained during our last bout, I am capable of going toe-to-toe with you.
The man's shadow began to move and swell, as though alive. At that sight, I suddenly recalled a black-cloaked figure capable of controlling shades. He'd redirected attacks through them. Oh, you're the Sacred Gear guy who attacked my hometown, aren't you? The man chuckled.
Correct. You messed me up good back then. Things are going to be different this time, however. The regret, the fear, the anguish that you drummed into me has pushed me to the next level. So now, I'm going to show you the skills of a real shadow wielder.
A dull rumbling sounded as an indescribable sense of pressure bore down on me. The shadows projected by the pillars and vending machines around us began to twist uncannily. In his low voice, the man declared,
Balance breaker!
The low-pitched sound grew more intense. The sense of foreboding that this man exuded continued to increase as the shadows gathered towards him, rising up and wrapping around his body. They enveloped him whole, and then began to take shape, shifting into what looked like an armored figure. A full-body suit of armor comprised entirely of darkness. It was just like my balance breaker.
Kind of resembles yours, don't you think?
He whispered in evident amusement, as though having read my mind.
Yes, when you defeated me, all I could think about was building a stronger defense. I needed armor like yours. That's how much your terrible attack power left an impression on me, Red Dragon Emperor. This is the evolution of my Sacred Gear, the Night Reflection. In its balance breaker form, it becomes the Night Reflection Death Cross. How about I give you a taste of what you did to me last time?
The man's suit writhed with eerie life, his face heavily shrouded, enough so that his gleaming eyes were visible. Appearance-wise, he looked just like a monster. Without Azia, I probably wouldn't be able to use promotion. Yeah, my luck was running thin before the battle had even started. Still, this would make for good practice. I would have to do my best without a promotion. Maybe my confidence had improved with my skills. I no longer felt anxious before a fight. Perhaps that was the result of being in so many heated conflicts. Admittedly, I wasn't entirely calm. I trembled slightly in uneasy anticipation. That wouldn't stop me from fighting, however. With a few raining games and clashes with superpowered opponents like Volley and Loki under my belt, the sight of an enemy activating their balance breaker no longer filled me with fear or uncontrollable trepidation. After all, my daily sparring partner, Kiba, had a bunch of holy demon swords. I clenched my fist and fired up the booster on my back. I lunged towards my opponent with tremendous speed, ready to strike with my left fist, and yet my strike passed clean through him. His body seemed to scatter like smoke, and there was no impact whatsoever. My target was completely fine. It felt like I punched a cloud. I immediately glanced over my shoulder before dashing towards my opponent again, this time loosing a strong kick. Yup, as I half expected, the attack didn't connect either. I returned to my original position, adjusted my battle posture. My opponent hadn't moved at all.
Attacks are useless against my shadow armor, physical ones especially so.
he bragged. Given the properties of the shadow enveloping his body, standard blows would be useless. Good for him, I guess, but direct hits were what I excelled at. I charged a volley of small dragon shots in my hand and hurled them his way. However, the dragon shots disappeared inside of his body. They hadn't made contact, instead getting sucked right in. I could sense what would happen next, given the nature of this guy's abilities. Sure enough, my dragon shots came flying back towards me from every corner of the station platform. Damn it! So you could still do this redirecting trick? During our last encounter, his shadows had been able to swallow all of our attacks and send them back hurtling towards us from different directions. I took Kuno in my arms and leaped to safety as I parried my own energy blasts. I wouldn't be able to show my face in public again if I allowed to get taken out by my own attacks. That dull rumbling sound intensified again. The shadows stretching along the platform all turned towards me. They morphed, producing razor-sharp blades. Thankfully, my armor was pretty durable. Weapons like that wouldn't pose a threat. That was why it was all the more incredible that Cyreorg's punches were capable of damaging it. I must have let myself get distracted as a shadow appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around my left foot and tied me to the ground. Not only that, but a barrage of other shadows formed and the spears came flying my way. Not yet! I activated my Ascalon from my gauntlet and carved through my bindings before leaping to safety. Talk about a nuance. This guy was clearly a technique-type fighter. It was the kind of opponent I was most ill-suited against. Some would lash out with all kinds of incomprehensible attacks, and the defenses of others had a way of making conventional attacks ineffective. My opponent had both of those qualities. Ha ha ha! That's it! Yes, very well done, Red Dragon Emperor. But your attacks are useless against me. If this turns into a battle of endurance, I will be the winner. Oh, he sounded pretty sure of himself. I suppose I couldn't fault him for it. If he stalled long enough, my armor would disappear once time was up. What was I supposed to do? This was the worst type of matchup imaginable, as far as I was concerned. Frostbite's inner magic would probably have been much more suitable. Yeah. Whoa. Kuno, whom I was still carrying in one arm, stretched both of her hands forward and unleashed a fireball technique at the Shadow Man. It was only a small projectile, and the man caught it in one hand, extinguishing it with a clench of his fist. And you must be the little fox princess. Was that fox fire? That level of flame won't do anything against me. You'll need far more. The man said with a laugh. Why, you... Kuno was beyond frustrated. So, we would need more powerful flames. Had he inadvertently revealed that he'd feel the heat even through his balance breaker? Having hit upon an idea, I extended my dragon wings from my back and wrapped them around Kuno. Drake, shield Kuno with your wings.
Sure, but what are you planning to do, partner?
He questioned. I took a deep breath and filled my lungs with air. Then, I lit a tiny spark deep within me. I'm going to win this, Drake. I focused my Red Dragon Emperor powers and transferred it all to that spark.
Boost, 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 boost. Transfer.
As I exhaled, I breathed out a huge plume of explosive fire. Roiling flames coursed across the platform, flooding the area. How's that feel? My opponent could redirect oncoming attacks, but with the entire platform engulfed, there was no way out. On top of that, even if his shadow armor protected him from damage, it sounded like he'd still feel the heat. That fire breath comes straight from a former Dragon King. I guarantee you it's more than hot enough for you. Red Dragon Emperor! Damn you! The flames whirled around the man, forming a raging vortex. My enemy howled in agony as he tried to resist. It seemed like he couldn't redirect the actual heat of an inferno. I, on the other hand, was protected by the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor, and dragons could withstand even the fires of a phoenix. Dragon Flame, Kuno muttered from within the safety of my wings. Smoke filled the air, blowing all through the underground station platform. The whole area was scorched black. Evidently,
Whoever created this invention hadn't bothered to reproduce the emergency sprinklers. Maybe I had overdone it a little. It was a good thing that this wasn't the real Kyoto. This man was laying flat on the ground, smoldering. His armor had vanished. Grievous burns dotted his body. The sense of pressure and danger I felt earlier had abated. No longer was my opponent using his balance breaker. He seemed completely unable to keep on fighting. You're strong. Even with my balance breaker, I couldn't stand up to a heavenly dragon. The man tried to stand, wobbling all the way. Do you want to keep on going? If you keep this up, you'll die. I warned him. Nonetheless, the man tried again and again to stand, and he fell each time back to the ground. So be it. It will be my honor to perish for Cao. I could tell he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Are you saying he didn't brainwash you? That's right. I joined him out of my own free will. You wanna know why, huh? The man's breathing was heavy. His mouth and throat were obviously badly burned, but he continued nonetheless. You know what kinds of tragedies befall those with sacred gears by now, right? I knew. Ozzy's life as a human had been ruined because of hers. Not everyone born with a sacred gear has it easy. That power doesn't always bring happiness. What do you think would happen to a kid like me, capable of controlling shadows at will? People feared and persecuted me. The man explained, sorrow plain in his tone. These powers cheated me out of a decent existence. But there is one man who told me my abilities were wonderful. Cao. He said I was talented and unique, all because I had been gifted with a sacred gear. When he told me I could become a hero, what would you do? All of your painful memories? I wanted to live for him, and if need be, die for him. A rich, unmistakable sincerity hung in the man's words. He's that devoted to Cao, but the Chaos Brigade is a terrorist group. They kidnapped Kuno's mother and were planning to do something horrible. Don't you think that he might be using you? I pressed. The man laughed. What's wrong with that? Cao taught me how to live and use these powers. That's enough for me. Thanks to him, I was able to make something of my worthless existence. What's wrong with that? Well, Red Dragon Emperor? I listened on in silence as the man shed tears, laying bare his deepest thoughts. To those who treated me like dirt, just for having a sacred gear, he's a beacon of light. My abilities existed to defeat demons, angels, gods even. Where else would I find anything like that? And demons, fallen angels, and dragons, they're all the enemies of humankind. That should be obvious. And you're both a demon and a dragon. You're greater danger than most. A threat, huh? From an average human's perspective, I probably was something to be feared. So Cao had given this man, whose whole existence had been a journey from one tragedy to another, a purpose, and a path to move forward. I couldn't imagine such a formative turning point. And yet, the man's legs were quaking as he staggered over. His hostility remained unabated. Don't you dare mock us humans, you demon scum! He screamed as he drew steadily nearer. Right, I was a demon. Nothing would change that fact. I clenched my fists, took a step forward, and sent a punch flying straight into his face. Yes, I am a demon! The man went flying back from the blow, crashing into a pillar and collapsing flat on the ground unconscious. But you're the one making a child cry with your selfish actions. I don't care what your reasons are. I'll do whatever I have to do to stop you. After a final glance at the sprawled figure, I turned my attention to the subway tunnel stretching deep into the dark. Ahead was the path to Nijo Castle. We had to go. Everyone else likely defeated the heroes sent to intercept them, and were undoubtedly en route to our destination. Let's go, Kuno. I lifted her onto my back, spread my dragon wings wide, and took off. Soaring above the subway rails, I blasted one anti-monster after another until we reached the platform at Nijo Station. There, I led Kuno up the stairs and outside, and we made our way to Nijo Castle's east gate. The rest of my team was already waiting on us. Sorry for the delay, I apologized. Rossvice suddenly appeared, clad in her Valkyrie armor, and leaned against the pole and vomited. Saji patted her back, asking, "Are you okay?" She was a 100-yen Valkyrie, a drunkard Valkyrie, and a vomiting Valkyrie all in one. Rossvice was truly incredible. She earned so many new alliances during our short time in Kyoto. Kiba welcomed Kuno and me with a smile. It's good to see you're both safe. I was a little apprehensive about Rossvice, but at least everyone else looked well. The others' clothes were torn and charred a little here and there, but as far as I could see, no one was hurt. Kiba and I were each carrying a vial of Phoenix Tears just in case. Fortunately, neither of us had needed them. You're okay, Azia? Yes. Zenobia and Eren have protected me from those assassins. You can count on us, Zenobia declared, already clad in her combat outfit. Having a healer around is such a huge relief, Erna added. She had cast off her school uniform as well. Apparently, my worries about us being separated had been for nothing. Azia had been with the two other girls this whole time, so I should have had more faith. Zenobia's Duranda was hanging from her waist in a decorated sheath. It really gave off a different impression now that she was carrying it openly. Its dangerous holy aura no longer overpowered all of its vicinity, so maybe she didn't need to store it in a hidden spatial fold anymore? Oh, what about Rossvice? I inquired. She helped me fend off our opponents. However, she must have moved around too much, and now, well... Kiba looked at a loss, just as unsure what to make of the Valkyrie situation as I was. No sooner had we all reunited than the huge gates leading up to the castle swung open with a heavy noise. Kiba flashed me an obviously bitter smile at the sight. It looks like they've been waiting for us. The main performance is about to begin, he remarked. I sighed in answer. Seriously, why do they have to toy with us? After exchanging nods of confirmation with one another, we all proceeded to the castle grounds. When I defeated my opponent, he revealed that Salsa was waiting for us at Hanmaru Palace, Kiba said as we ran. Hanmaru Palace, huh? We moved swiftly through the criage, past the Nino Maru Garden, until we reached the moat. From there, we passed under the two-story Yaguro Gate that marked the way to Hamuro Palace. At our destination was a row of orderly Japanese-style buildings and a beautifully maintained garden, all well lit even though it was in the middle of the night. I glanced around for any sign of the party of heroes when a voice called out to us. So, you defeated my balance breaker armed assailants we sent after you. They may have been low and mid-ranked sacred gears, but even so, a balance breaker is a balance breaker. I'm impressed you bested them so quickly. Sasao appeared in the garden, and numerous other heroes lurked in the shadows of the buildings. Like our earlier encounter, they were all dressed in that distinctive uniform. Mother! Kuno cried out. I followed the girl's gaze and spotted a beautiful kimono-clad woman up ahead. She had fox ears jutting out of her head and several tails peeking out from behind her. Man, the nine-tailed fox princess was seriously gorgeous.
Mother, it's me, Kuno. Please wake up.
But despite her daughter's appeals, Yasuka remained unresponsive. Her eyes were vacant and her face lacked expression. Kuno glared hatefully at Sao and his followers.
You fiends! What have you done to my mother?
I told you, didn't I? We need her for a brief experiment we're conducting, my little lady. Sao replied, tapping the ground with the end of his spear. Immediately after, Yasuka began to scream, her appearance undergoing a massive transformation. Her body emanated radiant light as her features morphed. She continued to swell larger and larger, her 9 tails expanding in size too. A huge golden beast released a thundering howl into the night. We were faced with a massive fox monster. It was enormous. It must have been at least 10 meters in height, which made it practically the same size as Fenrir. But with those 9 tails, it looked even larger than that hound. This was the legendary 9-tailed fox spirit? I had thought that Fenrir's lean form lent him to a certain elegance, but the true nature of this 9-tailed fox woman was just as incredible. My dragon mentor Tanin carried a certain dignified poise too. Were all legendary monsters this majestic and captivating? Unfortunately, there was no awareness in Yasuka's eyes. It was clear that she was being controlled. Words likely wouldn't be enough to get through to her. Did that mean we'd have to fight? Sao! I called out. Just what are you trying to accomplish? Making this fake Kyoto battle and manipulating Princess Yasuka like this? Sao rested his spear against his shoulder before responding. Kyoto itself is a large-scale magical device, surrounding powerful conduits. The various famous power spots located in this city are rich in spiritual energy, in magic, and in demonic power. The ancient Yin-Yang masters who designed the city were trying to tap into that latent strength. Undoubtedly, this is why so many natural beings have found themselves drawn to Kyoto. That pseudo-space where we stand now is located in the dimensional void, and is simultaneously both incredibly close and extremely removed from the real-life Kyoto. The power of those channels of energy moves through here, and the 9-tailed fox is among the highest class of Japanese spirits, rivaling a dragon. The fates of Kyoto and those 9-tailed foxes are inextricably linked. That's why our plan must be carried out here. Sao paused there to exhale, before letting slip an extraordinary revelation. We plan to use the city of Kyoto and the power of this 9-tailed fox to summon the Great Red. A feat of this magnitude would typically require the presence of multiple Dragon Kings, but abducting that many dragons would be a challenge even for a god or a Buddha. Thus, Kyoto and this 9-tailed fox will have to do instead. What did he just... The Great Red? What will calling that massive dragon here get you? He's just floating in the void. What's the harm in that? I demanded. Yes, the dragon is essentially harmless, and yet our benefactor sees him as a hindrance. His presence in the dimensional void makes returning home very difficult for her. Ophis? A vision of the small girlish figure flashed in the back of my mind. She was the leader of all these terrorists. From the perspective of the 3 great powers, she was basically the final boss. The heroes were hoping to assist her in achieving her dream of returning to the void, but if they did, wouldn't it have potentially horrific consequences on every other realm? This was no joking matter. Nervously, I asked, "So, you're going to summon the Great Red and then kill him?" Sao shook his head. No, we might not need to go that far. For now, our plan is just to capture him. Depending on how the situation develops, we'll decide what to do from there. There's still so much we don't know. For example, what kind of effect would a dragon eater exert on the apocalypse dragon? In any event, our experiment is merely an attempt to summon that mighty being, no more. The dragon eater frowned at the mention of that new term, whatever that thing was. It didn't sound good. I don't have a clue what you're talking about, but I don't care. If you catch that massive dragon, you'll be causing a huge problem for everyone. Give Princess Yasuka back. As I spoke, Zenobia pointed her blade in Cao Cao's direction. The Ronda was still sheathed, but the pieces of its scabbard began to move. With a violent noise, intense plums of holy aura surged from the shifting parts on the sheath. Then the aura wrapped around the blade, solidifying into a massive sword. This was the new and improved Durandal? No longer did its intense power overwhelm the surroundings. All that strength had been concentrated into the blade. I could feel the energy within it, even through my armor, and standing a short distance away. Durandal must have completely fused with its scabbard, which now was served to control the tremendous destructive potential. It's like Issei said. I can't really wrap my head around what your endgame is here, but what you're attempting threatens a lot of people. You're going to have to stop it, Zenobia declared. I couldn't have said it better myself, Kibu agreed with a nod. Me too, Irina added, conjuring a sword of light in her hand. It's always a life or death crisis with the Grimmer Familia. Saji laminated with a sigh. Sorry, buddy. We're always getting caught up in problems like this. Well, this is for the Academy and all my friends, he muttered. Black serpents suddenly appeared over his arms, legs, and shoulders, wrapping around his body until it was completely covered in those dark snakes. Then, a massive serpent rose up by his feet. The huge creature positioned itself beside him, its whole body a massive shadowy frame. Saji's right eye had turned a deep red, just like those of a snake. I was struck by an incredible sense of pressure. Teach, haven't you gone a little overboard boosting Saji's abilities? Even in his regular fighting state, this power-up had turned him into a completely different person than the Saji I found in the underworld. Veritra, I'm sorry about this, but I need your strength. Hyoto should help us cool off once it's all over, so let loose today, huh? Saji whispered as yet more black fire erupted all around him. The next moment, the serpent spoke back in a deep voice.
My other self, which is our prey, the one with the holy lance or the fox, either one is fine with me. Eons have passed since I last walked the waking world. How about I reduce them all to ash?
Whoa, that flame snake was suggesting some frightening stuff. Evidently, it had recovered enough of its consciousness to speak, and this was just one piece of the ancient Dragon King. Its intimidating aura was completely different from Tanin's, more unsettling and terrifying. Rachel was supposedly good at ensnaring its enemies. For the time being, I just wanted to contain Princess Yasuka in her nine-tailed fox mode, but before I could relay that instruction, Zenobia raised the Durandal into the air, which released a terrible sound. The sword in its holy aura expanded to more than 15 meters in length right in front of me, as though to pierce heaven itself. Damn it, that's long. Whoa, it's massive. In our previous battles, Zenobia's dual-wielding combination of Durandal and Ascalon had produced a similarly enormous wave of holy power. At the same time, I'd likened that energy to twin pillars of light, and yet the new Durandal easily dwarfed them. Additionally, the weapon's aura was focused in the blade this time, rather than dispersed. Seriously, Zenobia? The battle was only just beginning, and she's ready to let loose with an overpowered attack? This first move is mine. Take this! As though to answer to my thoughts, Zenobia brought her 15-meter-long Durandal and its holy aura down on the band of heroes. Like a huge uprooted tree, it crashed towards Salsao and his lackeys. The impact of Zenobia's strike blasted the entire Hamaru palace into pieces. And the momentum of the holy aura didn't stop there. It tore ahead through other structures, the public facilities, and even the distant scenery. The ground itself wasn't spared either, rent in two. Earth-shattering tremors knocked us from our feet and down to our knees. When that last attack subsided, everything before me had been reduced to ruin. The destruction passed beyond the castle moat, annihilating even the buildings outside without leaving so much as a trace. That level of power was off the charts. Was it even fair to cause that much devastation?
Phew.
Zenobia stopped to catch her breath as she wiped sweat from her forehead, and she returned the Durandal to its sheath. Phew! There was no time for that. She was acting as though the job was over and done with. Opening up with a massive overkill was plain uncouth. Actually, if it got us to win, maybe it wasn't too bad. Hey, Zenobia, that was a little excessive for an opening move, I called out. The person in question, however, turned to me, making a peace sign with her fingers.
Any good overture starts with a bang.
What about our battle with Loki? Hey, come on! Truthfully, I knew arguing was a waste of breath. There was no getting through to that girl sometimes.
Relax, I was just calibrating my strength. If I felt like it, I could have wiped out this whole area off the map. My hope is to pull off something like your fully charged dragon shot, but it's kinda tough. Yep, I'm trying to reach the level of your power-type fighting style.
Give me a break! That isn't anything like me. I'm not obsessed with destruction. Zenobia was a knight, and yet she desired raw strength. It truly set her apart from Kiba. Perhaps she would have made a better rook. Zenobia tapped her new weapon's hilt.
This Durandal has been alchemically merged with Excalibur's.
My jaw fell open. Excalibur's? Seriously?
Let me explain.
Irina began.
In broad terms, the multiple Excaliburs in the church's possession has been used to create the sheath for Durandal. Their power is great enough to contain the Durandal's calamitous aura. On top of that, the Excalibur sheath lends its own attack strength to Durandal. The holy swords work to amplify each other in that way. The result is truly lethal.
As to provide evidence, Irina motioned to the leveled buildings. I see. So the Excalibur's holding Durandal's aura while also boosting its potency? Which means all that strength has effectively been merged, I said.
That seems to sum it up, Issei. Apparently, the church started researching this idea when they realized the Durandal's aura could affect the other holy swords.
Ah, you mean Zenobia kept the Durandal in the spatial fold, but fed its aura through Ascalon during the match over the summer when we went to rescue Azia. And she used it to amplify Ascalon's power, right? Irina nodded.
Yep. That's what got everyone thinking.
So the Durandal and the Excaliburs had been fused into a single sword. Oh, hold on. Didn't the church only have 6 of the 7 Excaliburs? Had they been able to complete the sheath without a full set? Zenobia lifted the weapon into the air.
The Durandal,
she declared.
That's what I named this holy sword.
The Durandal, huh? That seemed to be a decent enough name. A good fit for a next level power-up.
It would have been nice to have taken them out in one hit,
Zenobia remarked, her gaze shifting up ahead. Fortunately, that band of heroes wasn't weak enough to fall after a single attack. From the midst of the desolate rubble ahead of us, an arm suddenly shot up from the ground. Debris was cast aside as countless heroes emerged from the ground, enveloping in a thin fog. Although they looked a bit dirty, none of them were injured. Had that mist protected them from the power of the holy sword? The arm belonged to the huge figure who stood nearly 2 meters tall. An audible crack issued from his neck, when he flexed it, Sao, behind the behemoth, was tapping his spear against his shoulder. They were both unaffected by Zenovia's attack. If they weren't ridiculously strong, they wouldn't have been such formidable terrorists, I guess. Sao rubbed his chin, bellowing in laughter. Not bad at all. He seemed to be enjoying himself. You've reached a level of mainstay. No, top-level high-class demons. You could stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest of familias. That demon girl, sister of the Demon King, has certainly amassed a good team of servants. When you enter a raiding game in earnest, you'll no doubt earn yourself a double-digit ranking in no time at all. Maybe you even reach the top in a decade or so. Either way, you're a tough group. Shalba Beelzebub was a complete fool to underestimate you. Siegfried broke into a grin. He was so obsessed with the ancient pride that he couldn't see the newcomers were gaining on him. That's the reason Vali abandoned him, and it explains how the old demon regime collapsed. Anyway, I'm itching to go after taking that attack. Indeed. Let's begin with the experiment, Cao said, and he knocked onto the ground with the spear. In evident reply, the nine-tailed fox, Princess Yasuka, began to glow. What was going on? Georg poured the energy from the power spots into the nine-tailed fox and prepared to summon the Great Red. Cao instructed. Understood, responded the youth wearing a mage robe over his uniform. Georg stretched out his hands, and multiple rows of magic circles appeared around him. The glyphs in the array began to spin at an incredible speed. Not only that, the sheer number of them rivaled Rosweiss's capabilities. It looks like he's making use of the deep wealth of magic techniques, all at once. There's Norse magic, demon magic, fallen angel magic, black magic, white magic, spirit magic. Rosweiss observed, watching all in clear suspicion. Is this mage that good? Wait, and he's the one controlling the fog too, right? So he's got a Longinus and a pro magic user? A huge magic circle unfolded at the nine-tailed fox's feet. Its appearance was unfamiliar, but something about it struck a chord in my memory. This one bore a resemblance to the array Azazel had used when we summoned the consciousness of that enormous Dragon King Midgardsimer. The nine-tailed fox let out a terrible scream. Her eyes opened wide, emanating a range of dangerous colors, while the golden fur covering her body stood up on end. It was clear just by looking that she wasn't in her right state of mind. She would be in serious danger if this kept up. The magic circle and the sacrifice for summoning the Great Red are in place, the miscontrolling mage stated. The next step is to see whether the Great Red would be drawn in by the power of the city. It's a stroke of unexpected good fortune that we have another Dragon King with us, as well as the Heavenly Dragon, to help catch his attention. That said, I can't leave the magic circle. Sorry, Cao. It's taken all my effort just to maintain it. Cao waved his hand in acknowledgement. Got it. Alright, what shall we do now? Leonardo is busy using the Annihilation Maker, with the others trying to engage the allied forces outside. I wonder how much time he'll be able to buy us. According to my reports, a number of Seraphim have joined the Demon King Leviathan and the fallen angel Governor Azazel. Jean, Hercules. Yes? You called? An exotic blonde woman wielding a slender sword and the giant from earlier both stepped forward. These two have inherited the determination, the souls, of Jeanne d'Arc and Heracles. Siegfried, who do you want to fight? Cao asked. At this question, Siegfried drew his blade, leveling his tip towards Kiba and Zenobia. The woman, Jeanne, and the macho man, Heracles, broke out into laughter. In that case, I'll take the adorable little angel. She's so cute after all. Guess that means the silver-haired lady is mine, then. Doesn't look like she's up for much of a fight, though. Our side exchanged glances. It was Kiba and Zenobia versus Siegfried, Irina against Jeanne, and Rosweiss facing Heracles. I suppose that leaves the Red Dragon Emperor for me. What about you, Veritra? Cao Cao cast Saji an inviting look. Saji's flames roared intensely, but I raised a hand to hold him back. Saji, you need to deal with the Nine-Tailed Fox. Try to find some way to pull her out of there. I get the monster showdown. Fine. Don't die, Hyodo. That goes for you too. Good luck, I replied. I already promoted to a queen before coming here. I'm raring to go. After that brief exchange, black fire swept over Saji's body, expanding and climbing high into the air.
Veritra promotion!
The jet black flames roared into the sky, gradually taking on a long and slender form of an eastern dragon. The huge jet-colored dragon let out a tremendous roar before turning straight for the Nine-Tailed Fox. Saji, it seemed, had completely shifted into his Dragon King form without issue. His black flames swept around the magic circle and began to give off a dull, dim aura. Veritra supposedly possessed a great many abilities, several of which have been used to considerably affect Loki. His target was different this time, but hopefully, it would be equally effective against the Nine-Tailed Fox spirit. I turned to our healer. Azia, look after Kuno. Okay. Kuno, can you watch Azia's back for me? Leave it to me, but... Don't worry, I interrupted, flashing the girl a thumbs up. Well, save your mom. My dragon wings spread wide as the propulsion unit on my back surged to life. My target was Cao Cao, the leader of the heroes and the owner of the ultimate Longinus. When did it become the norm for me to be pitted against the boss-level enemies? It felt like it had been happening non-stop recently. I guess I gotta see this through to the end, I muttered. Hey, are you stronger than Volley? Cao Cao grinned and chuckled at my inquiry. Who's to say? I may be a fragile human, but I'm certainly not on the weak side. Quit messing around. Anyone who holds his own against Azazel has to be strong. That's true. But your Azazel is super powerful, wouldn't you say? I haven't quite reached his level, breast dragon. After that exchange, a brief silence blanketed the battlefield. Then, Saji and the Nine-Tailed Fox began to lay into each other, like a pair of giant monsters from a movie. Veritra's black wings whirled around the Nine-Tailed Fox, encircling her. An intense burst radiated from the spirit a second after. Whatever was going on, it seemed to be causing Yasuka considerable pain. Was this the same power absorption technique that Saji used against Loki? If he kept this up, maybe we would be able to resolve this without injuring the princess. Yet, just as I began to hope, the Nine-Tailed Fox spirit spewed a fierce stream of fire from her mouth. It wasn't quite as powerful as that geezer Tanin's breath, but it still packed considerable heat. I could feel it through my armor. Any subpar opponent would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Saji, in his Veritra form, similarly let loose a column of black flame from his maw. The two attacks collided midair over the palace, triggering a massive explosion. The dark inferno surrounding the Nine-Tailed Fox was extinguished. And so, this contest between the two huge monsters continued. Damn it! I can't control my fire barriers as well as I did against Loki.
Focus, my other self. My power requires concentration, but that alone won't be enough. This creature possesses great strength, even in her natural state, and she is now channeling the power of Kyoto. Moreover, that major circle is operating as some form of a shield. The techniques are interwoven, a real nuisance. They're interfering with my powers, working to nullify my flames. When you drain the fox's powers, they're instantly replenished by the energy flowing through the city. At this rate, we may tire before she does.
I could hear Saji's conversation with Veritra through my boosted gear. The Nine-Tailed Fox, the strength from Kyoto's many powerful spots, that magic array, they were all obstacles. Facing them alone couldn't have been easy. Do you need me to transfer you extra power? I asked through my sacred gear. Maybe if I give him a boost, Saji could use it to destroy the major circle.
No. Before you channel the Red Dragon Emperor's powers to my other self before he masters his own abilities, it is possible he will lose control. The only way he will learn to handle those skills is through real battle.
Veritra answered. Hang in there, Saji. If push comes to shove, I'll help however I can. Alright. Don't forget to kick that guy's ass too. Saji called back. Leave it to me. As we communicated through our sacred gears, Veritra and that nine-tailed fox both breathed out more fiery attacks. Their high-energy flames met again, releasing a massive burst. The confrontation between the pair of giant creatures sent explosion flying all around us, laying waste to the surroundings. We members of the Grummy Familia and our hero foes held firm, however, ready to do battle. Now that Saji had claimed an opening move, it was our turn. Kiba, Zenobia, fall back a little. We need to keep these guys at a distance from Princess Yasuka, I called. The two of them replied in unison, taking off in a run with Siegfried in pursuit. Each clash of their blades produced silver sparks. Siegfried, fighting with 3 swords simultaneously, parried Kiba and Zenobia's strikes using minimal movement. Then he lunged forward with a sharp thrust. It looked like the new sheath surrounding Zenobia's extra roundel could be retracted, exposing the blade for regular combat.
One blade isn't enough,
she cried, grabbing apart an extra roundel sheath and pulling it back to reveal another grip, which she quickly separated from the main weapon. As a fresh sword emerged, what I had thought was an extended grip was actually an additional weapon. What kind of construction was that? Did extra roundel house extra swords? Was it one of the Excaliburs? Seriously, that thing is full of fancy party tricks. Zenobia, now dual-wielding, readjusted her stance and increased the pace of her strikes. Siegfried laughed, evidently amused at her increased effort. This is getting interesting. Okay, I'll show you something special too. Siegfried lashed out with one of his demon swords, forcing Kiba and Zenobia to fall back to evade. I swallowed with trepidation. Siegfried was emanating an indescribable sense of pressure and intimidation. Just watching his murderous aura swell like that sent a cold sweat running through my back. Balance breaker! 3 new silver-colored arms suddenly jolted out from the guy's back. I couldn't believe it. He was like an Asura, and those new limbs all drew fresh swords. He was employing a fighting style that used 6 swords simultaneously. The magic blades Terrafin and Danesloth, and a sword of light for fighting demons. I used to battle for the church after all. With a fearsome weapon in each of his hands, he truly did resemble an Asura. This is my Chaos Edge, Asura Revenge, my Balance Breaker, and a special kind of twice critical. An ability as simple, it gives me more arms to fight with. Pretty useful for a guy like me, who battles with only skill and a few good magic blades. Shall we see how long you can keep up? Kiba, Zenobia. While I was worrying about them, Irina leaped into action against Jean. Irina spread her pure white wings and hurled a barrage of luminous spears towards our opponent. It was a keen attack. Any human or average level demon unfortunate enough to be on the receiving end of one of those projectiles would probably have been annihilated on the spot. Jean avoided them with little apparent effort though. That lady sure was fast. She wasn't quite at Kiba's level, but her movements were swift enough that I had difficulty keeping up.
Not bad. Your attacks are well honed. My little angel cutie. I'm moved.
Why does she sound so pleased? Jean pulled out a slender rapier and deflected Irina's next oncoming attacks.
How about this then?
Irina dived in close to Jean like a streak, her sword of light raised. Jean met the attack head on, locking blades. A screeching sound pierced the air as the two weapons pushed against each other. They were evenly matched. A grin spread across Jean's face suddenly. She was planning something.
Holy sword!
She shouted, and another weapon abruptly emerged from her feet. Irina was clearly startled, but thankfully, she managed to twist her body to dodge. Jean took advantage of that opening to push ahead with another thrust, and Irina extended her wings, taking to the air and falling back. As she watched Irina hovering up above, Jean looked strangely amused.
Not bad at all. I underestimated you. You don't disappoint, my little angel cutie. I'm Archangel Michael's ace. Don't you belittle me. Oh, you're with Michael? Got it. Since Siggy's showing off, I suppose I might as well do the same.
Jean said with a wink. Siggy? Did she mean Siegfried? And show off? Don't tell me she's about to...
What do you think about my ability, Blade Blacksmith? It's the holy sword equivalent of your friend's holy demon sword forging power. I can craft holy swords with practically any attribute. They don't normally hold up against a genuine article, but there are exceptions to every rule.
Jean remarked, grinning. A holy sword version of Kiba's technique. I'd always figured that there was other skills like his out there. Kiba's ability was bolstered by his balance breaker, and after what Jean had stated about exceptions, an unpleasant thought came to my mind.
Balance breaker.
An incredible number of swords erupted from below Jean's feet as she flashed Irina a cute smile. Holy swords piled up, amassing into one enormous object. Jean's creation was a huge dragon of holy swords. Seriously? A holy sword dragon? What kind of mad scientist idea was this?
This is my balance breaker. Stake victim dragon. Like Siggy's. It's a special subtype Seeker gear.
Jean explained. Irina's expression turned stern.
Saint John d'Arc. I'm conflicted about having to fight someone who has inherited the spirit of a sacred being. But this is for Michael and everyone else. Nothing is more valuable than peace.
Irina lifted up her holy sword in the air with renewed determination. Stand firm, Irina. Explosions rang out around us as Frostface and that huge muscle man, Heracles, leaped into battle.
Gah, my spells aren't even affecting him.
Frostface was casting techniques in every direction, yet even when they made direct contact with their target, Heracles merely plowed right through. Ha ha ha! Good, good! Your magic is seasoned just right. He was laughing, completely unfazed by Frostface's bombardment of Nordic spells. On closer inspection, I realized that he was injured. The wounds were minor, but they covered his body. How could he withstand all of that and enjoy himself? Just how sturdy was this guy? With each of Heracles' punches, another one of Frostface's magic shots was destroyed. It was like he held bombs in his hands. Frostface deftly avoided his strikes, yet Heracles' fist sent such terrible vibrations through the air that the swings shattered a distant tree into dust. My Seeker gear, the variant detonation, detonates the targets of my attacks. We could have ourselves a good fireworks show if we keep this up, eh? However, everyone else is activating their balance breakers, so I'll never hear the end of it if I don't keep up with them. Sorry about this, but I'm going to go full balance breaker mode and blow you away. Ha! Balance breaker! As Heracles let out a tremendous bellow, a brilliant glow surged from his body. The light concentrated into clusters around his burly arms, legs, and torso. When finally it subsided, the muscle man was covered with spikes. No, they weren't spikes. They were missiles. How could he... Here's my balance breaker, mighty comet detonation. Frostface wasted no time pulling away from Heracles.
At this rate, this place won't...
With a grimace, she hurried away from Hanmaru Palace. She was clearly trying to keep the rest of us out of the path of those missiles. Ha ha ha! You're a kind woman, trying to distract me to keep your friends safe from the blast. Good, good. I'll play along. Heracles bellowed in a clear excitement. Once she judged she was a safe distance away from the rest of us, Frostface spun around in the air and conjured more magic circles that I could count. Heracles must have been really eager, because he was preparing to fire all the missiles at once. Naturally, there was no way I would let that slide. I stretched my arm towards him, readying a dragon shot. The moment Heracles launched his projectiles, I would shoot down as many as I could with an attack of my own. Unfortunately, before my attack was fully prepared...
Hey now, you're fighting me.
Cao Cao said, appearing right in my line of fire. Fine then, I thought. Eat this! My dragon shot raced from my palm and exploded with a tremendous sound. Cao Cao had raised his spear, knocking my arm upward and sending my dragon shot veering up into the sky. At the same time, Heracles' vast volley of missiles sped for Rosvice. The projectiles erupted with an incredible burst and collided with Rosvice's magic circles. The resulting blast engulfed the whole area. I spotted a figure among the smoke. It was Rosvice. She landed safely on the ground, although she looked pretty banged up. Even with the enhanced defensive attributes of a rook and her protective spells, she had taken a nasty hit. On top of that, her magic, which was strong enough to lay waste to an entire city, seemed largely ineffective against Heracles. Did that mean Heracles was superior in both offensive and defensive capabilities? Perhaps his techniques were particularly honed against magical attacks. Whatever the case, the priority was mending Rosvice's injuries. Heal her, Azia! I instructed. Azia directed the warm glow of her sacred gear at Rosvice. Our battle mage responded with a thumbs up. Alright, looks like she's back in fighting conditions. Way to go, Azia. Ha! Healing powers, all the better. Heracles looked nothing if not excited to see that Rosvice was back on her feet. This guy was a total battle fanatic. Kicking off the ground, Heracles rushed straight for her Valkyrie. Damn it, these cursed heroes all have balance breakers. Cao Cao, having seemingly noticed my frustration, laughed and commented, Isn't it great? More balance breakers than you could ever ask for. Fragile humans like us wouldn't be able to hold our own against the likes of you without a little help after all. He spun his spear in his hands and slowly descended to the ground. A glance suggested that he was full of openings, but I knew any attack I tried would be swiftly countered. This was just a guess, but he struck me as a technique-type fighter. If I lashed out carelessly, he would definitely parry the maneuver as he had done, rendering my effort useless. It was an intimidating thought. Aren't you going to use your balance breaker too? I asked. Cao Cao shook his head. No, we can defeat you without having to go that far. Besides, I would prefer to fully savor your skills and abilities today, Red Dragon Emperor. So, you're treating me like a joke as well. Still, something tells me that you aren't underestimating me. Not exactly. Indeed, I simply want to draw out your power and have a satisfying little bout. He was just like Volley, a more relaxed version of him, I guess. Cao Cao wished to gauge my strength by forcing me to fight him. Heck, he was observing my every move with undisguised curiosity. Cao Cao raised a finger. My companions have a little theory. They suggested employing a sacred gear that could accelerate the flow of time against you to diminish how long you can maintain your balance breaker. If successful, it would eliminate your armor before you could battle at your full extent. Truthfully, we have a sacred gear user to do that at our disposal, and they're very effective against time-limited techniques. I'm sure it will prove effective, as that tactic requires no combat. There's no questioning that it would deal you a decisive blow. Yet, I suspect it wouldn't be enough to defeat you. What was Cao Cao saying? I didn't understand what he was trying to get at. You've been working to gain a deep understanding of your sacred gear. If, for argument's sake, you were to release your balance breaker yourself and fight with your regular power doubling abilities for, say, 10 seconds while under the effects of the time acceleration, what might be the result? Your power can multiply to an incomprehensible level in a blink of an eye. Of course, it remains to be seen whether the time acceleration would affect the regular workings of your sacred gear. Still, for one like you, who has probably been probing the depths of their talent, I believe it's possible. Annoyed, I questioned, what's the point of all this? Cao Cao shrugged. This may come as a surprise to some, But I believe a direct, straightforward approach will more likely to defeat you than any underhanded method. You are clearly wary of technique type attacks, and I suspect it will be hard to use them against you. Fighting this guy is going to be challenging. We'd only interacted for a short time, and he already gained a deep understanding of me. It was truly off-putting. You carry two decisive weaknesses, Issei Hyodo. You are vulnerable to dragon slayers into light. The combined qualities of the dragon and a demon make you truly formidable existence. Yet, those twin traits increase your vulnerabilities too. And I see those weaknesses clearly. When I look at you, I want to prove to the world that there is no such thing as an invincible being. Well, that about sums it up. Shall we get started? Cao Cao raised his spear and pointed it in my direction. Our battle was about to commence. First, I would need to use a promotion. Should I become a knight, perhaps? Or maybe becoming a bishop would boost my dragon shots? No. This was no time to consider practice. I had to go all out. Azia, I'm promoting to a queen. Okay. With Azia's permission, I promoted to a queen and felt pure strength and power run through my body. After our last major bout, I devoted some of my training to acclimating to each evil piece. That work had enabled me to reach a point where I could make good use of each unique traits of every piece. Now it was time to put that experience to use. Burning with resolution, I unfurled my dragon wings and ignited my propulsion unit. I extended my fist as I shot for Cao Cao at incredible speed. After considering my options, nothing seemed better than a direct attack. I raced forward. Cao Cao dexterously spun his spear, letting it move over one side to dodge my first strike. He can respond to a rush this quick? In that case, I changed my trajectory, punching for his new location. At the same time, I gathered a massive demonic energy into my hands. When that bastard tried to avoid me this time, I would let loose with two separate dragon shots. Cao Cao kicked my hand while using his spear to disrupt my aim of my left. My dragon shots veered off into the distance. Damn it, he preempted my attack so easily. Not a second later, something struck my stomach. When I glanced down, I found Cao Cao's spear jutting out from my guts. I coughed up blood as the raging heat gurgled in my throat. He got me. You certainly aren't weak, but your overly direct fighting style leaves you with plenty of openings. He slowly removed his weapon from my stomach. At that moment, my gut, no, my entire body was racked with searing pain. Smoke rose from all over me, centered around my wound. Trust me when I say it really hurt. The pain resembled that of a holy sword. The acrid smoke was similar as well. Right. It's the holy spear. I guess that means the effects are the same. This wasn't good. I could feel my consciousness fading. Ozzy's pale green aura enveloped my body. The pain slowly abated. She healed me. That had been a close one. Any longer, and I would have lost consciousness. But my wound wasn't completely restored. Smoke continued to issue around it. To my astonishment, the injury had reopened. Was that because the long-distance healing was less effective? Ozzy's ability to cast a restorative aura from afar was certainly useful, but it wasn't the same as receiving it via direct touch. That said, it should have still been potent under regular conditions. The damage inflicted by that holy spear must have exceeded imagination. I pulled the vial of phoenix tears from my pocket and poured its contents on my wound. Finally, the hole in my stomach closed. Thank goodness I've been holding on to one of these. I hope you realize you nearly died, Cao Cao stated with a casual grin. You could have been annihilated, letting the holy spear pierce your flesh like that. Death comes surprisingly easy, wouldn't you say? I almost died? Seriously? Yeah, it had been a critical wound, but I had endured similar attacks in the past. Even after this one, I'd still be able to move somewhat, enough so that I'd consider punching Cao Cao in the face. Had I truly been that close to annihilation? Was that what occurred when a demon took holy damage? They ceased to exist? That's what had nearly happened to me. Smoke was coming off of me, so I guess it was true. I shuddered at the sudden realization of how close I had been to the end. That was dangerous. If I'd let myself get killed here, I'll never be able to show my face to the Professor Ozzy again. Sao rested his weapon on his shoulder. Was that a habit of his? I didn't care either way. Heed this. That was the Holy Spear. No matter how strong you become, you will never be able to overcome its attacks because you're a demon. Not even Volley will survive its fatal holy power. Yeah, I understood that all too well. I couldn't afford to touch the true Longinus. What was I supposed to do then? Sao seemed taken aback by my sudden reaction. Oh, so you aren't frightened. I expected you to be terrified. Maybe to cower in fear even. Uh-huh. Of course I'm scared. But I'm not about to run away. I'll never hear the end of it from the others if I don't beat you. The Red Dragon Emperor is a serious opponent. Sao burst into laughter. What was with this guy? His facial expressions were all over the place. Good. I see why Volley has taken an interest in you. Very well. You finally found a worthy adversary, Volley. Sao wiped amused tears from his eyes, then prepared his spear, which extended a blade of light. Let's do this. The intensity of his already intimidating aura flared. Was he enjoying this? That only made the thought of fighting him even more alarming. I stretched out my right hand, prepared to unleash a fully powered dragon shot.
Boost, 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 boost.
I fired a massive blast of energy straight for him. Getting hit by that would be quite troublesome, Sao observed, preparing to deflect the oncoming projectile with a spear. I had expected as much, however. The moment I launched a dragon shot towards him, I ignited my booster pack and took off. Whenever he dodged my dragon shots, he always moved to the side. Sao lunged out forcefully with a spear, carving the energy blast clean in two. But that didn't matter. Now was my chance to deliver a punch before he could regain his battle stance. I threw my full weight into my fist, pouring all my strength into it. I can sense your power, Sao cried out with evident joy, twisting his spear in an attempt to meet my blow. Gotcha. My attack was a feint. I stopped my fist before I could reach him, leaving his counter to carve through the empty air. Next, I struck him with my left fist and, at the same time, transferred my boosted power into Ascalon, which was still stored in my gauntlet.
Boost, 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 boost. Transfer.
Ascalon's blade shot from my gauntlet just as I leapt forward. A wave of energy pulsed from the holy sword. Ascalon's aura coursed towards Sao. It looked like I'd finally taken him by surprise, but he didn't make the slightest attempt to get away. With a dull thud, Sao's arm was sent flying through the air. Ascalon's power had severed it clean from his body. All right, feint after feint, and then the real attack. Training with Kiba had paid off. I mentally relished the victory. Yeah, that spear was definitely immensely powerful. And I had many weaknesses, but Sao had shortcomings of his own. His was the frail body of a human. In terms of physical durability, I, being both a dragon and a demon, was superior. No matter how capable Sao and his band of heroes were, they couldn't possibly have the sturdiness of people like Volley or Loki. My plan had gone perfectly. I might have not won yet, but I proved that I could fight Sao. The man thrust his spear into the ground and caught the severed left arm in his remaining hand. Completely expressionless, he stuffed a limb under his working one and reached into his pocket. It was then that I spied a suspicious-looking object. That's... Sao popped open the vial, poured its contents onto the stub of his detached arm, and then reconnected it to his body. Smoke poured from him. A moment later, he looked good as new. That vial... There could be no doubting it. Phoenix tears. What are you doing with that? I demanded. Salsal grinned, obviously pleased with my question. I picked it up through my black market connections. When you know who to contact, all it takes is enough money. Although, I'm sure the House of Phoenix would prefer to keep these out of our hands. How could this have happened? To us demons, Phoenix tears were highly priced and precious healing tools. To think that they were falling into terrorists' hands. We could have prevented untold suffering caused by these people's attacks, if only we had more of the invaluable items. Your aura's flaring. Are you angry? You could bring ruin onto everyone around you if you let your emotions get the better of you like that. You have already entered your Juggernaut drive once. That was none of his business. Damn it. Seriously, I wanted to teach this guy a lesson. At that moment, my armor broke into pieces. What was going on? I got a few strikes in as you jumped away. It looks like there was a bit of a time lag, but evidently, only a few quick hits with my spear were enough to shatter the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Cao Cao had inflicted damage without my noticing. Sorry, Drake, but can you restore my armor?
Understood, but it will take some time. That's probably a side effect of the damage from the Holy Spear.
Seriously? That damn spear is a real pain in the ass. A good attack. Strong. Very strong. I may need to make more use of my own sacred gear. That bastard Cao Cao sure was having a lovely time. For all of his strength, his body didn't appear stronger than ordinary humans. A single good blow would end this. Of course, that was true if I took another hit from the true Longinus as well. Regardless, that was Cao Cao's weak point. Knowing this duel would be decided with one strike was scary, to say the least. Plus, he wasn't using his balance breaker. If he wished to, he could become much stronger. While racking my brain about what to do against the Holy Spear, Irina! Azia cried out. Huh, so you still haven't finished over there? That was a woman's voice. I looked around and saw Jean holding up a bloody figure in her arms. Irina. Well, he is the Red Dragon Emperor. It's not surprising that he'd last longer than his buddies. Siegfried said. The six-armed Asura was holding Kiba and Zenobia in the air. Both of them were battered and stained with crimson. Hey. You should have let me deal with them. The muscle man Heracles threw something my way. Rosvice. Her silver hair was coated in blood. Everyone. This couldn't be. They all lost? Then came a loud roar. That was Veritra. He was staring at the nine-tailed fox's many tails, moaning in pain. Sachi. Cao Cao tapped his spear against his shoulder. I'm sorry, Red Dragon Emperor. It looks like we've reached the finale. You're strong. All of you are. For demons, you've reached exceptional levels. Sadly, it's not enough to defeat heroes. Demons, fallen angels, dragons, and spirits, all forming an alliance against humanity. It's a frightening notion. Who could blame us for taking action? Our guiding principle is that humanity must defeat your dragons and demon kings. Well, that's one of our goals. Now then, Georg, how's the magic circle? The mist-controlling mage nodded. It will take a little longer. I wonder whether the Great Red will truly come. If he doesn't, the data will still be useful. If need be, we'll try another method. It took a lot of effort to get this all ready. I'd prefer it worked this time. And do you think I don't? No one wants this to be a success more than me. The heroes had seemingly forgotten us entirely, turning their attention back to the wicked experiment. Jean, Siegfried, and Heracles left my beaten companions where they were, and then went to consult with Cao Cao. Azia ran our way, tears flowing down her cheeks as she began to heal us. Our earlier promises to one another resounded in the back of my head. We'll protect Kyoto with our lives. Teach. I couldn't do anything. My eyes went to Kiba, who was sprawled out on the ground. In the president's absence, you're a substitute king, Issei. Kiba, you put your faith in me, and I couldn't do anything.
Mother, open your eyes, please. It's me. It's me. Mother.
Kuno screamed to her parent, yet the nine-tailed fox didn't so much as glance in her direction. Well, save your mom. I hadn't been able to save anyone. We failed.
Zenobia, Irina.
As I continued tending to my friends, sobbing all the while. What was I doing? Why had I put up such a pathetic showing? Even now that I've restored my Sacred Gear scale mail, Sasso paid me no mind. Those damn heroes had acknowledged our strength, but they didn't think us capable of stopping things. We had done our best, and they saw us as no threat at all. From the beginning, we were only an amusing distraction to pass the time during their so-called experiment. I was supposed to be the Red Dragon Emperor. Some breast dragon I was pathetic. My body shook from frustration, and tears streamed from my eyes. Why was I so weak? This was the result whenever I needed to be strong. Why wasn't it enough? Victory was always out of reach. No matter how hard I tried, there was always an opponent beyond. Was this my limit? Why couldn't I surpass it? I fell to my knees and punched the ground. My friends have been defeated, and there was no chance I'd beat Cao Cao. The odds of saving Kuno's mother were practically zero. The bare minimum for success, rescuing Princess Yasuka and fleeing, had been a pipe dream from the start. No, I didn't want to give up. I couldn't let it end like this. I could still fight, but I was no match for him. The truth stung more than anything else.
Are you crying?
Someone had called from within me. Elsha?
Yes, it's me. Why are you crying?
It was Elsha, a previous Red Dragon Emperor, reaching out to me from within my Sacred Gear. I'm useless. Why am I still so weak? I can't do anything when it truly counts.
Yes, that must be frustrating. But have you forgotten what the fallen angel governor said about you being the living embodiment of possibility?
At that moment, I recalled Azazel's words before my fight with Loki. Issei, I have faith in your potential. Every last Red Dragon Emperor was consumed by power and lost their lives because of it. You might be the most untalented Red Dragon Emperor in history, but you're the living embodiment of possibility. I mean, you unlock your balance breaker by touching a woman's breasts, and had returned to your senses after going berserk thanks to them too. The living embodiment of possibility. You're a real-life breast dragon, and that's something. It's been a while since a dragon earned himself a new alias. Even if your physical strength and demonic powers are no match for Volley's, or those of other legendary dragons, you could still take a different approach to using the Red Dragon Emperor's unique gifts to get stronger in your own way. All you need is effort, grit, and to forge an unlikely new path. That was what Azazel had said back then. I had to find my own way of employing the Red Dragon Emperor's abilities. That was why I was the Breast Dragon.
Yes, you're the Red Dragon Emperor. And you're also the Breast Dragon. That's what Balzard saw in you. Unleash it all, right here, right now. Your possibilities.
Elsha declared. With that, a brilliant light blasted from my pocket. I reached to retrieve it, pulling out a glowing bright red jewel. This is...
Raise it up to the heavens. Let's call out to them.
Call out? I didn't know exactly what to say, but Elsha took the lead.
Yes, those breasts that belong to you alone.
At that moment, light exploded from the jewel. An intense radiance bathed the entire battlefield. What's that? Cao Cao, unable to ignore this development, finally turned its attention back to me. Within the light pouring from the gem, a figure began to take shape. First one, then two, then more and more. What's going on here? It was Aosha who answered my question.
That gemstone has traveled from one person to the next, all throughout Kyoto. These figures are the product of those residual notions.
In other words, they were the lingering thoughts of everyone who had turned into gropers because of me. There had to be more than 1,000 of them. What kind of pervert epidemic had I unleashed on this city? This was way too many people to apologize to. Breasts. Breasts. Breasts.
Wow, those breasts. What incredible breasts.
The memories all began to atone the word breasts, one after another. It was like a trade fair of sex fiends. The horde of the residual thoughts moved with a slow and uncertain gait. Their whispered obsession sounded almost like a curse. Then they began to move in formation. This was awful. I could only gawk at this strange spectacle. While muttering the word breasts, they were arranging themselves in a kind of circle that you might use for a ritual of some kind. Breast zombies, Cao Cao posited quietly. My thought exactly. They look just like zombies. Did all those people whose boobs have been mishandled as a result of this jewel end up like this? It was like a zombie apocalypse. The tit-obsessed memories, having assembled into a huge circle, suddenly melted into the ground. Radiant light shone from the ring, carving a large pattern into the earth. They created a massive magic circle. I was flummoxed, unsure what was going on. Fortunately, Aosha filled me in.
The preparations are complete. Now, let's reach for them.
Reach for what? I thought back. I had no idea what was happening anymore. My mind was paralyzed from shock.
Those breasts that belong to you alone.
Breasts that belonged to me. Naturally, the first person I thought of was my crimson-haired master.
Now, call out for them, summon them, those breasts.
I couldn't keep up with this overwhelming situation, so I did as instructed. I summon you, breasts! The magic circle released a huge surge of power. The letters engraved all throughout it spelled the word breasts, and there were what even looked like hieroglyphics in the shape of the wonderful objects in there too. Could I really summon them? Could I really call the person whom I was visualizing? A figure emerged from the center of the magic circle. After a powerful flash, my crimson-haired Prez was there. Prez? Maybe she had been in the middle of getting changed, because she was only garbed in her underwear. She was clearly just as astonished by her sudden appearance as I was, and she looked all around. Who could blame her? This insane development would have astonished anyone.
What's going on? Where am I? Is this Hamaru Palace? I'm in Kyoto. Is that you, Issei? What are you doing here? What am I doing here? Did you summon me? What's going on?
The Prez looked like she was short-circuiting. For my part, I'd been left speechless too. Even the heroes appeared unsure how to react. I'm sorry, everyone. I never expected something like this to happen. Aosha, evidently noticed my consternation, said to me in all seriousness,
Touch them.
Huh? I couldn't believe what I just heard. However, Aosha gave me the instruction again.
Touch her breasts.
Touch them?
Yes, like you always do. You know, squish.
Squish? Hold on, what's going to happen if I do that? What on earth was she saying? Was she truly a woman? Was this really one of the greatest Red Dragon Emperors of all time? This lady must have gone mad. Aosha paid no heed to my disbelief.
This is the final deciding factor to unlock your potential. Rias Gremory's breasts. They're the trigger. Use them to unlock the door of your possibilities.
This was no good. Elsha was clearly insane. A predicament like this was beyond conception. The Prez's boobs aren't buttons to trigger my self-awakening.
No, they are. Please try to understand. I've been observing you for a while, so I'm sure of it.
This was awful. Too awful. Yet, I couldn't deny Elsha's command felt powerfully persuasive. The Prez's body abruptly began to glow with a golden radiance.
What's this? I'm surrounded by light.
Poor Riaz looked similarly baffled by the latest surprise. Before me, a marvelous sight began to take shape. The Prez's breast shone divinely. Elsha, what's going on?
Rhea Skrimory's breasts have come into contact with your potential. They've been pushed to the next level.
The next level?
Yes, her chest has overcome the limitations of the Switch Princess. They've earned their second phase.
I'm sorry. I don't have any clue what that means. The second phase of what? This was all so incomprehensible that I felt like breaking down into tears.
Touch them, and you'll evolve too. A dramatic transformation will become yours. All it would take was one push to unleash the power of the evil piece within you.
Those breasts. Switches. Blood began to rush from my nose. I finally understood the situation. I approached the Prez, retracted the mask part of my helmet, and flashed her a smile. She tilted her head to one side.
Issei?
Prez, let me touch your breasts, I said with all sincerity. The Prez was left speechless by this request. Nonetheless, she only needed a quick moment to think.
I don't know what's happening, but alright.
My words have gone through to her. What on earth was this situation? This was incredibly beyond belief. Part of me was trying to think of a smart follow-through to make what I said sound cooler. But there was no turning back now. I would feel them. Yes, I would fondle them with my own two hands, right here in Kyoto. The Prez's breasts, her glorious boobs. It wouldn't do to let those cursed heroes lay eyes on this priceless sight. So the Prez turned around, so that only I could see as she removed her bra. As the clasp was released, those magnificently voluptuous tits popped down before my very eyes. I stiffened at the sight of those small changes and those wondrous objects that I believed myself intimately familiar with. Her nipples and pink areola were emanating a pale, rosy glow. The Prez's areola were literally shining. What on earth is this? Is it her second phase? Awesome. I could lose my mind trying to make sense of this crazy phenomenon. Now then, all I needed to do was caress them to receive divine grace. Their glow was so magnificent. I let the armor protecting my fingers dissipate. I stretched out both hands, reaching towards the shining breasts. Now that I thought about it, I had done something very similar when I first awakened my balance breaker. And now I was about to touch them again. Maybe I leveled up each time we did this. I was deeply moved. Incredible. The sensation was amazing. With these boobs to help me, I felt I was able to solve any problem. Switches. The Switch Princess. The Prez was evolving alongside me. Maybe she was on track to becoming a real-life Switch Princess. Are you ready, Drake? I asked mentally.
Why?
He was bawling. Such was the only course of action left for him. Sorry. I'm sorry, partner. But I'm gonna feel them. I have to. I need to. Here I go, I declared, erupting into a massive nosebleed. As I wrapped my hands around him, my fingers sank into the rich suppleness, that splendid, brilliant scene. Fresh sensations ran through my body, filling my brain with raw pleasure. Ah, the Prez's breasts were the best. And a sexy sigh. The killing blow. With that, the Prez's breasts exploded with light.
This is...
The press cried out at the wholly unexpected development. Her breasts were still glowing. The press ascended into the sky. The luminous chest was bathing the entire battlefield in its rose-colored shine. Incredible. She was climbing to the heavens, and her boobs continued to unleash that powerful light. Moved to tears, I brought my hands together in joy. Ah, breasts. The press continued to rise until, with a final luminous burst, both she and the magic circle vanished. Elsha? Where did she go?
Back to where she was before.
Seriously? I had summoned her all the way to Kyoto for that? That was crazy. When I go home, I would have to get down onto my knees and apologize. What was all that? Sao asked. He and the other members of his group were clearly left speechless by this display. They were trying to summon the Great Red, but they'd gotten Ria's Gremory instead. All of a sudden, I felt pounding in my chest. There it was again. The next thing I knew...
You did it! Come on, let's go!
Elsha called. In response to her cry, crimson light spilled from my body, overflowing from deep within me. Some red hot power was building. Had this energy been laying dormant inside my sacred gear? Was this my juggernaut drive? No, it couldn't be. The terror I recalled from last time was absent. This was a new wave of power, a sensation I never felt, yet it seemed nostalgic. Drake, is this?
Yes, I feel it too, partner. It fills me with memories. This is my original aura. It isn't driven by extreme emotion, like your juggernaut drive. There's no curse here, no outflowing of passion. This is the power I had back when I possessed my original body, when my only concern was to defeat the White One.
Drake's voice was filled with joy. I had no idea what just happened to him, but that red aura was now bursting from my entire body, filling my surroundings. When I came to, I found myself in a vast white space. Where was I? As far as I knew, I still should have been at Nijo Castle Hamaru Palace. Two figures were standing in front of me, further adding to my confusion. The first one was Elsha, and the second was a fashionably dressed man. Was I inside the boosted gear? Was it only my consciousness that was here? I still didn't quite understand how this all occurred, but Elsha gave me a warm smile.
You've opened up a door to a new path. One that doesn't involve your juggernaut drive.
Elsha, thank you for all your help. Whatever this is, this feels like I accomplished something incredible by surrendering myself to one crazy event after another.
That's fine. We let the momentum carry you to this point. After all, what you desired most was breasts.
There was no denying that I was always chasing after boobs.
Now Bowser and I will be able to move on.
Move on? She couldn't possibly mean...
We exist here only as residual memories. It's time for us to be released from the sacred gear.
You mean you're going to die?
We're already dead. What you see now is only fragments of memories, nothing more. You can't even call us souls. It's an unnatural state to be in, wouldn't you agree? Our departure is long overdue.
But I still have so many things I want to ask you. I still need your advice. Elsha shook her head despite my plea.
You don't need us. Besides, I don't have much interest in breasts. Only you could have brought about all those irregular phenomena by chasing after women's chests.
I'm really sorry about being the breast dragon.
You'll be okay, so long as you have Dragon and your friends. Go, Red Dragon Emperor. You haven't yet fully dispelled the curse of the Red Dragon Emperor, but you will one day. I'm sure you'll be able to release your other lingering memories too, just as you have me and Belzard.
I was so touched, so filled with gratitude and excitement that I could burst into tears. To think that my predecessors cared this much about me. Now, it's time for us to move on. Balzard, why don't you give him some final words? The man, Balzard, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor of all history, smiled my way. Please, I'll treasure your gracious advice, I entreated. Balzard nodded, stretched out his hand, and raised his index finger into the air. Poke 'em, stroke 'em, ooh. For what felt like a long time, I didn't comprehend his words. He seems satisfied. Now then, Balzard, let's move on, Alsha stated with a gentle expression. Hold on. Are those supposed to be Balzard's final words? What's with him beaming all satisfied? Poke 'em, stroke 'em, ooh. Come on. Those are the lyrics of the Song of the Breast Dragon. But it was too late for me to say anything, as the pair vanished into the whiteness of this weird space. I couldn't believe this. That was the final statement of the strongest of my predecessors? They were already waving farewell. Surely they had something more practical to offer. I would have accepted anything. Alsha and Balzard, both pleased by my breast fetish, faded away. Once they were gone, I felt like I understood. An awful lot of weird individuals have been Red Dragon Emperors, and I was no exception. After all, I'm a massive pervert. That cry was the first thing out of my mouth as I regained consciousness. I was way beyond help. Let's go. Boosted gear. Responding to my eager spirit, my aura wreathed my body in crimson and began pouring into my surroundings. I was overflowing with energy. It was coming from deep inside of me, from my sacred gear. This was Drake's original power. If combined with all those negative emotions capable of triggering a berserk juggernaut drive, this would really be terrifying. Fortunately, it was different now. I wasn't burdened by dark feelings. My consciousness remained.
Oh, yes. Now I remember. How could I have forgotten? Yes, this was God. He was the one who sealed my original power away, and Albion's too.
Judging from what he was saying, Drake had evidently recalled something critical. However, it would have to wait, because we had to send these damn heroes flying.
Let's show them what this long-sealed power is capable of.
Let's go. Red Dragon Emperor. All my power. The strength of the Gremir Familia. Let's draw all out and let loose. Desire, Diablos, Determination, Dragon, Disaster, Desecration, Discharge. The jewel studying my armor recalled a litany of dangerous-sounding words, all which began with the letter D. A new way to put the power flowing through me to use entered my mind. This will be awesome. Beelzebub, the adjustments you made to my sacred gear are being enhanced by the Red Dragon Emperor's powers. Possibilities, mine, Drake's, our potential. With everything that had happened, my queen promotion had been nullified. I would have to promote again, and this time, it didn't require Ozzy's permissions. At the top of my lungs, I declared, Mode change, Welsh Blaster Bishop. I promoted to a bishop, but as you might have expected, I was no ordinary one. Bracing myself, I concentrated my red aura around my shoulders and began to give it form. The result was a backpack, complete with a pair of massive large caliber cannons, one over each shoulder. The gathering hum was the sound of the weapons charging up. My demonic power had increased to new levels, thanks to my bishop promotion, which combined with my newly awakened powers, resulted in a ridiculous amount of energy accumulating in my backpack. I was running an incredibly high energy blast. This is bad, Cao Cao said. It looked like he had sensed the vast force accumulating in my cannons. If I scored a direct hit, I could probably blow them all away, right? That was the plan anyway. Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, Rosvice, Saji, my dear friends, you all fought well. And then these bastards chose to ignore us. I felt so pathetic, so powerless. I'm going to fire these emotions right back at them. Once the energy was fully charged in my twin cannons.
boost, 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 boost.
Take this, Dragon Blaster! My shoulder cannons let loose with an astronomical explosion. Try though did I maintain my balance, the force blew my body backward. It took all my strength just to keep from getting hurled away by the recoil, and that concentrated surge of force was coursing straight for the band of heroes.
Interesting. I'll see what you got, Mr. Legendary Dragon.
Heracles declared, stepping up to take my blast head on.
Don't! Get out of the way!
Salsal bellowed, sending Hercules flying with a thrust of his spear. The heroes quickly fell back. My blast passed them, racing into the distance. A tremendous explosion shook the artificial space, consuming the cityscape. The power continued to spread wider and wider until the entire city was engulfed in a brilliant light. When it finally subsided, everything was gone. Even the game field itself seemed to be damaged, distorting all over the place.
He eradicated this entire city. Hey, if he keeps doing that, this whole space will be destroyed.
Heracles exclaimed. Apparently, he just realized how powerful my attack was.
He managed to warp the pseudo-dimension, yet we built this thing to be so durable. How could he wield that level of strength?
The grin had finally disappeared from Siegfried's face, leaving him frowning. It was time for some payback. This wasn't over.
Sao Sao!
I shouted, dismissing the cannons on my back. This dissipated into motes of light. That had only been the beginning. Next, I made some adjustments to my evil piece within my body. Right, what I needed now was speed, incomparable quickness. I pictured myself as Kiba, a knight. Mode change, well sonic boost knight. I extended my dragon wings and took off as Sao Sao. The intensity of the boosts on my back multiplied, spewing a magnificent streak of demonic energy. I shot forward with such speed that the air trembled. Not yet. I still wasn't fast enough. I needed to be quicker than he could follow. I required supersonic, godly swiftness. Armor purge! I called, releasing several portions of my scale mail. The thick, heavy armor protected my torso, my arms, my legs, and my head all vanished. Casting aside all unnecessary weight, I rocketed ahead with bare minimum in the way of my protection. My boosted gear scale mail had been honed to a sleek suit. I had given up the majority of my defenses in favor of a streamlined form, capable of moving rapidly. I needed divine speed to move beyond what anyone could track. The intense G-forces left me nauseous, but I pushed through it, shooting through the sky. It must have been how Kiba and Volley saw the world. To be honest, my body wasn't used to this, but I need to see it through. I don't care if I slam right into you, Sao Sao. I caught him in my sights and threw my body at him. You're fast. Sao Sao braced himself with the spear. Good. We could decide this with a straight-up fight. That was the kind of battle I best understood. I slammed into that bastard hero at breakneck speed. Sao Sao coughed. I grabbed him and kept on flying. You're mine now. Got anything to say? I asked. I didn't expect you to rush in head first, but to think that thin armor of yours could withstand my spear? Sorry about this, but I just finished powering it up. I can end you. Yeah, with my scale mail as thin as it was right now, one hit from the true Longinus would be enough to finish me. I would surely be annihilated the second it made contact. But I knew that. I've known that all along. Thus, I adjusted my evil piece inside me yet again. Mode change, Welsh Dragon Rook. The time for speed was gone. Now it required overwhelming strength of defense. My red aura wrapped around me, restoring my armor. And it didn't stop there. The suit continued to grow thicker and thicker. Massive amounts of dragon aura accumulated around me. My arms must have been double, no, 5 or 6 times their original girth. After that transformation, my insane speed abated, sending Sao Sao and me hurtling through the air. Sao Sao ready to spear, aiming his bladed light straight for me. I used the thick gauntlet protecting my right arm as a shield to guard. The holy spear pierced through my armor and stopped halfway through before it could reach me. A scowl formed on Cao Cao's face. So, I'll need to boost his power again to destroy your armor. At this level, it should be able to slay a high-class demon in a split second. I raised my now massive left fist into the air. My aim was perfect. I couldn't miss. Let's do this, Drake. Everyone. Don't you dare belittle the breast dragon, you bastard! My blow came crashing down on him. Cao Cao hurriedly pulled back his spear and positioned it right in front of him for protection. Damn you! The moment my fist made contact, I pulled back a new firing hammer that appeared on my gauntlet next to my elbow. My punch's momentum increased to untold levels as huge power spewed out around me. Then, from midair, I sent Cao Cao hurtling into the ground. He'd taken a blow head-on, and yet, in a brief moment after my attack connected and before he fell, I saw that he was laughing. The impact sent fissures through the earth and kicked up a humongous cloud of dirt. With that bout of mid-air close combat finished, I landed with a heavy thud, clad in my oversized armor. With a soft, fleeting noise, my armor vanished into mist, scattering into the wind. My breath was ragged, and I fell to my knees. I was beyond exhausted. I had just burned up an immense amount of energy. At this rate, my boosted gear's time limit would soon run out. I had gained a new technique, one that allowed me to freely promote my evil peace without even needing permission from my king. That, combined with the abilities of Red Dragon Emperor, meant my demonic strength, speed, and offensive and defensive skills have received an incredible power-up. As a bishop, I could bolster my demonic energy and fire supercharged dragon shots. Promoting as a knight allowed me to slim my armor and move at breakneck speed. Pouring my Red Dragon Emperor powers into my agility at the same time would grant me a vast range of movement. And shifting to a rook gave me the opposite qualities of a knight: turbocharged defense and unbelievable strength, albeit at the expense of my agility. By freely moving between the three pieces, I had access to all the unique qualities. Moreover, I could boost the skills of those evil pieces at their utmost limits, although doing so meant reducing my other statistics. That said, at my current level, I couldn't quite promote to a queen. If I tried, the excess strength could make me go berserk. There was even a risk of me overloading and burning out. Beelzebub had given me a key. With that, I reignited the original powers of the Red Dragon Emperor, of Drake himself. Combined with the ingenuity of the evil pieces system, I had awakened a new strength from within. This is what happened when I was given the opportunity to unleash my possibilities. I had opened a new door to a new path. All that remained was to walk it. Unfortunately, the toll on my stamina was immense. If I tried this again too soon, I would probably collapse, and that was being optimistic.
Partner, releasing all that power has further reduced the time it takes for you to reach your balance breaker, and extended the amount of time that you'll be able to maintain it. However, it has also increased the amount of energy and fortitude your powers will consume, particularly when you keep changing modes. You should be able to lessen the effects of that with practice, however.
Right. Thanks, Drake. Evidently, I still had room for improvement. Training and perseverance had brought me this far, so clearly, I was taking the right approach. There was no way I'd be permitted to use this in a raiding game, though. It was basically a brute force promotion done without the authorization of my king. Beelzebub had even mentioned something about refraining from using such powers in official matches. Well, so long as I had it on hand for real-life battles, I would be able to rely on it. As I slowly pulled myself up, I spotted Cao Cao rising to his feet as well. That bastard. Was he still trying to fight? He used his spear as a shield, so maybe he withstood my strikes? He pulled himself out from the crater that had formed when I slammed him into the ground. Blood was trickling from his nose and mouth. He wiped it away before cracking his neck and dressing me. Well done, Red Dragon Emperor. I did you a disservice earlier. It seems that in your desperation, you've undergone a dramatic change. If I hadn't defended myself with my spear, you would have killed me. That was the idea. Damn him. Damn that ultimate Longinus. He had a frail body of a regular human. I should have been the victor in a straight-up confrontation. That must be a new ability. one outside of the normal rules of the evil pieces system. An illegal move, you could say. I cocked my head to one side. I'd never heard of that term before. An illegal move, I repeated. It's a chess term. It's what you call a maneuver that goes against the rules of the game. What you did was clearly against the method of the evil pieces system. An illegal move, huh? Well, Salsa was right. I doubted that what I'd done would be allowed in a raiding game.
I would have called it a triina.
Drake muttered. Oh, what? What's that supposed to mean?
A triina is the weapon of choice for Poseidon, the Greek sea god. The word trident is probably more common. What you just did, that series of attacks that combined the qualities of 3 separate evil pieces, struck me as similarly keen and acute to the 3-pronged trident.
An illegal move. A triina. I like the sound of that. Illegal move triina. Sounds good. How about we call it that then? The Red Dragon Emperor's 3-pronged promotion, I said. That was a good enough name for now. However, I needed to think of a new title once I managed to promote to a queen this way. Terrifying indeed. In terms of direct offensive power, that technique might even rival Volley, as long as he doesn't use his Juggernaut drive. Then again, Volley is improving by the day. There's no telling what his current level is. Salsa remarked. I harbored no hope that I caught up to Volley yet. He was a genuine fighting prodigy. That attack of yours looked like it consumed more of your aura, more of your stamina than you expected. You still have a long way to go before you can master it. No, even then, the drain will be significant. I'm guessing that you maybe have 10 minutes left of your balance breaker state at most. Salsa wasn't far off. In fact, his analytics was almost spot on. Of course, I wasn't about to admit that to him. I would keep fighting right up until the last minute if I had to, regardless of my limit. Sighing, I called out to Salsa. You're a tough opponent too. I thought you were making light of us, but it seems that you're taking this seriously now. I was a fool to underestimate you, even if only slightly. I apologize. You, who have learned the secrets of the Red Dragon Emperor, and do not lose yourself to them, are a formidable adversary. I'll have to reflect on all of this. Salsa paused for a moment, tapping his spear against his shoulder. How exhilarating. I haven't felt this good since I fought Volley one-on-one. Yeah, there's no greater joy than battling a legendary dragon. I suppose that's proof that I'm a descendant of a hero at heart. Exhilarating? I was sick of all these combat maniacs. When would I finally be able to build a harem and live in peace? Are you planning on fighting an all-out war? I demanded. Nah, nothing like that. Our current forces aren't suited to a prolonged conflict. We may be strong individually, but we can't win against the combined might of those backing you. I'd like to think that we inflict some heavy losses, but we'd certainly lose. No, the better strategy would be target your vulnerabilities with carefully planned strikes. To that end, we'll continue working for our present organization. He was willing to stick with Ophis for that? Salsa was an odd one, that was for sure. Maybe he had some other reasons too. A sound rang out as everything around us reverberated. I recognized that noise. It was the sound of something tearing through space. I hesitantly looked upwards, only to find a gaping hole forming in the air. The image of that massive red dragon flashed in my mind. Looks like it's begun, Salsa said with a clearly joyful grin. So, the Great Red really has been summoned by that nine-tailed fox and that huge magic circle. Perhaps our magic circle combined with your enormous strength is what brought the true dragon here. That bastard hero added, obviously mocking me. My power-up did this. Georg, prepared to summon the Dragon Eater. Salsa paused in mid-sentence, narrowing his eyes and staring suspiciously into the rift. No, That isn't the Great Red. It's rare for battle. What emerged from the dimensional rift was the Eastern Dragon. Its long, slender body at least a dozen meters in length. It certainly wasn't the Great Red. A mesmerizing green aura radiated from its body and glided gracefully through the night sky. It's the mischievous dragon Yulong! Cao Cao cried out. Yulong? He's one of the 5 Dragon Kings. Cao Cao, though evidently startled by Yulong's sudden appearance, was directing his gaze not at the dragon, but at the figure riding its back. I too focused my attention to it. It was a tiny figure, and they soon fell from Yulong's back. Did they jump from that height? The person didn't seem bothered by the considerable plunge, landing safely. What a powerful current of spirit energy, and of a dragon's domination. All of Kyoto is reacting to strange mutilations. The small figure had a voice of an elderly man, and was approaching us slowly, one step at a time. He was so tiny, almost a child in stature. Hold on. Was he a child? He couldn't have been any larger than a toddler. His fur shone with a golden radiance, and his garments looked almost like a monk's robe. He looked just like a monkey, complete with a wrinkled face. Was he a spirit? A monkey one? A staff was clutched in his hands, and prayer beads hung around his neck. Oddly enough, he was sporting a pair of almost cyberpunky glasses. His lips, which gripped a small pipe, were twisted in a dauntless grin. Ah, long time no see, you with the holy spear. You've grown, the elderly monkey said to Cao Cao. Cao Cao's eyes narrowed in evident amusement. Well now, if it isn't the victorious fighting Buddha, I wasn't expecting you to turn up here. Apparently, you've been upsetting our plan all throughout the world. Your pranks have gone too far at this time, boy. It wasn't easy convincing the Heavenly Emperor to send his emissary for negotiations with the Nine-Tailed Fox. Yet here I found you kidnapped her. There are heroes who ascend to godhood, and then there are heroes whose descendants are little more than a poison onto this world. Conquest and tyranny last but one generation. Isn't that what they say, Cao Cao? Poison? I'm honored that's how you see us. It was clear that Cao Cao regarded this old man with certain reverence. Heck, all those so-called heroes were staring at him in awe. Actually, it may have been closer to strained tension. Hold on. The Heavenly Emperor? He meant Sakura, right? The Lord of the Devas? And this monkey was his emissary. So he was the one Princess Asuka was supposed to hold talks with? He has to be one powerful old monkey to get a job like that. Just, who is this guy? I muttered under my breath. It's probably Sun Wukong, the first generation one, Kiba whispered. I guess he had his wounds mended because he was walking towards me. Oh, hold on. Seriously? I was shocked beyond belief. So, he's the original Sun Wukong? That old monkey guy is the one from the journey to the west? This was incredible. Was he the reinforcements that Zazel had mentioned? The old monkey hadn't noticed me staring at him because he grinned in my direction. Red Dragon Emperor, you've done well, my boy. But you can ease up now. I'm here to give you all a helping hand. Leave it to Gramps. Yulong, take care of our spirit friend. The original Sun Wukong stated.
Hey, don't you go ordering me around, you old geezer.
Yulong bellowed back.
I'm worn out just for getting us here. Anyway, what's happening with that White Dragon Emperor's friend? That witch girl? Whoa! Is that Rachel? Have you been fighting that fox spirit? Man, how long has it been?
Yulong seemed seriously psyched up.
He hasn't changed at all.
Is that so, Drake?
I'll treat you to some fine Kyoto dining later.
The old Sun Wukong said with a puff of his pipe.
How does that sound? You decrepit old fool. You'll treat me. Me. Don't act like I'm your errand boy. I'm the Dragon King. Hey, Fox Lady, see how strong I am?
Yulong confronted Yasuka, complaining all the while. Approaching Cao Cao, Sun Wukong called.
Sorry about this, Red, but I'll teach this boy here a few lessons.
At that moment, Siegfried unfurled his 6 arms, charging straight for the old monkey. Siegfried, don't, you can't! Cao Cao cautioned, but it looked like nothing in the world was going to hold that Asura guy back.
Boss Monkey Man, if you're the genuine Sun Wukong, then I'll stretch Nyobu.
The old man said softly. With those calm words, the staff in Sun Wukong's hand elongated at a tremendous speed, sending Siegfried flying. Siegfried was hurled into a pile of rubble with one hit. Whoa, that old monkey was super strong. He took out Siegfried in a single blow. Even Kibo and Zenobia, who wielded the new Durandal, hadn't been able to beat him.
You aren't ready to face me, boy. Nor are your demon swords, either. Let's go back to the basics. You could start by learning how to run.
As the old Sun Wukong glanced back at Siegfried, Yulong exclaimed.
Huh? Hey, Gramps, this fox girl is super buffed.
The Dragon King had been ensnared by the spirit's many tales. It was a bit of struggle, yet Yulong still appeared so amped.
Pull yourself together. You're a Dragon King.
Sun Wukong chided with a sigh.
Just so you know, I'm the youngest Dragon King. I'm still bursting with youth.
Sure you are. Weren't you the one who kept going on about retiring the second you won your last flashy battle? Put that youth of yours to use.
Fine. Here goes.
I guess the bizarre pair had reached an understanding. Judging by their interactions, they must have been good partners. The mist-controlling mage released the magic circle holding the nine-tailed fox and aimed a hand at Sun Wukong. Apparently, he considered the old monkey more important than summoning the Great Red. Seize him, oh Mist! At the mage's command, the fog gathered around Sun Wukong.
Submit yourself to the power of heaven, the force of thunder that seals the dragon's jaw.
Sun Wukong intoned an incantation, then tapped his staff against the ground. That was all that it took to disperse the vapor.
Your skills with that sacred gear still have a ways to go. Why don't you try asking the Red Dragon Kid over here for some help?
He was praising me. I was touched.
You cleared my fog, but I generated it with a Longinus.
The mage was taken aback. Honestly, who wouldn't have been? He was using a top-tier Longinus, and it had been useless. Take this! Cao Cao, sensing an opening, extended the blade of his spear, yet Sun Wukong blocked it with just a single finger. Impossible! How could he stop that weapon so easily?
A keen weapon, but that's it. You're still young. If I stop that thing with just a finger, you'll have no hope of destroying gods or Buddhas. Don't get cocky.
Cao Cao laughed in the face of this reprimanding. I see. So you still possess the monstrous strength you're famous for. I've heard all about how powerful you were when you were young. I wonder how well you hold up now. The first generation Sun Wukong merely shrugged unconcernedly in response to this question. Siegfried pulled himself from the rubble, calling out to his leader. Cao Cao, let's call it quits. This Sun Wukong guy is practically a celebrity. What with how many times he foiled the Chaos Brigade's terrorist attacks. If we keep this up, we'll be putting valuable talents to waste. I underestimated him. He's too strong. Hearing this, Cao Cao lowered his spear. So, it's time to withdraw. I suppose overextending ourselves here can prove fatal. The band of heroes quickly assembled. Just as the mist-wielding mage began to activate a gigantic magic circle beneath his feet. It was a transportation array. They were planning to flee. Let's call it a day. Sun Wukong, members of the Gremlin Familia, Red Dragon Emperor, we'll meet again. Hold on. Wait. Don't you even think about running. They have thrown our school trip into chaos and hurt Kuno's mom. I gathered my power, generated a cannon over my left gauntlet, and concentrated my remaining energy into it. As the force collected, it released a buzz. I didn't need to deal them a huge blow, only enough to make sure I hit them. The first generation Sun Wukong looked at me and grinned. Are you trying to complete my errand for me, boy? Well, go ahead. He needs a good walloping. This won't last long, but how about I help boost your power? Sun Wukong tapped his staff against my armor. Immediately, a tremendous strength surged from my body. Was this the power of sage arts? Did I still have this much power left inside of me? Had it been lying dormant? Thanks, Gramps. With this, I now had enough to let loose. I am a cannon break for Cao Cao. You think that you could just go home after all that? Here's a little souvenir from Kyoto. A blast of concentrated demonic force erupted from the cannon on my gauntlet. You damn bastard! Heracles and Jean leaped in front of Cao Cao to shield him. Now! I visualized Sir Zek's unique style of magic attacks, an endless barrage from all possible directions. No, I didn't need to go that far. I just needed to adjust the trajectory of the bombardment. Twist! I cried out. In reply, the beam of energy warped, bending around Heracles and Jean. The blast caught Cao Cao by surprise, hitting him smack in the face. Red smoke rose into the air as Cao Cao covered his face with his hands. I had twisted it. I had altered my attack's trajectory mid-flight. There was still room for improvement, but this meant I could likely achieve the same result with my direction shot. My battle with Sir Zex hadn't been for nothing. Blood was dripping down from Cao Cao's right eye. His whole face was stained bright red. He brought a hand up to his wound, his face twisted in clear frenzied rapture. My eye! Red Dragon Emperor! Cao Cao readied his spear and began reciting something. O spear, the true lance that pierced God himself. Absorb the dynast ideal that lies dormant within me. Grant me both blessing and destruction that I may... At that moment, Siegfried slammed his hands against Cao Cao's mouth, silencing him. Cao Cao, don't do it! It's too soon to use the true Longinus' balance breaker. You can't reveal truth idea yet. Those words seemed to calm Cao Cao, who paused to catch his breath. Let's retreat, Siegfried continued. Leonardo is probably at his limit with the Annihilation Maker. The others have surely bought us all the time that they can. We collected enough information, so this wasn't a waste. His eyes narrowed at Sun Wukong. It looked like he held a grudge against the earlier attack. Cao Cao was staring at me through his left eye, his gaze stern and piercing. I know, Sun Wukong, Red Dragon Emperor. No, Issei Hyodo. We're withdrawing for now. I won't be able to make light of Volley now that I've been bested as he was. How is it that you always manage to steal the show at the last minute? Was he talking about my battle against Volley at Kuo Academy? The magic circle shone brighter as the heroes teleported away, but not before Cao Cao could deliver a parting remark. Get stronger, Issei Hyodo. Surpass Volley. Do that, and I'll show you the true power of the spear. The moment that they were gone, exhaustion washed over me. It took all the effort just to maintain my armor. Those so-called heroes. Cao Cao. The strongest of all Longinuses. None of it made any sense. Still, there was one thing that could be said for certain. That group was disturbingly powerful. Their leader most of all. After the heroes had fled, only our group, along with Sun Wukong, Yulong, and Princess Yasuka remained.
Ah, that was rough. I would have been in real pain without the reach at all.
Yulong landed on the ground, pausing to catch his breath. Yulong and Saji, who had since returned to normal, had successfully quelled the rampaging nine-tailed fox. Upon returning to his human form, Saji passed out, and Azia was tending to him. Good work there, buddy. Princess Yasuka, however, was still a giant beast, and her eyes remained vacant. Whatever brainwashing techniques the heroes had used on her were most likely still in effect. Mother! Mother! Kuno shouted, but there was no response. Sun Wukong popped on his pipe in apparent consideration.
Now then, what shall we do here? I should be able to use some sage arts to remove the negative key from her, but that would take some time.
Suddenly, the old monkey seemed to hit on something, and he glanced my way.
You there, boy, Red. I hear that you have some ability that allows you to listen to women's breasts.
How did he know about that? Was my technique that famous? If he watched the recording of my recent raiding game, it would make sense that he knew about it. Yeah, I do.
Good, I'll help you. Can you use it on this young thing here, and our nine-tailed fox princess?
He wanted me to use boob lingual on them both? Did he want me to probe their inner thoughts? I didn't really understand his reasoning, but I used my remaining demonic energy to enter into the state where I could converse with breasts. I concentrated my power in my brain, let my delusions take over, and triggering my ability.
Go, boob lingual!
I deployed the technique on both Kuno and Princess Yasuka. At the same time, I released my armor. This required all my remaining strength. After confirming that my ability was working, Sun Wukong twirled his staff through the air and brought it back down. The space unfolded around us, taking precedence over the field created by my boob lingual. The surroundings seemed to be undulating around me. Was my vision blurred?
This is a special application of the technique of yours, my boy. I've changed it just a little to let them connect directly.
Sun Wukong turned to Kuno.
Girl, try calling out to your mother with your heart.
Kuno nodded and closed her eyes. I heard the voice inside my mind.
Mother, Mother, can you hear me? Mother, Mother, please, come back. Please, Mother, please.
Princess Yasuka gave no sign that she understood.
I won't be selfish anymore,
Kuno continued, weeping.
I'll eat fish, even though I don't like it. I'll stop running around Kyoto at night. So please, 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 Mother, please come back. Forgive me, Mother, please.
It was a sorrowful appeal. Kuno apologized to Princess Yasuka repeatedly. And then, it happened.
No.
It was faint, but I definitely heard a reply. Kuno left her head, crying out with her heart once more.
Mother, it's me, Kuno. Please sing to me that song again. Treat me to that dance again. I'll be good, I promise. I want to be with you and learn about Kyoto. I want to walk through the city with you.
A gentle light wrapped around Kuno and Princess Yasuka as the body of the nine-tailed fox gradually shrank. When the glow subsided, Princess Yasuka had been returned to her human-like form. Kuno had done it. She restored her mother to normal. Before I knew it, I found myself adopting a victory pose.
Where am I?
Princess Yasuka was trembling, and it looked like that her mind was still rather fuzzy, but she was finally herself again. Kuno rushed over, leaped into her mother's arms, and burst into tears. Princess Yasuka embraced her in turn, stroking her head.
What's the matter, Kuno? You're always crying.
Damn. I couldn't help but sob at this touching scene.
Kuno, thank goodness.
Azia, having finished healing everyone, was bawling her eyes out. Ah, what a wonderful scene. Congratulations, Kuno.
Well, it looks like that's resolved.
Sun Wukong announced with a tone of finality. And so, after many twists and turns, our battle to save the nine-tailed fox Princess Yasuka had come to an end. With the intense battle concluded, we all returned to the real world, and we were gathered on the rooftop of the hotel where we were staying.
Well done, Issei.
Azazel complimented as he placed a hand on my shoulder. Go get some rest. Relief team, give the Gremry Familia, Irina, and Saji a good look over. They might not be badly injured, but they severely drained their powers and physical stamina. He added, giving directions to the staff. I was more happy to accept his praise. To be honest, I was plain exhausted. I definitely wouldn't be able to use my balance breaker again tonight. The operation had ended with the heroes withdrawing. After doing heavy battle with several members of the hero faction, including the guy with the Annihilation Maker, and the legions of anti-monsters, the joint forces of the allied factions were now taking care of all the cleanup duties. To think that the heroes managed to slip from the allied faction's siege from Kyoto. It was clear from that feat alone that they were a force to be reckoned with. From what I heard, they had used the kid with the Annihilation Maker to create another army of anti-monsters as a diversion while they fled. As for us, by the time we returned to the hotel, we were all on the brink of collapsing where we stood. My legs were quivering, and my head was spinning. I was plain worn out. Ozzy was similarly exhausted after mending everyone's injuries, and had fallen sound asleep leaning against me. After we were treated by the relief team, we let them ferry us away. Sorry, Issei. As bad as it looks to be the one who leaves first, I think I need to get some rest, Kiba said. I waved back to him in response. He deserved time to recuperate, and I was grateful for all of his efforts.
Jinshiro!
Sachi was being carried off on a stretcher. The other members of the Citra Familia were by his side. Worry showed plainly on their teary eyes. Transforming into a Dragon King must have depleted Sachi. So once everything was over, he'd passed out. Ultimately, he hadn't needed me to talk to him to keep him from losing his mind. So he must have been putting in considerable effort in controlling his powers. Did that mean he was growing? Well, in any event, it was clear that his friends adored him. After all that, I received a phone call from the press and explained what happened. She would probably have a lot more questions once we got home, though. Was she going to kill me? Just as that dark thought surfaced in my mind, the first generation Sun Wukong approached.
Red, my boy.
Yeah?
You seem to have gotten your hands on a unique power. Something other than your Juggernaut Drive. Good work. There's nothing special about that Juggernaut Drive of yours. It's merely a power run amok. Pure destruction. After you use it, you die. However, you've got an important lady you want to look out for, no? They don't call you the Breast Dragon for nothing, eh?
He was praising me. It was an honor to be complimented by the famed protagonist of the Journey to the West. And he was really talking about women, too. He motioned to Azia. Well, kinda, I answered bashfully.
Then, don't make her cry. You're the kind who gets stronger for the sake of dreams and women. Remember this. The Red and White Dragon Emperors are beings of extraordinary might. You can become inconceivably strong without your Juggernaut Drive, but that doesn't mean there is no danger in it.
The wrinkled monkey stared deep into my eyes. I had no idea what he was getting at. Some Wukong puffed on his pipe and laughed.
I heard that useless kid who bears my name has brought you a lot of trouble. I owe you an apology.
Was he talking about Biko? Well, he had caused us a fair number of headaches. He was the joker who started calling Rias the Switch Princess.
Your emotions are what will activate your Juggernaut Drive. Remember that. You got a good hit with your final attack against Xiao Xiao. Keep working on it. Don't neglect visualizing your goals. And make sure you put in some effort. Now then, I finished what I came here to do for the Heavenly Emperor. So, I guess I'll keep looking for that idiot grandson of mine. Messing around with the White Dragon Emperor. I'll teach them both a lesson or two. Yulong, let's go see Yasuka. Sir, old man. See ya, Jag.
With those parting words, how Sun Wukong and Yulong left us. Alone now, I clenched my trembling fists. They were all but numb. Was that proof of my exhaustion? My new ability had come about by combining the qualities of my evil piece with that power dormant in my sacred gear. There was still plenty of room for improvement, however. I would need to rededicate myself to my training. Sire Org, Volley, and Cao Cao. I wouldn't lose to any of them. I would get stronger, as mighty as I could be. And then, one day, my dreams would come true. Elsha, Balzard, we may have had an awkward parting, but please, look out for me, wherever you are. As the Red Dragon Emperor and the Breast Dragon, I would do everything I could. With eyes fixed on the sky during our final night in Kyoto, I made this vow to myself. It was the final day of the school trip. Given everything that had occurred last night, we members of the Grimoire Familia were still exhausted. Even after getting some rest, we had to drag ourselves out of bed to tour the souvenir stores before going home. Although I was gasping all the while, I finally made it to the foot of Kyoto Tower. Once our souvenir shopping was done, it was finally time to leave the old capital. Kuno and Princess Yasuka came to see us off at the bullet train platform at Kyoto Station. Red Dragon Emperor! Kuno addressed me while standing hand in hand with her mother. Just call me Issei. Kuno's face turned bright red, seemingly in response to my casual reply. Issei, will you come see us in Kyoto again? Of course. The departure bell rang out over the platform. You must come back. I'll be waiting. I'll bring all the others with me next time. You can show us around the spirit side of Kyoto. Okay. Princess Yasuka, until now listening in silence, spoke up. Azazel, Red Dragon Emperor, demons, angels, and fallen angels, thank you. I owe you my deepest gratitude. The Demon King Leviathan, the victorious fighting Buddha, and I are planning to resume our talk soon. I've always hoped we might be able to embark on a new path of cooperation and friendship together. And I intend to ensure that our joint efforts to prevent a cloud of terror from descending on Kyoto ever again.
We're counting on you all,
Azazel said with a grin, shaking Princess Yasuka's hand. All of a sudden, Leviathan placed her hand on top of theirs too. It's time for you all to go home now. Miss Yasuka, that cute monkey gentleman, and I are going to make the most of Kyoto. Evidently, she was really looking forward to it. It sounded as though she was planning to remain in Kyoto for a while longer for discussions with the city's spirit population. With our farewells out of the way, we boarded the bullet train. Kuno waved at me from the platform. Thank you, Issei, everyone. I can't wait to see you all again. We waved back to her in turn, and the door slid shut with a soft thud. Kuno continued to wave farewell until she passed out of sight. We had been in Kyoto for 4 days and 3 nights, yet our time had been spent jumping from one thing to another. We visited Kiyomizu-dera, Ginkakuji, Kenkakuji, Arashiyama, and Nijo Castle. And we made countless new memories. I would definitely return. I wanted to see Kuno and Princess Yasuka again. And I hope to bring Prez and the others with me. Suddenly, I remembered something. I forgot to ask Princess Yasuka to show me her breasts as a reward. No. Part of the reason why I fought so hard was because I sought that prize. With all the craziness, I had totally forgotten. Damn it. The Kyoto air must have messed with my head. No. Foxy breasts. Why? I wailed, clawing at the door. No sooner had we arrived home from Kyoto than the Prez immediately scolded us. Azia, Zenobia, Kiba, and I were kneeling formally on the floor. For some reason, Irina had joined us as well. Rossweiss, tired from all the traveling, had retired to her bedroom immediately after returning. It sounded like she pushed herself too hard, and her health was suffering for it. Being a teacher was probably hard work, and there was that whole bout of drunken vomiting. Her gaze radiating anger, the press stated, "I'd like to know why you didn't tell me what was going on, but I suppose we were preoccupied with a little trouble in the Gremir territory. Did Sona know at least?" Yes. We explained everything we could. Akano and Konoko were still fuming, however. "You could have talked to me about it when I called you," Akano chided. "Yes, you're so cold," added Konoko. "But everyone is home safe." Gasper, at least you're standing up for us, my dependable underclassman.
You know, Issei won himself eyes of another lady over there.
Azazel remarked from a seat, casually adding fuel to the fire. Please don't stoke the flames for no reason.
A nine-tailed fox girl at that.
Was he talking about Kuno? It isn't like that. You're gonna give everyone the wrong idea, Tish.
You saw Princess Yasuka. I'm sure you realize Kuno's gonna grow up to be a real busty beauty like her mom one day, right?
My magic took over, and I found myself visualizing what Kuno might look like in the coming years. Yeah, she would no doubt have an incredible bosom. Maybe, but I'm not into kids or underdeveloped girls. Konoko hit me over the head. Why? Because I felt like it's... Really? I couldn't comprehend her thinking one bit.
Oh well. Issei managed to snatch a dramatic power up, so cut him some slack, okay, Riaz?
Azazel said in my defense. The press breathed a heavy sigh before nodding. Yes, I'm happy to hear that. But summoning me to Kyoto with no warning and demanding to see my breasts. She stopped there, face turning scarlet. She was talking about that. I was still fraught with astonishment and wonder too over what had happened. And the others couldn't bring themselves to believe it, but a sorrowful explanation from Drake had convinced them. Really, it was an unbelievable development. The press's breasts had since returned to normal and they weren't radiating light anymore. However, that phenomenon, whatever it was, had been incredible. To think that boobs would give out such a brilliant power. By the way, I made sure to follow with everyone whom I had turned into gropers and set their lives back on track. I was genuinely sorry for causing them trouble.
You picked a good power, Issei,
Azazel commented.
Your rival, Vali, is trying to push his Juggernaut drive to its limits to become a heavenly dragon tyrant, in the true sense of the word. If you go down the same path as him, you'll be consumed, just as you were during the old demon regime attack. You don't need that Juggernaut drive for strength. Create your own path. I think aiming to become a king is a smart move.
The road of a king? That made sense. Honestly, I doubted I'd match Vali by copying his strategy. My only choice was to take a different approach altogether. Akano abruptly clapped her hands together, as though she suddenly recalled something very important. Ah, I hear that they started broadcasting the Breast Dragon TV show in the spirit world. It looks like you're gonna be even more famous, Issei. Seriously? Whoa, I guess that's another extraordinary development. It's so surreal. Honestly, the TV show was getting out of control, and now it was being introduced to Japanese spirits. You'll be a hero to kids the world over before long, Zenobia stated, nodding. Yep, you'll likely be able to make your dream of reaching new heights of reality soon. I tilted my head to one side in uncertainty. Do You think so? I'm still not very popular with girls at school, though. At this rate, I'll be surrounded by kids, not a harem. Evidently remembering something, Azazel said. Right. That girl from the House of Phoenix is supposed to be transferring into Kuo before the Academy Festival. All of us, save the Prez, Akano, Konako, and Gasper, were surprised at this news. Ravel? I gaped. Seriously? Yeah. Sounds like she decided to follow Ria's and Sona's example. And she put in a request to study here in Japan. As Hazel explained. She'll be a first year. All the formalities have already been taken care of. She's already assigned to Konako's class. Cats and birds don't usually mix well, eh? It'll be fun to see how it unfolds. That's for sure.
Whatever.
Konako sure didn't sound happy about all this. Did she dislike Ravel? Come to think of it, I never seen them talk to each other. If they were going to be classmates, hopefully they'll be able to get along. But why is she changing schools all of a sudden? I inquired. Azazel stared back at me, his gaze meaningful and suggestive. What was with that look? Anyway, that's the situation. Looks like things are gonna get even tougher for you, Riaz. The Prez wore a complicated expression. All the girls did.
Even after coming home, I still can't let my guard down.
Izzy said in a low tone.
Be strong, Azia. I've learned that you need to preserve and keep up with this guy.
Zenobia encouraged. Irina seemed to agree and added.
I suppose I'll have to be tough too then. I'll concentrate on attack rather than perseverance, thank you.
Akano stated with a provocative grin. What was all this? Ravel wasn't such a bad person once you got to know her. The Prez let out another sigh before forcing a smile.
Alright. Everyone is home safe now. So, let's leave it at that. I'll have Gravia ask my brother for more details later.
At last, the Prez's mood was seemingly lightening. She addressed us all, saying,
It's almost time for the Academy Festival. We've been busy preparing while the rest of you have been away. So, all that's left is the main event. Additionally...
The Prez paused there, her face turned grave.
We need to think about our match against Syra Org. Rumor says it will be the last raiding game between young upperclassmen demons. We can't afford to get careless. Let's focus on preparing for that too.
Okay, we responded in unison. The Academy Festival was important, but so was our bout with Syra Org. Issei, will you help me with my training when we're up to it? After everything that's happened in Kyoto, I realized just how much I need to improve. I'll need your help. Sure, Kiba. We can keep sparring until the day of the match. Our practice sessions were due to resume anyhow. I was looking forward to testing my new powers against Syra Org and seeing whether they would be able to break through his strength. Undoubtedly, I have to awaken the skills of a queen while in that new mode. There would be many great challenges ahead. Plus, there was the problem of whether the new technique would even be allowed in the raiding game. We're definitely gonna win, I declared. Syra Org was going down. Sir Zex, I'll send the data we collected on those heroes. In terms of their sacred gears, they seem to have 3 top-tier Longinuses, as well as a sizable collection of balance breakers. They've got plans beyond trying to summon the Great Red too. Damn nuisances. I've heard gathering support under the promise of destroying the Demon and Spirit Alliance. Their core members may have other goals, but there's no better pretext than justice when it comes to ensuring the loyalty of their rank and file. Because of them, the troops we sent to lay siege to Kyoto suffered heavy losses. The situation on the ground was dire. Not only can they create anti-monsters with the Annihilation Maker, it is also difficult to fight against the many balance breakers simultaneously. As far as humans are concerned, demons, angels, and spirits are natural enemies, nothing more than monsters. The truth between them and the other three factions seems to be what set them off. If demons getting along with fallen angels isn't enough, an alliance between heaven and the underworld must seem more outlandish. It's not surprising that they feel threatened. Anyway, how are talks with the spirits going? Apparently, they want open negotiations with the fallen angel side next. Looks like Shemhazai is going to get the meeting he wanted then. Right. Did you know Sakura has been sending some Wukong and Yulong to run his errands? They ended up being a great help this time. The Heavenly Emperor Sakura, with the biblical god dead, he and Zeus are among the most powerful deities remaining. If he tried to act directly and wound up dying to the Holy Spear, the balance of power between the other factions would be shattered all over again. Sending the original Sun Wukong to deal with things certainly seems to be the safest option. But if those heroes, those humans, see us as their enemies, aren't we the final bosses they want to exterminate? Or the hidden bonus bosses, maybe? Humans have always been fearsome and transient beings. I guess. By the way, Issei pulled off another comeback in Kyoto. There's no question about him getting his own title now, is there? He's done more than enough. I plan to recommend him depending on the outcome of his next reigning game. Against Cyberorg, huh? He also took down a whole lot of terrorists, right? Our youth from the House of Baal, Agiris, Gremory, and Sichu are all capable of that. But only Cyberorg and Vrias will be strong enough to challenge their leaders. We have great expectations for the both of them. So, they're already ready to brush up against the high-class demon pros, huh? Indeed. Once they start participating in more raiding games, I would expect them both to quickly earn great many titles. Obviously, numerous individuals affiliated with the House of Gremory are placing their hopes in Issei as well as Rias. They're eagerly looking forward to seeing how he performs. As his future brother-in-law, I am too. You aren't wasting any time, huh? Jeez. So, as far as Issei's concerned, you'll be both a Demon King and a brother. Sure must be hard to be him. I'm very excited. I'm counting on Rias and Issei. I'm excited to watch them improve. And yet... what now? There's something I want to ask Azazel. What on earth happened with Rias' breasts? They've surpassed their limit this time around. You could say that they earned a second phase. I guess you could call her Super Switch Princess now. I see. Perhaps we should move our merchandising plans to another level then. You're getting a good head for business. So, Issei will be able to use that power in this match. I only got to see a little of it, but it looks pretty damn interesting. The other decision makers don't mind him using it. It should be fun to watch. The question now is Cyberorg. In all likelihood, he...
That's everything I have to report for now, Valley.
That's fine, LeFay. Thanks for showing Sun Wukong and Yulong into that artificial dimension. How did you find Issei Hyoto?
I was so thrilled to finally meet the Breast Dragon.
I see. Well, good for you.
One more thing. The old Sun Wukong is out looking for you and Biko.
He may find us soon. It won't be easy shaking off that monkey. And Issei Hyoto has begun to delve into his sacred gear and reach out to his predecessors.
Folly?
Taking people into submission isn't my style. It'll be more challenging and more interesting to dominate the prior White Dragon Emperors with brute force. If you want to come after us, you'd better do it so soon, Sao Sao. Issei Hyodo and I will utterly surpass you before long.
Did you hear, Sire Org?
Hear what, Seekfire Agiris?
Rumor has it, Rias Gremory's Red Dragon Emperor has awakened a new power.
I'm pleased to hear that. Yes, so it's finally happened. I'm looking forward to our encounter, truly.
But everyone is saying it's so overpowered, it wouldn't be fair to use it in a raiding game.
That's no problem. I'll permit it.
I also heard he's enjoying the favor of a Juka Beelzebub.
That doesn't matter either.
You're going to be squaring off against Sir Zex Lucifer's brother-in-law. You realize that, right?
A fitting opponent for my fists.
And he survived a battle with the hero faction leader. That guy with the holy spear.
Naturally, Issei Hyodo wouldn't break our agreement. The Kyoto plan ended in failure, but we're working on some changes for our next one. We should be able to show it off soon, Sao Sao.
Good, Siegfried. That's all that matters.
So, as planned, I'll be taking one of these. What about you, Sao Sao?
My spear is enough.
How's your high since that attack from the Red Dragon Emperor?
Useless. He really got me.
You were carrying Phoenix Tears. Why didn't you use them? We better find you a replacement. Are you planning to make him pay? An eye for an eye?
Of course not. I'm not some third-rate villain. This will serve a valuable reminder, that's all. As far as I'm concerned, those two heavenly dragons, Issei Hyodo and Volley, are the ultimate foes. Yes, I look forward to facing them again.